Chapter 129. The novel will be updated faster. Great Aunt, Jianghu, I'm coming. I missed you so much. Feng Lin shouted as he ran into the yard. Xiao Lulang, who was marking little Jing Kong's homework in the study, suddenly jerked his hand and drew a long ink mark on little Jing Kong's homework. It was a sunny day. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard, basking in the sun leisurely. From time to time, she would grab a handful of sunflower seeds and munch on them. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Lulang waited in the study for a long time, but Feng Lin didn't come to find him. The silly boy who was chasing after him. He finally lost him. After greeting the old lady, Feng Lin went to the kitchen to find Gu Jiao. He told Gu Jiao about his journey. He took the waterway back to Song County and met his old parents. He also met his older sister who was already married and his younger sister who was about to get married. In order to support his education, one of the sisters married a widower and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. Feng Lin, who was already married, had no choice. Moreover, the widower was good to his sister. His sister was pregnant with his child. The couple lived a good life and was very filial to their parents. My sister's marriage. I broke it off. Feng Lin mumbled. Oh. Gu Jiao opened the lid of the pot and added a ladle of water. Feng Lin skillfully added a handful of firewood to the stove. Xiao Lulang, who was watching from outside the door, felt his temples throbbing. Boy, you're even more skilled than me at starting a fire for Jiao Jiao. That tea merchant is not a good person. He's so old and his son is older than me. And his reputation is terrible. I heard that he hid his wife. I don't want my sister to suffer after marrying him, so I returned the betrothal money to him and broke off the marriage. If it was the old Feng Lin, this marriage would definitely be impossible to break off. The tea merchant was in cahoots with the local government. Who could offend him? But Feng Lin had passed. He was already a high scholar. Not only that, he had also obtained a place in the Imperial College and was going to study in the capital. Feng Lin said to the tea merchant, "If you cancel the engagement today, I, Feng Lin, will owe you a favor. Otherwise, when I, Feng Lin, become successful in the future, the first person I will punish will be you." The tea merchant was frightened by Feng Lin's words. After much deliberation, he finally cancelled the engagement. Strictly speaking, I have to thank Lulang. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Feng Lin was well aware of his own capabilities. Like Lin Qingye, he was not a gifted student. His grades were all obtained through hard work. Hard work was one aspect of it, but a good teacher was also a very important aspect. When Xiao Lulang was tutoring Lin Qingye, Feng Lin had listened to a lot and benefited a lot. There's also the spot for the Imperial College. I didn't expect that Lulang would give it to me. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to become a top scorer? It's so risky. Feng Lin didn't know that it was Steward Lu who had interfered in the matter of the spot. He thought that Xiao Lulang had directly told the county magistrate to give it to him. Xiao Lulang wanted to give it to him, but with his current status, he couldn't bribe the county magistrate to do it. Fortunately, Steward Lu helped him. Xiao Lulang stood outside the door and glared at Feng Lin fiercely. "Why don't you come and thank me? Can you thank me enough to thank my wife?" Feng Lin was talking non-stop. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan went out. Little Jing Kong looked at the hands of the sundial in the courtyard. Usually they would only go out for an hour, according to little Jing Kong's rules. Today they were out for more than 15 minutes. Little Jing Kong's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up again. He frowned seriously. They had been playing for so long that they didn't have any sense of time. Little Jing Kong decided to find his two playful brothers. He knew where they went. They went to an orchard near the market. It was free to enter, but if they wanted to pick their fruits, they had to buy them by the weight. Their fruits were fresh and not expensive. The grapefruit from a few days ago was quite good. They must have gone to pick grapefruit again. Little Jing Kong went to the grapefruit tree in the orchard. As expected, he saw Gu Yan. Gu Yan was sitting on a high branch and hugging the trunk in front of him tightly. However, Gu Shaoshan was nowhere to be seen. Little Jing Kong raised his head and looked at Gu Yan, who was on the branch. "Brother Yan, why are you on the tree?" Gu Yan said coldly, "Because I'm more powerful?" Little Jing Kong didn't have the ability to distinguish sarcasm from irony. He only understood the meaning of the words. "But you're obviously not powerful," he said seriously. Gu Yan was speechless. "Where's Brother Shaoshan?" Little Jing Kong asked again. He couldn't climb up, so he went to get a ladder. Gu Yan wouldn't admit that he couldn't climb down, so Gu Shaoshan went to get a ladder and a rope to help him climb down. Little Jing Kong said, "It's getting late. You should go home. Come down." Gu Yan said, "I'm not coming down." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "Why don't you come down? You've already played overtime today. I'm going to deduct your time tomorrow." Gu Yan stuck his tongue out at Little Jing Kong. "Fine, I won't come down. Come up and catch me if you can." Little Jing Kong really couldn't understand Brother Gu Yan's naughty behavior. He was only 3 years old, but he already didn't climb trees, let alone make funny faces at people. He was a mature child, but Brother Gu Yan still hadn't grown up. He was still a baby. "Don't tell me you don't dare to come down?" Little Jing Kong made a bold guess. "No, I don't." Gu Yan firmly denied. According to Little Jing Kong's strict observation, whenever Brother Yen lied, he would look left and right. He wouldn't dare to look at people directly. He was right on all 3 of them. "You just don't dare to come down." "I don't." "You're the one who doesn't dare to come up." "Why should I come up?" Gu Yan choked on her words. Gu Shaoshan went to look for a ladder, but he didn't know where he went. Gu Yan's strength was almost used up. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. If Gu Shaoshan didn't come up, he was afraid that he would fall down. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and anxious, Gu Changqing, who was passing by, heard Little Jing Kong's voice. It wasn't that he deliberately walked in this direction, but this was the only way to get to Marquis Ding An's manor from the military camp. If not, he wouldn't have met Little Jing Kong last time. He heard Little Jing Kong's voice was a little anxious, as if he was arguing with someone. He paused for a moment, then urged his horse to go over. "What are you doing?" His horse stopped behind Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong raised his head, his big black eyes lit up. "Big brother, it's you. We meet again." Gu Changqing nodded slightly. "Are you arguing with someone?" Little Jing Kong sighed. "No, it's one of my brothers. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death." His words were exactly like, "It's my family's child who doesn't know any better. He climbed up a tree and can't get down. I'm worried to death." Gu Changqing felt his eyelids twitch. He was only 3 years old, but he had the heart of a 30-year-old. He raised his head and looked at Gu Yan on the tree. Without saying anything, he flew up and carried Gu Yan down. Gu Yan was already exhausted, so he was easy to carry. Also, Gu Yan was very light. Gu Changqing almost couldn't feel the weight of the person in his hands. Gu Yan's head was spinning. He didn't understand what was happening. When he regained his senses, he was already on the ground. He blinked his eyes strangely and looked at the tall and strong man in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you?" Little Jing Kong explained. "He's Big Brother. The big brother who saved me last time and even gave me a bird. That fierce little eagle was a gift from this big guy." "Big Brother Yen, what's wrong with your face?" Little Jing Kong asked. "What?" Gu Yen touched his face subconsciously. When he touched it, it didn't feel right. Little Jing Kong took out a small mahogany bronze mirror from his pocket and put it in front of Gu Yen. "See for yourself." Gu Yen looked at his red and swollen face in the mirror. He was so scared that he almost fainted. My face, why is it like this?" He was going to die. He was going to die. His handsome face was gone. "Maybe you were bitten by the insects on the tree. You have to see a doctor quickly," Gu Changqing said. He remembered that the little girl was a doctor. He said, "Go back quickly." Gu Yen looked down at his swollen ankle. My ankle." Gu Changqing paused and said, "I'll send you back." Gu Yen was stunned. Little Jing Kong nodded and said, "Thank you, Big Brother. You send Big Brother Yen back first. I'll wait here for Shaoshan, Big Brother. Otherwise, I won't be able to find him when I come back later." Gu Changqing looked at Little Jing Kong and said, "Can you do it by yourself?" Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. "Yes, I can. I'm very familiar with this place. I won't get lost." "That's good." Gu Changqing mounted the horse and reached out his hand to Gu Yen. Gu Yen was stunned and didn't move. Gu Changqing grabbed Gu Yen and put him on the saddle in front of him. Then he held the reins tightly with both hands and held Gu Yen in his arms. Gu Yen had never been so close to anyone since he could remember, except for Gu Jiao. But Gu Jiao was his sister. They were fraternal twins and were together before they were born. Gu Yen felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to get off the horse, but he couldn't say the words to scold him. He couldn't tell whether he was frightened by the other party's imposing manner or the condition of his feet and face really scared him. Gu Yen sat on the saddle like a little quail and tried to distance himself from Gu Changqing. But the saddle was only so big. Gu Yan's back bumped into Gu Changqing's chest from time to time. Gu Yan gasped in pain and whispered, "Is it made of iron? Why is it so hard?" The road wasn't long. They soon arrived at their house. Gu Changqing dismounted first and then looked at Gu Yan with a bitter face. "Can you get off?" Gu Yan used his sleeve to cover his swollen face. It was so ugly. It was so embarrassing. "Turn around. I'll get off by myself," he said. Gu Changqing didn't move. He just looked at Gu Yan coldly. Gu Yan's hair stood on end. He stuck half of his head out from behind his sleeve. "I told you to turn around." Gu Changqing directly carried him down. If this silly boy could get off, he would write his own name upside down. Gu Yan roared in his heart, "Ah! Even my own brother didn't carry me like this. Put me down." Gu Changqing carried him into the courtyard and put him on a rattan chair. Gu Yan was so angry that smoke came out of his head. In the past he would look good no matter how angry he was. But today his face was swollen like a pig's head. Now that there was smoke coming out of his head, he looked like a cooked pig's head. He even had a death stare in his eyes. Gu Changqing, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but laugh. Gu Yan couldn't beat him or scold him. His eyes were like daggers. Gu Changqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stuck out his finger and flicked Gu Yan's forehead. Gu Yan was like a baby who couldn't sit still. He fell down. Baby Gu was stunned. Gu Changqing directly laughed this time. If the people in the barracks saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Gu Changqing, who was known as the Iron-Faced King of Hell, actually knew how to tease a child? He even made himself laugh? There was a saying in the barracks, "When the King of Hell laughs, the King of Hell's palace opens." Gu Changqing would only laugh when he killed someone. Those who saw him laugh were all dead. Gu Yan hummed and turned around. He slapped Gu Changqing's butt. Gu Changqing went to the orchard and saw little Jing Kong with another 13 or 14-year-old boy. That boy must be Xiaoshuan's brother. Gu Changqing didn't show up. He rode his horse to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Imperial College entrance examination. The preliminary exam was originally on the same day as the Imperial College. However, due to various reasons, the preliminary exam was brought forward by 2 days. It was on the 25th. There were 2 exams. One was arithmetic and the other was poetry. It sounded simple, but the questions were very difficult. The number of questions was also very large. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the examination hall. "Don't be nervous," Xiao Lulang said to the little guy. Little Jing Kong raised his small chin and said, "I'm not you. I won't be nervous." Gu Jiao squatted down and checked his small bag again, just like how you usually do at home. "Pay attention to your writing. There's no need to rush." The reason why she deliberately emphasized this was because little Jing Kong's only shortcoming was that his writing was too slow. Gu Jiao was worried that if the number of questions was too large, he would be anxious. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. "Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. My handwriting is already very fast and very good now." Xiao Lulang looked at his arrogant little face and laughed. "You're so good. What rank do you plan to get?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I'll definitely get the first place." Most of the children who came to take the exam were 6 to 8 years old. Little Jing Kong was the youngest one. If it wasn't for the exam fee being as high as 1 tael of silver, Gu Jiao suspected that they wouldn't even allow such a young child to take the exam. Little Jing Kong took the exam and found his seat. He was the youngest candidate, but he was also the calmest one. The preliminary exam wasn't held in a booth. Instead, dozens of children sat in a large classroom with a large distance between them. When the bell rang, the invigilators in each examination hall began to distribute the exam papers. Little Jing Kong didn't feel any pressure to fill in the first few pages. However, when he reached the last 3 pages, he was dumbfounded. What are all these weird scribbles? They were Qi's folk rhyme, Chen's 5 characters 8 rhyme poems, and Zhao's 7 characters quatrains. They were all questions written in different languages. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who were outside the examination hall, heard the news. When they heard that there was a 3-language exam this year, they felt guilty. They had made a mistake. They forgot to teach little Jing Kong a foreign language. Chapter 130. Strictly speaking, the 2 of them couldn't be blamed for this. The exam papers of the Imperial College were different every year. Only 1 year had a foreign language exam, and that was 10 years ago. That exam paper had been sold out for a long time, so the people in the study room didn't copy it. Therefore, when Xiao Lulang went to the study room to buy the entrance exam papers of the Imperial College over the years, he didn't buy this one. Little Jing Kong was a very smart kid. He could learn everything that was taught to him seriously. If he didn't pass the exam, it would be the fault of the two adults. The examiners did have the intention to make things difficult for the prodigies this time. These prodigies were naturally smarter than ordinary people, so it was inevitable that they would be arrogant and conceited. The examiners wanted to give them a heads up during the exam and break their spirit. When the examiner started to mark the papers as expected, the last 3 questions all failed. None of them got all the questions right. The most impressive one was that he wrote a complete 7-character quatrain from the state of Jianghu, but he got 3 words wrong. The rest of the examinees only wrote a few words. The examiners were very happy. It seemed that this year's prodigies would be obedient in class. However, when they came to the last exam paper, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who was this? What was written all over it? This kid wrote it blindly, right? An examiner asked. Another examiner faintly felt that something was wrong. I think I've seen this kind of writing somewhere before. The two of them invited the most prestigious language teacher of the Imperial College over. After the teacher read it, he couldn't give a definite answer. I have to let my teacher read it. The teacher took little Jing Kong's exam paper to a house in the capital and found an old Sanskrit researcher who was over 70 years old. In the end, more than 10 old Sanskrit researchers concluded that this examinee wrote in Indian. It was said that Indian was a language created by Brahma, the guardian of Buddhism, so it was also called Sanskrit. What did he write? An examiner asked. The teacher said, he wrote a Buddhist sutra. Everyone was speechless. What the fuck? It took them a day to come up with the scripts and 3 days to translate the Buddhist scriptures in little Jing Kong. For the first time, the examiners of the 10,000-year exam were confused by a student. Examiner 1, I can't give marks. Examiner 2, that's right, he didn't answer the questions according to the requirements. Examiner 3, and the words are written in a way that I can't understand. Examiner 4. Is it because he wrote in Sanskrit? Examiner 4 was collectively beaten up. What kind of truth was that? In the end, little Jing Kong entered the Imperial College in 7th place. Little Jing Kong was very upset. For the first time in his life he tasted defeat. He had boasted in front of his bad brother-in-law that he would definitely get 1st place, but in the end he only got 7th place. Little Jing Kong did not even have a good meal. It was rare that Gu Yan did not take the opportunity to ridicule him. He patted his little shoulder and said, All right, you're already better than many kids. When I was your age I couldn't even read a word. Little Jing Kong pondered seriously for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Will I be as stupid as you when I grow up? Wah! Gu Yan was speechless. How could I, a flunky, comfort a straight-A student? On the morning of October 27th, Xiao Lulang also started his entrance exam at the Imperial College. The Imperial College had been suspended for almost 4 years. Most of the original students rushed over to take the exam. There were 3 grades in the Imperial College. After entering the Imperial College, the ranking was not based on age but on grades. Those with poor grades would enter the Justice Hall, Chongji Hall, and Guangye Hall. This was the 1st grade and the semester was 1.5 years. Those with average grades would enter the Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall. This was the 2nd grade and the semester was also 1.5 years. Finally, there was the Easygoing Hall. This was the highest grade in the Imperial College. Unlike the previous 5 halls, which were divided into classes, there was only 1 class in the Easygoing Hall. The probability of a new student entering the Imperial College was not high. Normally, they could only enter the Easygoing Hall after 3 years in the Imperial College. However, this year there was a guaranteed spot in the Easygoing Hall. It was Royal Tutor Zhuang's grandson, Royal Prince, and Royal Princeton was recognized as a young talent. When he was a hostage in the state of Qin, his talent was well known in the 6 states. Logically speaking, such a talented person could be valued by the imperial court without the need for imperial examinations. However, the Zhuang family had an ancestral rule that all descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial examinations. Over the years, the Zhuang family had produced many talents in the imperial examinations. Of course, there were also some who failed the examinations. The Zhuang family was so powerful that it was normal for them to pass the examinations. However, if they failed the examinations, they would be ridiculed by the public. The Zhuang family did not care about the public's comments. They insisted that all the sons of the Zhuang family were sent to the examination. Royal Princeton did not disappoint. During the provincial examination, he was the top scorer in the capital. As everyone knew, the competition in the capital was the fiercest. Top scorer in the capital was also the rarest. Otherwise, the Imperial College would not have made an exception and guaranteed him entry into the easygoing hall. The Imperial College's grading speed was not exaggerated. After the examination on the 27th, the results were released on the morning of the 29th. This year's new students generally performed well. However, some of the older students who had been delayed for a few years due to the closed-door examination were slacking. Studying was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not improve, you would fall behind. However, not all of the older students were like this. The quality of the Imperial College's teaching was unquestionable. As long as they put in some effort, their results would not be too bad. Unsurprisingly, most of the students who entered the easygoing hall were older students. However, when they were sorting out the last set of papers, they found an unfamiliar name. Xiao Lulang? Jing Sai asked. Where did this student come from? Has there ever been a student called Xiao Lulang in the Imperial College? Could it be a new student? Li Sai asked. Jing Sai frowned. How could a new student do so well? This result could be ranked among the top in the easygoing hall. The two Sai officials checked Xiao Luolang's student record and found that he was really a new student. Moreover, he had surpassed the top scorer in the Yuzhou region in the provincial examination. Li Sai smiled. This is the first time a new student has entered the easygoing hall, right? He was inexplicably looking forward to it. Zheng Sai said coldly, Don't forget, Princeton is also a new student. This student called Xiao Lulang was just lucky. The title of the new student king will definitely be Princeton. Li Sai did not dare to refute this. Even though Princeton did not participate in the entrance examination, anyone with a discerning eye could see that his talent was above the older students in the easygoing hall. If he took the exam, would the first place belong to anyone else? Of course, this new student was also dazzling enough. Li Sai kept an eye on him and looked through his student records and information. Then he realized something. He can't be the examinee who wrote in favor of removing the vassals and scolded the emperor so badly, right? At the time, the matter was a bit big. All of the invigilators in Yuzhou were shocked. The main invigilator who was sent to Yuzhou to preside over the provincial examination was Li Sai's good friend. After he returned to the capital, he told Li Sai about the article in private. Li Sai's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Did that student not want to live? He dared to slander the emperor like that? He did not dare to give too high a score for this test. He was afraid that if the emperor wanted to see it, the emperor would be angry and fall ill. However, he could not stop him from doing too well in the first and third tests. Overall, he still had to understand the yuan. Therefore, this was a very strong student. He definitely did not enter the easygoing hall by luck. However, Li Sai could not explain so much to Zheng Sai. The Imperial College's examination did not have a ranking. It only showed the student's class. Xiao Lulang entered the easygoing hall. Feng Lin entered the second grade Sincerity Hall. Lin Qingye also entered Sincerity Hall. The difference was that Feng Lin was in Class A of Sincerity Hall, while Lin Qingye was in Class B. On the other side, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's private school was also settled. It was in the Qinghe Academy near the Imperial College. The procedures were completed and they could enter the school next month. Gu Jiao made a table full of delicious dishes and called Feng Lin and Lin Qingye to the house to celebrate the start of the school year. The capital became cold at the end of October. It was said that the first snow had already fallen on the mountain top of the Hugua Dragon Temple. It would probably snow in the city soon. The silver charcoal that Gu Jiao had stockpiled earlier was put to use. She bought a few hand heaters and put the silver charcoal in them. They could be warm for 2 hours. When they came back at noon, she would replace them with new charcoal. Now the price of charcoal had risen again. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had the foresight to stockpile enough charcoal and save a lot of money for the family. On the first day of school, little Jing Kong wanted to send them to the Jiaojiao. Gu Jiao sent him and Xiao Lulang to the Imperial College. After that, she sent Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan to the Qinghe Academy. When she returned to the house in Baishui Hudong, the old lady had just woken up and was sitting on a rattan chair in the backyard playing with the baby eagle that Gu Changqing sent. This baby eagle was picked up by Gu Changqing at the bottom of the cliff. It should have fallen from the cliff not long after it was born. As for whether it fell on its own or was slapped down by its mother's wings, it was unknown. In short, its mother seemed to have forgotten to pick it up. Even so, it did not accept its fate. It stubbornly struggled to stand up. Its small body seemed to hide a great power. A thin little figure quickly appeared in Gu Changqing's mind. He brought the baby eagle back and brought it to the Hudong. The people in the Hudong knew nothing about the baby eagle's origin. They only thought that it was a gift from his big brother, just as little Jing Kong said. The baby eagle was very fierce. Whoever fed it in the family would be pecked by it. But the old lady had a unique skill. The old lady opened the chicken coop. Little Jinkong's 7 chicks swaggered out. They were very brave chicks. Without any fear, they entered the cage of the young eagles. Then they lined up just like how little Jinkong would usually sneak them out. Each of the chicks took a mouthful of raw meat and fed it to the young eagles. The baby eagle had 7 chicks. It was very obedient and waited to be fed. The old lady looked at it happily. Gu Jiao came over and said, "Great aunt, I'm going to the military camp to give something to second uncle Go Hua." When they left the village, Xuaningxiang asked them to give a letter and a few thick winter clothes to second uncle Go Hua. There was also a protective talisman that Xuaningxiang got from the temple. Gu Jiao also added a jar of pickled vegetables and jerky that she made herself. The old lady nodded, "Go ahead." There were several military camps in the capital. The Gu family was going to Hushan military camp. It was not too far away. If they were fast, they would arrive in half an hour. Gu Jiao hired a carriage. When they arrived at the military camp, the soldiers were training. They could hear the vigorous voices of the soldiers from afar. The carriage stopped outside the military camp. A soldier came over and stopped the carriage. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and said to him, "I'm looking for someone. He's Deputy General who's subordinate. His name is Zhou Erzwang." Go Hua's father was Zhou Dezhuang. The soldier looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and said impatiently, "Visitors are forbidden in the military camp. Leave quickly." Gu Jiao said, "Just for a while." The soldier said coldly, "That's not allowed." Gu Jiao said, "I've brought something for him. I'll leave after giving it to him." The soldier became more and more impatient. "Leave it here. I'll send it to you later." In Zhou Erzwang's letter, he mentioned that some soldiers would embezzle the things that were sent to them. Gu Jiao still wanted to hand it to him personally. "When will they finish training?" "I'll wait for him here." The soldier frowned. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Is the military camp a place where you can stay as you wish? How do I know that you're not a spy?" "I'm not," Gu Jiao said. The soldier shouted, "You think you're not a spy just because you say so? I'll say that you are." "What's going on?" A dignified voice came from the direction of the military camp. The soldier turned to look and immediately bowed respectfully. "Sir Lieutenant, there's a woman here. She said that she's looking for someone from our military camp, but they're training now. I told her to go back first. I'll send the things in later." The sir walked out of the military camp and came to the two of them. The soldier bowed even lower. The sir's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. "It's you?" Gu Jiao nodded. "It's me." The soldier was stunned. "You two know each other?" No matter how he looked at it, this little girl didn't look like she came from a good family. How did she know the sir? And when the sir spoke to her, he didn't seem as scary as usual. What happened to the iron-faced Yama? Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao. "You know someone in the military camp?" Gu Jiao nodded again. "Yes, we're from the same village. His family is next door to me. His family asked me to bring him something." Gu Changqing asked, "What's his name? Who's his subordinate?" Gu Jiao said, "Zhou Erzwang. He's Deputy General who's subordinate." Gu Changqing said, "You came at a bad time. Deputy General who has just been transferred to the Qishan military camp. The Qishan military camp is very far from here. If you go there now, you won't be able to come back at night. Give me the things and I'll bring them over for you tomorrow." "Thank you." Gu Jiao moved the things down. The soldier was dumbfounded. What was this little girl's background? How could she make the sir personally run errands for her? Gu Changqing looked at the soldier. "Don't you know that Deputy General who is no longer in the military camp?" The soldier choked. I. Gu Changqing's gaze was like a knife. "You knew but you didn't tell her. You even let her leave the things here. I think you want to pocket it for yourself." The soldier's legs went soft. "I don't dare." Gu Changqing said coldly, "So you don't know? As a sentry you don't even know that there's such a big transfer in the military camp. That's dereliction of duty. Sir, please have mercy." The soldier fell to his knees. If Gu Changqing had mercy, he wouldn't be the iron-faced king of hell. The soldier was finally dragged away and punished with 100 canes. He almost lost half his life. Gu Changqing wasn't helping Gu Jiao vent her anger. He had always been very strict with his subordinates. Gu Jiao handed the things to Gu Changqing and went back in the carriage. Before she left, Gu Jiao asked him to tell Zhou Erzwang her address. If anything happened to Zhou Erzwang, he could go to her home to find her. Chapter 131. On the first day of school, Gu Jiao was actually a little worried about Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was too young. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment and a group of prodigies whose intelligence was not inferior to his, Gu Jiao was not sure what kind of reaction he would have in the elementary school. Xiao Lulang was being watched by someone. She was not sure if the other party would do something to make things difficult for Xiao Lulang in the Imperial College. Unexpectedly, after a day, little Jing Kong and Xiao Lulang were fine. Instead, it was Gu Yan's side that was in trouble. The cause of the incident was when Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan entered the school. The two had the same foundation and were assigned to the same class. Jianghu Academy was an academy with excellent teachers. Thus, many young masters from aristocratic families would come here to study. Among them were the two young masters of Marquis Ding and Fu, Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin. Jianghu Academy originally had many students from the Imperial College. When the Imperial College reopened, everyone returned to the Imperial College. Jianghu Academy suddenly had many empty spots. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin both transferred over. However, the two were older than Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. They also studied more than the two, so they were assigned to another class. The two classes happened to face each other. There was a small garden in between. Gu Qinglin was waiting for his second brother in the garden. Coincidentally, Gu Yan walked past him with a bag of books in his arms. Gu Qinglin glanced at Gu Yan and felt that he looked familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then he heard someone call him, Gu Yan. Gu Qinglin's expression immediately changed. Gu Yan, Gu Yan. Wasn't that sickly younger brother called Gu Yan? No wonder he looked so familiar. He looked like their father. Gu Qinglin knew that Yao Shi's twins had also come to the capital. However, they had not returned to the manor and were being raised outside. He did not expect to run into them so quickly. Strange, didn't the imperial physician say that this sickly child wouldn't live past 15? She was already 15 years old, so how could she still be so lively? Gu Qinglin walked over with a whoosh and blocked Gu Yan's path. Your name is Gu Yan? Gu Yan was only 4 years old when he left the capital. He had long forgotten what his family looked like, so he did not recognize Gu Qinglin. However, this did not prevent Gu Yan from sensing Gu Qinglin's ill intentions. Gu Yan frowned slightly. Who are you? Gu Qinglin rudely poked Gu Yan's shoulder with his finger and rudely said, Boy, I'm asking you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Is your name Gu Yan? Gu Yan was not intimidated by his imposing manner. He looked at him fearlessly. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? What does it have to do with you? This calm appearance made Gu Qinglin very unhappy. Gu Qinglin originally planned to teach him a lesson if he was his sickly younger brother. If he wasn't, then he would let him go. But now Gu Qinglin changed his mind. This boy was actually not afraid of him and was even glaring at him. Very good, if he did not teach him a lesson he would not know who he was. When Gu Xiaoshan returned to the classroom after collecting his and Gu Yan's books, he found that Gu Yan had disappeared. He went to the latrine to look for Gu Yan but did not see any trace of him. Gu Xiaoshan wanted to ask his classmates, but they all entered the school on the same day and did not know each other. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head. Could it be that he went back first? That's impossible. He said he would wait for me. Gu Xiaoshan thought of Gu Yan's heart disease. He secretly guessed that Gu Yan might have fainted somewhere because of his heart disease. Hey, I just saw your brother go to the back door. Gu Xiaoshan was anxious and angry. A shabbily dressed scholar cautiously stopped him. The scholar did not dare to say that Gu Yan was taken away by the nobleman from the opposite class. He was afraid of getting into trouble. He only reminded him, hurry up and look for him. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Hey, thank you, brother. Gu Xiaoshan did not think much. He patted the scholar's shoulder and strode to the back door of the academy. At this time, Gu Yan had already been dragged into the woodshed at the back door of the academy by Gu Qinglin and a few of his bad friends. No one usually came to this woodshed. Gu Qinglin had people tie Gu Yan up and gagged him with a cloth. He locked him in the dark woodshed. Gu Yan was locked in a small dark room by his own brother. The fear of childhood welled up in his heart. When he was 4 years old, he was also locked in a dark and narrow room. He cried and screamed at the top of his lungs. In the end, he could not even cry. That kind of fear and despair was something that he could not forget no matter how many years passed. Gu Yan fell on the dirty and cold floor. He only felt that there was an invisible hand in the darkness pressing down on his chest. He began to gasp for breath. The secret guard that the old Marquis gave him was sent to do something else. He was not by his side. If not, Gu Changqing would have guessed his identity from the old Marquis' secret guard. Gu Qinglin and the others had already left. It was as if no one had ever come here. Gu Yin let out a desperate cry. Unfortunately, no one could hear his voice. Gu Xiaoshan was anxious and angry. Oh, where did Gu Yin go? Gu Yin. Gu Yin. Gu Yin heard Gu Xiaoshuan's cry. He struggled, but he could not let Gu Xiaoshan hear him. Gu Xiaoshuan's voice was further away. Gu Yin was desperate. He struggled on the ground trying to move to the door. But his heart suddenly hurt violently. His heart disease was acting up. He had the medicine that his sister gave him, but he could not get it. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage. She suddenly felt her heart hurt. Please hurry up, she urged the coachman. The driver sped up. But the thing that Gu Jiao did not want to see the most happened. The crown princess is out. Everyone please leave. The entire street was filled with imperial guards who were holding wooden boards to avoid the carriage. The carriage's path was immediately blocked. Gu Yin felt like he was going to die. He lay on his side on the ground. His hands and feet were tied. He struggled until he lost all his strength. He looked fearfully into the darkness and choked. Sister, I'm in so much pain. On the way back to the classroom, one of Gu Qinglin's friends asked, Second young Master Gu, will something happen to that boy? Gu Qinglin did not care and said, What can happen? Can't you see that he's alive and kicking? I'm just locking him up for a few hours to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to glare at me the next time he sees me. That's true. The few of them laughed as they escorted Gu Qinglin back to the classroom. Gu Yan's breath became weaker and weaker. He could not even feel the pain anymore. He knew that he could not fall asleep. Otherwise he might never wake up again. But he was too tired. He could not hold on any longer. Clang! Before he lost his last bit of consciousness, the door was kicked open. A glaring light suddenly shone in. Gu Yin opened his eyes and saw a tall and powerful man. He stood in front of him against the light like a god. Gu Changqing broke the ropes that tied his hands and feet with his bare hands. He bent down and carried him out of the room. Gu Yin leaned into the other person's arms. He was a little dazed. He grabbed the other person's clothes as if he was grabbing onto his last life-saving straw. He opened his mouth. Gu Changqing lowered his head. What did you say? Gu Yin said weakly, Medicine. Gu Changqing put Gu Yin down and began to look for medicine on him. After a while he found a small porcelain bottle. He poured out 2 pills and fed them into Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Changqing took off the water pouch from the saddle and fed Gu Yin some water. Gu Yan's face was not so pale. His heart did not hurt as much, but he was still very weak. He did not even have the strength to speak. Gu Yin recognized him. He raised his hand and grabbed his clothes. He only used 2 thin fingers to grab a little, like a weak and wronged cat. Gu Changqing sighed helplessly, I'll take you home first. Gu Changqing happened to pass by and heard a weak whimper. At first he thought it was a cat. Later he felt that something was wrong, so he jumped over the wall and came to the woodshed. He was a martial artist. His hearing was excellent. If it were someone else, they would not have been able to hear Gu Yan's movements. Gu Yin sat on Gu Changqing's horse again. Last time he still had the strength to keep a distance from him. This time it was all over. He was like a snail without a shell. He leaned weakly on Gu Changqing's chest. Gu Yin still felt that his chest was very hard. But it was also very warm. Gu Yin suddenly felt a trace of stability and peace of mind. This was the first time Gu Yin had this kind of feeling from someone other than Gu Jiao. Gu Yin did not have the strength. To prevent him from falling, Gu Changqing held the reins with one hand and held his waist with the other. The strength in his arms was different from that of Jiao Jiao. It was the masculine strength that only belonged to men. When Gu Changqing sent Gu Yin home, Gu Yin was already asleep. Gu Jiao just arrived at the door and bumped into the two. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yin. Her eyes suddenly became cold. Gu Yan's breath had stabilized. But his clothes were dirty and his face was scratched. It was obvious that something bad had happened. Gu Changqing said, I found him in the academy's woodshed. You can ask him the details when he wakes up. Gu Jiao took Gu Yin and thanked Gu Changqing. Thank you. Gu Changqing sat on the horse and said expressionlessly, You also saved me. We're even. Gu Jiao did not say anything. She carried the sleeping Gu Yin back to the house. When old Madame Fu saw her baby Yen in this state, she was so angry that her hair stood on end. Which bastard did this? She had never guessed that it was Gu Yin who had fallen down by herself. Gu Yin was not so careless. Moreover, there would not be bruises on his wrists from falling. Gu Jiao took out her stethoscope and listened to Gu Yan's heartbeat. Then she found Gu Yan's small medicine bottle. She put 2 emergency pills in it, just enough for 1 dose. Now that the medicine was gone, it meant that his heart disease had acted up. Fortunately, he took the medicine in time. Otherwise, he would be looking at a cold corpse now. Gu Xiaoshen did not find Gu Yan in the academy. He asked for leave from the headmaster and ran home to look for Gu Yan, only to find that Gu Yan was injured. How did this happen? He asked. I just went to get a book. Gu Jiao said, go back to the academy for class first and ask for leave for Gu Yan. Gu Xiaoshen did not dare to disobey his sister. He went back to the academy. Gu Jiao did not go anywhere. She sat by the bed and waited for Gu Yan to wake up. Who did this? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Yan lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. Gu Jiao was his sister, so she could empathize with his emotions. You know each other? An acquaintance? Gu Yan's eyes dimmed. Not just an acquaintance. It was someone who was related to him by blood. Gu Yan did not recognize Gu Qinglin at first, but when he was locked in the small dark room, a familiar feeling of fear came to his heart. Gu Qinglin locked him up like this when he was young. He also heard the people outside call him, Second Young Master Gu. He was almost certain that he was Gu Qinglin. However, Gu Qinglin was in a good mood after teaching Gu Yan a lesson. He was even more energetic in class. On the way back to the residence, Gu Qinglin and his second brother, Gu Qingfeng, talked about Gu Yan. What did you say? Madame Yao's son is also in our academy? Gu Qingfeng was very surprised. It should be him. Gu Qinglin said. Gu Qingfeng frowned. What do you mean by should be? Yes means yes, no means no. Gu Qinglin thought for a moment and said, isn't that sickly child not going to live past 15? He's already 15. Even if he doesn't die, he should be dying soon. But that Gu Yan doesn't look like he's dying. Gu Qingfeng said, maybe it's someone with the same name. Then why did you lock him up? Gu Qinglin snorted coldly. Who told him to glare at me? Gu Qingfeng didn't know what to say. Gu Qinglin chuckled. Second brother, do you hope that he's that sickly child, or do you hope that he's not? Gu Qingfeng said, is it up to me to hope? If he's that sickly child, you'll kill him by locking him up like this. Gu Qingfeng felt guilty. That can't be. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him. Don't you remember when you locked him up when he was young? He almost died? Father was so angry that big brother and I got beaten up together with you. Gu Qinglin pursed his lips. You say it like you didn't beat him up. When Gu Yan was still living in the residence, Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin were the main forces who bullied Gu Yan. Although Gu Changqing also hated Gu Yan, he didn't bully people younger than him. He usually targeted Madame Yao directly. Chapter 132. Gu Qinglin wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't dare to really kill him. He hurriedly asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the academy, and sneaked into the woodshed from the back door to take a look. There were signs of a struggle in the woodshed, and there were even a few drops of blood on the ground. The rope was broken and it didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, but more like it was torn apart by someone. Gu Qinglin held the rope and said to Gu Qingfeng, Second brother, look, that kid still has the strength to break the rope. I told you he's fine. Gu Qingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. It's best that he didn't die. Whether he's that Gu Yan or not, don't casually find trouble with him in the future. You're not a child anymore, don't be as willful as before. If big brother finds out, he'll punish you again. I know, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who dares to tell big brother? Does he dare? Gu Qinglin glared at the coachman. The coachman hurriedly lowered his head. I don't dare. Gu Qinglin smiled proudly. All right, second brother, let's go back. Don't let it slip. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and sighed, and sat on the carriage back to the residence with his younger brother. The two of them thought that this matter was over, but early the next morning, Gu Qinglin felt a chill on the back of his head. He choked on cold water and even fell while walking. He said sullenly, what luck. The two of them entered the academy together. Gu Qingfeng was slightly more studious than Gu Qinglin, and went to the teacher to hand in his homework first. Gu Qinglin looked like he was idle and couldn't sit still as if there were nails on the stool. He went to the latrine. Just as he walked to the latrine, one of his friends from yesterday came over. That person's face was still injured and his eyes were full of fear. Third young Master Gu, someone is looking for you. Who's looking for me? Gu Qinglin glanced at him. Did you fight with someone? That person smiled awkwardly. It's good that it was a fight. He was simply being pushed to the ground and rubbed against by someone. Gu Qinglin relied on his awe-inspiring elder brother to do whatever he wanted in all the major academies. No one dared to provoke him, so he naturally did not think that fighting with others was scary. At most, he would call a few more people and beat the other party up. Gu Qinglin wanted to see who was so arrogant as to trouble him to meet him personally. That person brought Gu Qinglin to the woodshed where they had locked up Gu Yan yesterday. Outside the woodshed, there were already people kneeling on the ground. They were all Gu Qinglin's friends who had been at the crime scene yesterday. Everyone stared at the bird's nest head with a swollen nose and swollen face. His head was crooked and his mouth was slanted. His whole body trembled. Gu Qinglin's first reaction was confusion. His second reaction was anger. These were all his people. It didn't matter if he hit them, but if others hit them, it meant that they didn't give him Gu Qinglin face. Who did it? He roared. Everyone wanted to say something but stopped. They looked at him sympathetically and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Although they usually called each other brothers and went through fire and water together, that was under the premise that their lives were not in danger. Now that their lives were about to be lost, third young Master Gu, you're on your own now. Gu Qinglin rolled up his sleeves and said arrogantly, which coward is it? You don't have the guts to come out and see me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a white hand reached out from the woodshed and grabbed Gu Qinglin's collar. She dragged him in without any hesitation. Gu Qinglin didn't even have time to scream before he heard the door close with a bang. You know that I'm you're if you hit me again, I'll Wu. Gu Qinglin's initial clamor gradually turned into a whimper for mercy. However, no matter how much he begged, Gu Jiao did not let him go. When Gu Yan was so helpless, did this guy let Gu Yan go? Gu Yan, who didn't cause any trouble, was bullied by him. How could he, who had no reason to cause trouble, be let off? Gu Qinglin was beaten until he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The group of scoundrels outside could feel the pain just by hearing it. They originally thought that they were pitiful, but after seeing what happened to Gu Qinglin, they realized that the girl had gone easy on them. Why aren't you calling for help? Gu Qinglin roared. Calling for help? Who would dare? This girl could smash their heads with one punch. Gu Jiao beat Gu Qinglin until he couldn't even recognize his own father. Then she lifted his chin with a cold stick, forcing him to look into her cold eyes in the dark. In the future, do you still dare to touch my little brother? What little brother? Gu Qinglin's brain was about to explode. It took him a while to realize who Gu Jiao was referring to. His hair stood on end. You're that guy's sister? His name was also Gu Yan, and he also had an older sister. This time he couldn't be mistaken, right? That guy was the bastard child of his father in the Yao family. This detestable brat was also the same. My little brother almost died. You'd better experience it for yourself. Gu Jiao pressed the wooden stick against his throat. He was pressed down until he couldn't breathe. I didn't want to kill him. Gu Qinglin swore that he only wanted to teach Gu Yan a lesson. Who knew that he really almost died? Gu Jiao didn't care about this. Her little brother almost died, so he also wanted to go to hell. Gu Qinglin didn't go to the classroom after class. Gu Qingfeng searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. He thought of the small woodshed where Gu Qinglin locked up Gu Yan and ran there to take a look. Sure enough, he found Gu Qinglin tied up and covered in bruises. Third brother. Third brother. Third brother. Gu Qinglin's dull eyes finally focused. He hugged Gu Qingfeng. Second brother. Second brother. Second brother. His whole body trembled so much that it scared Gu Qingfeng. What happened to you? Who dares to bully you? Consort Shu was their aunt, the fifth prince was their cousin, and they even had an iron-faced Yama who was a commandant in the military camp. Just based on this identity, no one dared to bully them in a small place like Qinghe Academy. But the scene in front of him was all real. Gu Qingfeng had never seen Gu Qinglin so scared. Gu Qinglin trembled for a long time before he found his voice again. That bastard. He's Gu Yan. He actually dared to let people beat me. I want to go back and tell Big Brother. Let Big Brother teach him a lesson. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. He has the guts. But you were the one who locked him up first. Even if you tell Big Brother may not stand up for you. Gu Qinglin felt wronged. What's wrong with me locking him up? He's the son of that vixen. He deserves to be locked up. And I only locked him up. I didn't beat him up. Look at how his sister beat me up. Gu Qingfeng looked at his little brother carefully. He was really pitiful. His sister. The girl who grew up in the countryside? Other than her, does he have another sister? The light in the small woodshed was too dim. Gu Qinglin actually didn't see Gu Jiao's face clearly, but he heard that Gu Jiao's voice was very young, about the same age as Gu Jinyu. She should be Gu Yan's twin sister. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Wasn't there a rumor in the manor that the girl grew up in the countryside, was timid and afraid of trouble, and didn't even dare to return to the manor? She actually had the guts to beat Gu Qingfeng up? Doesn't she know who you are? Gu Qingfeng asked. How would I know if she knows? Gu Qinglin was beaten black and blue. How could he remember to ask her? What about your friends? Gu Qingfeng asked again. Gu Qinglin choked. Second brother, don't mention them. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even beat a country girl. Gu Qingfeng gasped. He knew his younger brother's bad friends. A few of them had some skills. How could they lose to a girl? No matter what, the other party must have beaten Gu Qinglin until he was scared. Otherwise, Gu Qinglin wouldn't really think of using his elder brother to support him. Gu Qingfeng also felt that the other party had gone too far. If she really wanted to get back at him, she could have just locked Gu Qinglin up. Why did she have to hurt him? Gu Qingfeng thought for a while and said, but if my elder brother knows that you locked someone else up first, he will definitely punish you first. Gu Qinglin clenched his fists. Let me think about how to tell my elder brother. He was scared of being beaten up by that girl. If his elder brother didn't stand up for him, he was afraid that he wouldn't dare to go to Qinghe Academy for the rest of his life. Gu Changqing still didn't know that his younger brother had made up his mind to sue Gu Yan. He went to the Mao Qi barracks during the day and delivered the things that Gu Jiao gave him to Zhou Erzwang. He wasn't from the Mao Qi barracks and had little contact with them. Everyone was puzzled as to why he came. When they found out that he was delivering things to a small squad leader, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Deputy General Hu called Zhou Erzwang to his tent. How do you know Gu? Zhou Erzwang expressed that he didn't know him. Deputy General Hu frowned. You don't know what he gave you personally? Do you know how long it takes to come here from the Mao Qi barracks? Zhou Erzwang was confused. I really don't know him. Deputy General Hu saw that Zhou Erzwang didn't seem to be lying, but Gu wouldn't run errands for a small squad leader for no reason. If Zhou Erzwang didn't have a background, then the person who asked Gu to run errands had a background. Zhou Erzwang suddenly said, oh, my neighbor in the countryside is quite good at studying. This time, he passed the autumn imperial examination and came to the imperial college to study. My sister-in-law asked them to deliver the things to me. So, that student from the imperial college got to know Gu? Although Deputy General whose official position was higher than that of a military officer, he was already 40 years old. How old was Gu Changqing? Moreover, what was his background? What was Gu Changqing's background? Deputy General Hu cleared his throat and said to Zhou Erzwang, in a few days we will be selecting a squad leader. Do your best. This meant that he was going to promote Zhou Erzwang. Zhou Erzwang's name sounded stupid, but he wasn't stupid. He understood tacitly and said, rest assured, General Hu. I will do my best. Okay, you can go now. After Gu Changqing left the barracks, he rushed back without stopping. When he passed by Chang and Main Street, he subconsciously slowed down. In the past he would take another alley, but today he took by Shui Alley. The sky was already dark and the autumn wind was bleak. Every family hung up lanterns. Gu Jiao was busy cooking in the kitchen, and Xiao Lulang was in the study correcting little Jing Kong's homework. Because of his failure in the exam, little Jing Kong's daily schedule after school was not only added writing practice, but also learning 6 languages. Today he learned a nursery rhyme from the Qin state. Xiao Lulang picked out the key words in the rhyme and asked little Jing Kong to write down each word from memory 10 times. Little Jing Kong went to the yard to practice after he finished writing, leaving teacher Xiao alone to correct his homework. Little Jing Kong's small body was curled up on a tree. His hands were holding his feet behind him. This movement was very difficult, but little Jing Kong was obviously used to this kind of discomfort. Gu Xiaoshen was carving wood at the side, and Gu Yan was lying on a rattan chair to recuperate. He was still very weak and his face was pale. In fact, Gu Changqing had already noticed something wrong when he gave him the medicine. He might have some kind of hidden disease. Although he looked no different from a normal person, once he got sick he might die. So if he had come a little later yesterday, the other party would have. Gu Changqing frowned. He could not figure out who on earth was, and what kind of deep hatred did they have to tie up a weak young man and put him in the woodshed. Gu Changqing did not disturb anyone in the house, and left silently for the Lord Protector's mansion. Gu Qinglin's servant had been waiting for him at the gate of his yard. Seeing him come back, the servant rushed to him. Prince? Oh no. Third young master has been bullied. Please go and see third young master. Gu Changfeng went to Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng's yard. Gu Qinglin lay on the bed. He had purposely not allowed the manners doctor to treat his injuries so that he could show his miserable state in front of his eldest brother. Gu Changqing looked at his miserable brother and his face turned cold. "What trouble did you get into this time?" Gu Qinglin cried, "I didn't get into trouble this time. I just transferred to another school 2 days ago. What trouble can I get into, brother? Am I that immature in your eyes?" Gu Changqing was not moved at all. "If you didn't get into trouble, why did he beat you?" "How would I know?" Gu Qinglin had already made up his mind to insist that he was innocent, and that he did not even touch a finger of the other party. He was not afraid that his brother would investigate because once his brother found out that the other party was Gu Yin, he would say that Gu Yin must have found someone to beat him up because of what happened when they were young. This reason was simply too flawless. "Where did he beat you up?" Gu Changqing asked. This could be said truthfully. Half-truths and half-lies would make it easier to convince people. Gu Qinglin choked. "The woodshed of the academy? If you don't believe me, you can go to the woodshed. There are marks all over the ground." When he heard the woodshed, Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold. Chapter 133. Gu Changqing hoped that it wasn't what he thought. "Did she not only beat you but also tied you up and locked you in the firewood room, not letting you out?" Gu Qinglin was startled. "Big brother, how did you know?" Gu Changqing clenched his fists. He suppressed his boiling anger and asked, "Was the one who beat you a little girl?" Gu Qinglin was even more dumbfounded. No way his big brother was so amazing? He could even tell that the injuries on his body were caused by a woman? At this point, what didn't Gu Changqing understand? He had guessed correctly. It was this brat who had bullied the other person's little brother first, so the other person had come to return the favor. And this brat still dared to shamelessly say that he was innocent. "How did the Marquis estate raise a piece of trash like you?" Gu Changqing finished speaking and casually tidied him up. Gu Qinglin was simply dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he get beaten again? Gu Qinglin, who had been beaten up, didn't realize that he had been exposed. He continued to act. "Big brother, what are you doing? I was beaten because I didn't have the ability. But who told grandfather to only teach you martial arts and not me and second brother? Otherwise I could beat them back myself. Why would I look for you?" Speaking of this, Gu Changqing was even angrier. Was it because grandfather didn't teach them martial arts? It was because they couldn't endure that hardship. In the past, Gu Changqing also felt that grandfather's requirements were too strict. He could do it because he had no other choice. He was the eldest grandson of the Marquis estate. He shouldered the fate of the Marquis estate. His 2 little brothers didn't have to work so hard. But today he saw that child in the courtyard. He was only 3 or 4 years old, but he trained harder than he did when he was young. That child didn't make a sound. No one even forced him. With this comparison, Gu Changqing felt that he really was someone else's little brother. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Qinglin, his last trace of sympathy gone. "Go kneel in the study." Gu Qinglin suspected that he had misheard. "Big brother, what did you say?" Gu Changqing said coldly, "I told you to kneel in the study room." Gu Qinglin exploded. "Why do you want me to kneel? I've already been beaten up to this extent and you're still punishing me? Are you really my big brother?" Gu Changqing looked at his younger brother who not only did not repent, but also spoke arrogantly. For a moment, anger rose in his heart. When her mother passed away, her 2 younger brothers were still very young. Because they pitted them, the whole residence spoiled them, especially Gu Qinglin, who was almost spoiled beyond recognition. Over the past few years, Gu Qingfeng had slowly restrained himself. Only Gu Qinglin was still as naughty and mischievous as when he was a child. However, he was no longer a real child and no one would easily forgive him for his mistakes. "It's because I'm your big brother that I have to discipline you. Do you want to go to the study yourself or do you want me to drag you to the study?" "You." Gu Qingfeng had been eavesdropping outside for a while. Seeing that his big brother was about to get serious, he hurriedly walked in. "Big brother, third brother, stop arguing." When Gu Qinglin saw Gu Qingfeng, he suddenly felt wronged. Of his 2 brothers, it was obvious that his second brother was closer to him. Big brother always had endless books to study and endless martial arts to practice. Only his second brother was truly by his side. He said, "Second brother, be the judge. Big brother wants to punish me." Gu Qingfeng whispered, "Don't talk so much." When big brother was punishing third brother, he had already guessed what big brother had guessed. He had long felt that this method was not reliable. If big brother was so easy to fool, he would not have earned the title of Iron Face King of Hell in the military camp. Gu Qingfeng desperately tried to signal third brother with his eyes. However, Gu Qinglin was in a fit of anger and could not see anything. Big brother, you're punishing me for a wild brat. You'll regret it. What are you going to say? Do you know who he is? The last sentence was covered by Gu Qingfeng's hand in time, and he could not say the correct pronunciation. Gu Qingfeng was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Was third brother planning to expose Gu Yan's identity? If he told big brother that he had already recognized that brat as Gu Yan, it would be no different from proving that he was the one who started it. Moreover, the whole family knew that Gu Yan had a heart condition. Wasn't locking him up in a small dark room the same as asking for his life? This wasn't bullying, this was murder. Even if Gu Qinglin did not want to kill at that time, could Gu Qinglin explain himself clearly? Would big brother believe him? Big brother punishing you is for your own good. Look at you, you caused trouble and still came home to speak rudely to big brother. Gu Qingfeng glared at Gu Qinglin, giving him 10,000 signals with his eyes. Gu Qinglin understood this time and did not say anything. Gu Qingfeng secretly sighed and said to Gu Changqing, Big brother, third brother did cause trouble and deserves to be punished. However, look at how badly he is injured. He has already been taught a lesson. If he is punished to kneel again, he won't be able to take it. Let him recover first. Big brother was strict, but he still loved third brother very much. Gu Qingfeng secretly made a reassuring gesture to Gu Qinglin. Unexpectedly, before he could finish the gesture, a quarrel broke out outside the courtyard. A manservant rushed in with a hurried expression. Third young master. Not good. Madam is here. She wants to see you. We can't stop her anymore. Gu Changqing's impression of Madame Yao was correct. Madame Yao had always been a weak woman, but now, the servants in the courtyard could not stop her. It was as if she had gone crazy and barged in. She arrived in front of Gu Qinglin's bed and ignored Gu Qingfeng and Gu Changqing in the room. She raised her hand and gave Gu Qinglin a resounding slap. Gu Qinglin was stunned by the slap. This was much more shocking than being beaten by Gu Jiao. His understanding of Gu Jiao was limited to the rumors of the servants. In the end, he had no idea what kind of person Gu Jiao was. But he understood Madame Yao too well. Madame Yao was easy to bully. Otherwise, she would not have brought Gu Yan to live in the farmstead. Don't talk about hitting him, Madame Yao did not even dare to scold him. Gu Qinglin stared at Madame Yao in disbelief. Madame Yao's eyes were too frightening. It was as if she wanted to skin Gu Qinglin alive. Gu Qinglin actually felt a trace of fear. Gu Changqing's shock was no less than his two younger brothers. He had seen Madame Yao smile like a child and now he saw Madame Yao. He suddenly felt that he had never truly understood this stepmother of his. Why did you hit him? Gu Changqing asked. Madame Yao sneered, her eyes filled with tears. Why did I hit him? As the big brother, do you not know? It doesn't matter how you target me, but why did you bully my Yan? It wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy for him to live until today. Madame Yao had just gone to her daughter's place and found out that her son had been bullied. Neither of them were willing to tell her. She secretly asked Gu Shaoshun and begged Gu Shaoshun before Gu Shaoshun told her. Gu Shaoshun actually did not know much. He did not know who had saved Gu Yan. He only knew that Gu Yan had been in danger at the time and had almost lost his life. It had been done by someone called Gu Qinglin. Gu Jiao had also asked him what Gu Qinglin looked like and which class he was from. Madame Yao's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She could not imagine her own son being tied up and locked in the woodshed, struggling until his hands were covered in blood. She was a mother. Her heart would hurt. Madame Yao's tears fell down in large droplets. You don't have to acknowledge him as your younger brother. You can just treat him as a completely unrelated stranger. He has his older sister. He will not come back to fight with you. He is already hidden so far away. Why can't you let him go? Towards the end, Madame Yao was practically shouting herself hoarse. When you bullied him when he was young, I took into account that you were children. But you are not children now. Why do you still treat him like you did in the past? Don't you know that he has a heart condition? Must you kill him before you are willing to let him go? Why? Just because you hate me? What did I do wrong? I have never harmed your mother. I have never wanted to take away your father. Your mother's death has nothing to do with me. Why must you place these debts on my head? Madame Yao had never defended herself against the rumors in the outside world. She had always silently endured them. However, today when she learned that her son had almost died at the hands of his half-brother, Madame Yao could no longer control herself. The emotions that she had accumulated over the past 10 years completely exploded at this moment. She no longer had her usual demeanor. She was like a crazy woman who could fight with her life at any moment. In the end, she was just a mother. A mother who had been separated from her daughter for more than 10 years and bitterly held on to this day by her sick son. Nothing could happen to her child. That would be taking her life. If one had to die before she could stop, then she would do it. She would kill Gu Qinglin. She would take him down with her. Madam. Gu Changqing grabbed Madame Yao's wrist and said to Madame Yao, "You're tired? Go back to your courtyard to rest first. I will properly discipline third brother here. Someone come. Send Madame back." He gave the order. The ones that came were not rough grannies but hidden guards. The hidden guard grabbed Madame Yao's arm. "Don't hurt her," Gu Changqing said. "Yes." The hidden guard complied. No matter how irrational Madame Yao was, she knew that she could not beat a hidden guard. She turned around in a daze and allowed the hidden guard to take her soulless body out. Gu Changqing put away the dagger that he had taken out from Madame Yao's sleeve. He turned his head and coldly looked at Gu Qinglin. Gu Qinglin's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother, listen to my explanation. I recognized him, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to kill him. I thought it wasn't him." Gu Qingfeng facepalmed. It was over. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He really could not explain it clearly. Chapter 134. Gu Qingfeng wanted to explain for his younger brother, but his elder brother's aura had completely cooled down. He was so scared that he couldn't speak coherently. At this moment he really did blame Yao Shi. Why did her normally bullied appearance suddenly disappear just like that? With her making such a fuss, he couldn't cover up anything. What didn't have became something. "Big brother," Gu Qingfeng began. "You shut up." Gu Changqing coldly shouted and turned to look at Gu Qinglin. "Go to the ancestral hall and kneel for me. Without my orders, you're not allowed to get up." "Big brother." Gu Qinglin's expression changed. Just now he was just telling him to kneel in the study. Now he was going to the ancestral hall? The ancestral hall enshrined the ancestral tablets. Normally, only those who committed unforgivable mistakes would go there as punishment. Gu Qinglin refused. "I'm not going to the ancestral hall. You have to go even if you don't want to." As soon as Gu Changqing's voice fell, he directly grabbed Gu Qinglin's collar. Gu Qinglin had already been beaten up quite badly by Gu Jiao. With his elder brother grabbing him like this, he felt that his neck almost fell off. Gu Changqing threw him into the ancestral hall of the Marquis Fu and left 2 guards to guard. "You're not allowed to give him food or water." Gu Qingfeng grabbed his elder brother's arm. "Big brother, third brother's injuries are not light. Punishing him like this, aren't you afraid that he'll be bitterly disappointed?" Gu Changqing coldly said, "If he's bitterly disappointed, won't others be bitterly disappointed?" Gu Qingfeng argued, "That brat is an outsider. Are you going to punish your own brother for an outsider? Did you forget that before mother died she asked you to take care of me and third brother? You swore in front of mother's bed that you would not allow anyone to bully us. But look, what did you do?" Gu Changqing looked at him deeply. "You also go and kneel." Gu Qingfeng was stunned. After Gu Changqing locked his 2 younger brothers in the ancestral hall, he turned around and returned to the courtyard. In the meantime, Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin's manservants came to deliver food to the 2 of them, but they were all stopped by the guards at the door. The servants had no choice but to seek help from Pine Crane Academy. "What did you say? Lin and Feng have been locked up in the ancestral hall?" Old Madame Gu had just asked someone to remove the headband and was about to rest when she heard the news. She quickly asked the servant to comb her hair again. Gu Qinglin's personal servant said with a long face, "That's right, old madam. The 2 young masters have been locked up. Third young master is still injured. I'm afraid he'll lose his life if he's locked up for a night without eating or drinking." Old Madame Gu was furious. She hurriedly asked Nanny Kai, her subordinate, to go to the ancestral hall to bring her out. Not long after, Granny Kai came to report, "Old madam, the 2 guards said that they can't release her without the heir's order." "This is outrageous." Old Madame Gu slammed the table and said to Nanny Kai, "Where is the heir? Call him here." "The heir just went out. He's not in the residence," Nanny Kai said. Old Madame Gu thought of her precious grandson and felt pain and anger in her heart. Among the 3 grandsons, the old duke valued his eldest grandson the most, but old Madame Gu doted on her youngest grandson the most. Gu Qinglin's unruly personality was mostly due to old Madame Gu's indulgence. I'll go there personally. The Duke's residence occupied a large area. It took a quarter of an hour to walk from Pine Crane Academy to the Ancestral Hall. Old Madame Gu couldn't wait to walk there slowly and asked the servants to prepare a slide pole. When she arrived at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall, the two guards on duty bowed to her. Old Madame. Old Madame Gu held Nanny Kai's arm with one hand and pointed at their noses with the other. You still recognize me? I thought you were the ones in charge of the Duke's residence. Hurry up and release second young master and third young master. The two guards didn't move. Old Madame Gu's eyes were like torches. What? Are my words useless now? One of the guards said, This is the heir's order. We dare not disobey. I'm his grandmother. Old Madame Gu was so angry that she leaned back and asked the servant beside her, Where's the Duke? The servant said, The Duke is not in the residence either. Duke Gu had left the imperial court for so long, and his official business had piled up like a mountain. He had been busy dealing with it these few days. Old Madame Gu felt her liver hurt from anger. Then can I go in and see them? The heir had only said that no one was allowed to send food or drinks, but he didn't say that no one was allowed to visit. The two made way for old Madame Gu. Old Madame Gu entered the ancestral hall in a hurry. Gu Chengfeng was kneeling on the mat obediently. Gu Qinglin was too badly injured to kneel. He was half lying on the ground, looking as miserable as one could imagine. Old Madame Gu's heart throbbed in pain. She rushed over and knelt on the mat to hug her precious grandson. Lin, what happened to you? Who hurt you like this? When Gu Qinglin saw old Madame Gu, tears welled up in his eyes. Grandmother, you have to seek justice for your grandson. Gu Qinglin told old Madame Gu about his painful experience. He knew that his grandmother doted on him and believed everything he said. Thus, he spoke without thinking about logic. I didn't touch him at all. He recognized me as his third brother and hated me for bullying him when he was young, so he asked his older sister to beat me up. That girl grew up in the countryside and farmed a lot. She was so strong that she didn't know how to control her strength. I took into account that she was my younger sister, so I didn't hit her. Grandmother, in the end, eldest brother punished me. Eldest brother didn't believe me. Grandmother? Gu Qinglin's tears and snot were all over his face as he cried miserably. Old Madame Gu's heart was broken. She said to the guards outside, If you don't let me take them out today, I'll die here. The guards were in a difficult position. They couldn't disobey the heir's orders, but they couldn't let anything happen to old Madame Gu here. Fortunately, Gu Changqing only went to deal with a small matter and returned home quickly. After hearing the news, he went to the ancestral hall. Old Madame Gu actually valued her eldest grandson, but sure ye needed to maintain the relationship between people. Gu Changqing trained with the old duke all year round and wasn't always by old Madame Gu's side. He didn't act like a spoiled child like his younger brothers, so he wasn't as close to old Madame Gu as his younger brothers were to old Madame Gu. When old Madame Gu thought of how he treated his younger brother so cruelly, she was so angry that she wanted to punish him. Open your eyes and see what you've done to your younger brother. Gu Changqing said seriously, Grandmother, it's cold in the ancestral hall. You'd better go back to Pine Crane Courtyard. Be careful not to catch a cold. Old Madame Gu gritted her teeth. You also know that it's cold in the ancestral hall. Aren't you afraid that your brother will catch a cold? Look at how badly he's injured. Instead of taking revenge for him, you're punishing him? What kind of elder brother are you? Gu Changqing glanced at Gu Qinglin coldly. Gu Qinglin lowered his head guiltily, not daring to meet his elder brother's sharp gaze. Old Madame Gu said coldly, Why are you glaring at him? Come at me if you dare. Gu Changqing said calmly, He has committed a crime and he knows it clearly. Old Madame Gu said angrily, What did he do? With old Madame Gu backing him up, Gu Qinglin became bolder. Yes, elder brother. I already said that I didn't do anything. Why don't you believe me? Gu Changqing's gaze was cold. Gu Yan almost lost his life. Old Madame Gu was unhappy. Yao said that her son almost lost his life. Did he really almost lose his life? You don't believe your brother, but you believe an outsider? I was the one who saved him. I was the one who fed him the medicine. I saw him almost die in front of me with my own eyes. Gu Changqing didn't say these words. Because even if he said it, they would think that Gu Yan was injured. Could it be that Gu Qinglin did it? As the elder brother, you saw Gu Qinglin kidnap Gu Yan with your own eyes. Who knew who he had offended outside and was so narrow-minded that they blamed it on Gu Qinglin? Gu Changqing wasn't siding with Gu Yan. The whole thing didn't have much to do with whether the other party was Gu Yan or not. What was important was Gu Qinglin's character. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu Changqing wouldn't have believed that his own brother had become so crooked. Gu Changqing refused to let him go no matter what. Old Madame Gu was so angry that she asked him to kneel in front of the ancestral tablets to receive his punishment. Gu Changqing didn't even make a sound when she hit him with the ruler. Are you letting your brother out or not? No. Old Madame Gu was so angry that her hand trembled and the ruler hit Gu Changqing's face. Old Madame Gu was stunned. Grandmother. Don't hit him. Gu Qingfeng hugged Old Madame Gu's arm. At this time, concubine Ling also arrived. She persuaded Old Madame Gu to go back. Okay, I won't let anyone send food to Lin but I have to let the mansion doctor treat his injury so that he can kneel obediently. Concubine Ling was a very smart woman. She could always find a way to make both sides compromise. Gu Changqing didn't say anything and returned to his courtyard. Call the mansion doctor. Concubine Ling ordered. Yes. The servant girl answered. The servant girl went to call the mansion doctor while concubine Ling went to Gu Changqing's courtyard. I saw that your face was injured, so I brought you some medicine. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Gu Changqing's servant was already applying medicine for him. She smiled, walked over and said, This doesn't look like the medicine in our mansion. Is it a new medicine from the military camp? Gu Changqing paused. No, it's from the doctor outside. How can you use medicine from outside casually? Just use the one in the mansion. Concubine Ling handed over the medicine in her hand. Gu Changqing said lightly, No, this is very good. Concubine Ling was stunned and took back the medicine with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. She paused and then said, Changqing, this is a matter between you two brothers. Logically speaking, as a concubine, I should not interfere. However, Qinglin is your younger brother. No matter how many mistakes he has made, you should not convict him based on the madam's one-sided words. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but doing so will make Qinglin think that you're partial to madam and don't love him anymore. Gu Changqing said, If being fair once is considered partial to others, then what is my indulgence for him in the past? Concubine Ling was speechless. After a while she said, But he's your brother. You should love him more. Gu Changqing didn't continue this topic. Instead he changed the topic. Concubine, was my mother really killed by Yao Shi? Concubine Ling looked at him strangely. Why are you suddenly asking this? Gu Changqing said thoughtfully, There's always been a rumor in the mansion that Yao Shi killed my mother. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. There's no evidence. Just listen to it. Don't take it to heart. Gu Changqing said, I have evidence. It's because I have evidence that I've believed it for so many years. What evidence? Concubine Ling asked. Gu Changqing said, When my mother was sick, someone wrote a letter to my father. It was basically expressing their feelings to my father and asking him when he would marry her. That letter fell into my mother's hands. My mother's illness worsened. Concubine Ling's face was shocked. I didn't think that something like this would happen to Jiejia. Gu Changqing recalled. Yao Shi was my mother's good friend. During that time she frequently went in and out of the mansion. Someone saw Yao Shi secretly put the letter in my father's study. A few days later, my mother called Yao Shi and openly asked her if she wanted to be my father's second wife. At that time I was standing outside the door and eavesdropping. If she said yes, I wouldn't have hated her for so many years. Concubine Ling's eyes widened. She rejected Jiejia? Then why did she write a letter? Gu Changqing said, In front of my mother she pretended to be virtuous. But behind her back she had already had an affair with my father. Do you think my mother was angered to death by her? Concubine Ling laughed dryly. Since there's so much evidence, why did you ask if Yao Shi killed your mother? Gu Changqing said seriously, Because she said today that she didn't do anything wrong to us. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. You believe what she said? Gu Changqing squeezed the dagger that he took from Yao Shi. She came here today with the determination to die. She's going to die. Why would she lie? Concubine Ling said, Maybe it's for her child? Gu Changqing said, Gu Yan has his sister. He doesn't care about the mansion's property. Concubine Ling smiled faintly. She also said this? Gu Changqing shook his head. Yao Shi did say this, but he felt it more from Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Concubine Ling, who do you think is the person who killed my mother? Concubine Ling clenched her fist. Chapter 135. Old Madame Gu threw a huge tantrum in the ancestral hall. causing the entire household to know that Gu Changqing had locked his two younger brothers in the ancestral hall. Marquis Gu did not know about this. He had been busy with the Ministry of Works and had not returned to the manor for a few days. Lord Gu, the Ministry of War is urging us again. An official under Marquis Gu said. Marquis Gu sat in his chair and looked at the mountain of documents on his desk. He felt a headache coming on. Urging us all day long. Aren't they already in the process of forging? It's only been a few days? The official suffered an unexpected calamity and was scolded on both sides. He felt bitter. The Ministry of War said that our speed is too slow. They can't wait 2 months. Marquis Gu said angrily, we have to wait even if we can't. What they want are weapons. Weapons are made of iron, not mud. Is it that fast? The official broke out in cold sweat. The Ministry of War said that they will give you at most 1 month. You must forge that batch of swords. 1 month? He's daydreaming. It was not that Marquis Gu did not want to forge the swords for the Ministry of War, but their current technology was limited. If they could obtain the latest water row technology from the Liang Kingdom, perhaps the amount of iron they could forge would increase greatly. The official said, but the Ministry of War said that even the civilian blacksmiths can make such a small amount of weapons. Why can't our Ministry of Works do it? Civilian blacksmiths can make it? Marquis Gu laughed sarcastically. The Ministry of War is even using their ability to spread rumors for the sake of weapons? The official said embarrassedly, no, Lord Gu, this official seems to have heard of this before. There is a type of box among the civilians that is more effective than our water row. The wind is stronger and the firepower is stronger. In a day it can forge 10 times more iron. 10 times? Marquis Gu waved his hand. No, that's impossible. Even the Liang Kingdom could not do it. The Liang Kingdom passed down the earliest water row technology to the Zhao Kingdom, but it should not be 10 times worse than theirs. The official asked, why don't we send someone to investigate? It said that it's a place called Clear Spring Town in Yuzhou Province. Marquis Gu waved his hand. Oh, that's even more impossible. I just came from Yu Province. How could I not know of such a powerful technology? Marquis Gu was determined not to investigate. The Ministry of War couldn't wait any longer and immediately sent someone over. In early November there was a light shui in Beijing. The moment little Jing Kong stepped out of the house, he did not look where he was going and tripped. Ever since he left the mountain, little Jing Kong rarely wrestled. Gu Jiao almost forgot that he was a famous wrestling monk. However, he was still adept at throwing himself. He hugged his head, bent his knees and rolled around the yard like a small ball. Gu Jiao had just come out of the kitchen. Little Jing Kong rolled to Gu Jiao's feet. Then the little Jing Kong spread its arms and legs and looked at Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao picked him up and patted the snowflakes off his body. Why did you fall again? Little Jing Kong was intoxicated in Gu Jiao's arms. Jiao Jiao is too beautiful. I was mesmerized by Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did the wrestling monk turn into a lovey-dovey monk? Little Jing Kong's hair was short. Worried that he would feel cold, Gu Jiao bought him a tiger head hat. The tiger's eyes were big and round. Little Jing Kong looked cute when he wore it. He usually did not wear it in the academy because he thought it was childish. However, in front of Gu Jiao, he not only wore the tiger head hat, but also wore a tiger head vest and tiger head shoes. After acting cute and asking for a kiss, little Jing Kong skipped back to his room with his brother-in-law. After finishing the early morning business, he changed back to Jing Kong and went to school with a serious face. Gu Yan felt much better after resting for a few days. He could go to school now. Gu Jiao prepared a hand warmer, one for her great-aunt, one for Xiao Lulang and one for each of her 3 younger brothers. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong to the Imperial College. Gu Jiao sent Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen to school. Gu Yan looked around when he walked out of the alley. Gu Jiao asked, "Who are you looking for?" "No one." Gu Yan looked up at the sky. How could he say no? For the past few days, he had been running to the door and looking at the end of the alley. Gu Jiao was his sister. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, that person had not appeared since he saved Gu Yan. Gu Jiao sent them to the academy. Then she went to Chang'an Avenue. She had been here for a long time. She had familiarized herself with the nearby terrain. She had thought about it. Although they still had 1,000 taels of silver, the price of goods in the capital was so high that they could not just sit at home and eat. She bought some herbs in the market and made some medicine for wounds. She planned to sell it in the nearby clinic. When she walked to the first clinic, she saw an acquaintance, Little Six. The young man who was called Little Six turned around in a daze. His eyes lit up. "Miss Gu? You came to the capital? Gu Jiao nodded. My husband came to study in the Imperial College. We all moved here. Little Six hurriedly bowed. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. Congratulations, Miss Gu. Little Six was the coachman of the second boss. He had run many errands for Gu Jiao when they were in the clinic. He was also the one who got the iron tools for cutting the mountain. Where is the second boss? Gu Jiao asked. Little Six's face darkened. The situation of the second boss is not very good. I can't explain it in a few words. He is in the tavern over there. I will take Miss Gu there. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. On the way to the tavern, Little Six told her more or less. The general idea was that the second boss suddenly returned to the capital because Master Hu was dying. The second boss rushed back to the capital without stopping. However, he still could not see Master Hu for the last time. The Hu family did not even wait for the second boss to come back. They buried Master Hu. In fact, the second boss was only late by 1 day. If he had waited for 1 more day, he could have personally sent his father off. The Hu family did not even give him such an opportunity. This was not the most hateful thing. The most hateful thing was that the Hu family actually put the blame on the second boss. They slandered that the second boss was indifferent to the old man's illness and did not come to the funeral. The Zhao kingdom ruled the world by filial piety. The second boss' reputation was ruined when he was accused of being unfilial. He was driven out by the Hu family. Little Six wiped his tears. He could not help but feel sorry for the second boss. I know. Gu Jiao arrived at the door of the tavern and said to Little Six, Go and bring some hot tea over. Little Six choked with sobs and turned to find the hot tea. Gu Jiao entered the room and a pungent smell of alcohol hit her nose. After not seeing him for several months, the once high-spirited second boss was now like a sloppy drunkard. He was paralyzed on the floor without any image. Beside him were countless empty wine bottles. He stared blankly at the ceiling, motionless as if he was dead. Gu Jiao stepped over the wine bottle and squatted down beside him. She opened the small medicine box and took out 2 hangover pills. Here. The second boss did not move. At this time, Little Six brought hot water into the room. Gu Jiao took the hot water and asked Little Six to help the second boss up. She forced him to take the hangover pills. Little Six looked at the disheveled and unkempt second boss and choked with sobs. Master, Miss Gu came to see you. The second boss sat on the floor with a dull expression. Gu Jiao looked at him and calmly asked, How did your father die? The second boss suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. The emotions that he did not dare to vent in front of his family suddenly broke down. His tears fell down uncontrollably. He held his head and cried until his whole body trembled. Gu Jiao did not disturb him. She quietly waited for him to finish crying. Little Six's eyes reddened as he left. After a long time, the second boss finally calmed down. He used his sleeve to wipe his tears and smiled at Gu Jiao. Girl, why are you here? I came to accompany my husband to study at the Imperial College. Ah, Master Xiao has passed the high school. Congratulations. What happened to you? Perhaps it was because of the hangover pills or because he had cried all his tears, but he felt a lot better. He smiled as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. I've been muddle-headed for a few days. I've made a fool of myself. Are you still going back to the Hu family? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly. I can't go back. Was your father good to you? The second boss thought for a long time. He was good before. Before his mother passed away, the family of 3 lived a happy life. Since he had a stepmother, he also had a stepfather. So you blame your stepmother? The second boss wanted to say, how many stepmothers in the world are good? But when he was about to say it, he remembered that Gu Jiao's mother was also a stepmother. He said, if my stepmother was half as kind as the Marchioness, I wouldn't be like this. But it's no use. No matter how kind she is, her 3 stepsons still don't like her. So you think I'm wrong? No, you're not wrong. I won't comment on the matters of the Marquis family. But for your matters, the one who's wrong is your father. He was so heartless to you. Why do you feel sad for his death? Gu Jiao wasn't blaming the second boss. She really didn't understand. She didn't have this in her emotional reserves. Whoever was good to her, she would be good to them. Whoever bullied her, she would bully them back even if the other party was her own father. She looked at the second boss strangely. Second boss already knew that she was different from the others. Her way of thinking was different from theirs. He bitterly smiled and patiently explained, actually, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe. I just remember how he treated me well in the past. Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Maybe she wouldn't understand in this lifetime. What do you plan to do if you don't go back to the Hu family? I don't know. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it. How about selling medicine with me? The second boss? He didn't comfort her. Thank you. At first, the second boss thought that Gu Jiao really wanted to drag him to sell medicine in the streets. Later, he realized that Gu Jiao wanted to open a medical center. The second boss would provide the capital and Gu Jiao would invest in the technology. They would each own 50% of the shares. If other people advised the second boss like this, the second boss would definitely not agree. He didn't have the confidence or the will to fight. Gu Jiao was different. She had a kind of power that made people believe in her. The second boss made up his mind, okay, let's do it. However, the second boss was expelled from the Hu family. He didn't have much money on hand. Even if he bought the cheapest shop nearby, he would need at least 3,000 taels. I can lend you some. Gu Jiao said, but there will be interest. The second boss, I keep feeling that something is wrong. At noon, Xiao Lulang came back for lunch. Gu Jiao told Xiao Lulang about the money. There were still 1,000 taels left at home. She would need to use about 800 taels. In the study, Xiao Lulang was organizing the books he was going to bring to the academy. When he heard this, he said without thinking, the money is for you to use. You don't have to tell me. So generous. Gu Jiao said, oh, aren't you going to ask me what it's for? What is it for? Xiao Lulang asked. Loan sharks. Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang was dumbfounded. Ah. Gu Jiao was amused by him again. I'm lying to you. I'm lending it to someone else. You know that person too. He's the second boss of Rejuvenation Hall. Xiao Lulang said casually, I heard that you worked as a medicine boy in his house? Gu Jiao blinked her eyes and said, who told you that? Xiao Lulang said, mother-in-law. Gu Jiao. Ever since he found out that her box might be a small medicine box, Xiao Lulang had a faint guess. But since she didn't say it, he didn't point it out. They both had secrets about each other. His identity, her background. Xiao Lulang picked up a cup of hot tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Jiao hummed and pointed at the other cup of tea on the table. I just drank this. This cup is for you. Xiao Yulang's expression froze. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands. You also drank what I drank. Rounded up, did the two of us indirectly do that? Xiao Yulang's handsome face turned red. He put down the teacup and said seriously, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't drink from the same place as you just drank from. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Don't blush if you can. I'm going to cook. Okay. Xiao Yulang's expression was serious. Gu Jiao looked at him one last time and turned to cook. The clanking of pots and pans came from the kitchen. Only then did Xiao Lulang let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He pressed down on his somewhat disobedient chest and fixed his gaze on the teacup. He slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip carefully. Brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong suddenly jumped in. Xiao Lulang choked with guilt. He almost choked to death. Chapter 136. After Xiao Lulang entered the Imperial College, he attracted quite a bit of attention. There was no other reason other than his appearance made people think of the young chancellor. All the teachers who had seen the young chancellor were amazed that there was someone who looked so similar in this world. However, although they looked similar, the young chancellor had already passed away. They had all attended his funeral so naturally, they wouldn't confuse the young man in front of them with him. Furthermore, Xiao Lulang only looked similar at first glance. Upon closer inspection, his gaze and temperament were completely different from the young chancellor. Other than that, his temperament, behavior, and even his handwriting and essays were different from the young chancellor. How much effort did a person have to put in to be able to be reborn? Furthermore, if he was the young chancellor, why didn't he return to the Xiao family? He was still a cripple. If it was in the previous dynasty, people with serious illnesses wouldn't be able to participate in the imperial examinations. It was only after the change of dynasty that the old uniforms were abolished. There weren't many students who had seen the young chancellor, so it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Why is County King free to come to the Imperial College today? In the Imperial College's Mingzheng Hall, Zheng Sai received County King and who was wearing a brocade robe. Although County King and was a student of the Imperial College, he had special privileges and didn't have to come to school every day. This was the first time he showed his face since school started. County King smiled and said, I heard that there is a very impressive new student in the Imperial College. He didn't mention the name, but Zheng Sai instantly guessed Xiao Liulang's name. Zheng Sai smiled fawningly. He's just a so-so. Compared to you, County King, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. County King smiled faintly. You can't say that. He's someone I have high hopes for. Zheng Sai was stunned. County King smiled. Our Zhuang family originally wanted to recommend him into the college, but he got in himself. Zheng Sai actually thinks that this kind of person is just SOSO? Zheng Sai broke out in a cold sweat. This Jun Wang really didn't play by the rules. If a normal person encountered such a student, wouldn't they have treated the other party as a troublesome person and be on guard? Judging from the Duke's words, was the Zhuang family planning to rope him in? Royal Prince did have the intention to rope in Xiao Liulang. Although the Zhuang family had produced many talents, who would complain about having too many talents? With one more chess piece, wouldn't they have a higher chance of winning the game? Royal Prince looked at Zheng Sai. Tell me the truth. How capable is Xiao Liulang? This. Zheng Sai hesitated for a moment, then said, in terms of true talent, he is indeed outstanding, but this official still has the same words, he can't be compared to you. You don't have to compete with me, Prince said casually. Zheng Sai paused for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, then if we exclude you, he would be the #1 freshman this year. Royal Prince's red lips curled up. Very good. Train him well. Our Zhuang family wants this person. Zheng Sai put on a fake smile. It's his good fortune to be chosen by the Zhuang family. To be honest, Zheng Sai didn't like Xiao Liulang very much. It was mainly because this fellow didn't respect him enough. Every time they met, he had the illusion that he didn't know who was the teacher. Royal Prince, then this officials. Zheng Sai looked at Royal Prince meaningfully. Royal Prince said, the Imperial College will be reopened. The position of Chancellor naturally can't remain empty. I will report this to my grandfather and ask him to put in a good word for Zheng Sai in the Imperial Court if necessary. Zheng Sai thanked him profusely. Thank you, Royal Prince. Thank you, Grand Tutor. Gu Jiao didn't hide the fact that she wanted to join the partnership and open a medical center from her family. Of course, she didn't say how much she wanted to invest. She only said that if she invested 800 taels, she would be able to open a medical center. Her family expressed their strong support for this. After dinner, the matriarch found Gu Jiao and threw her a money bag. What's this for? Gu Jiao asked. The matriarch said faintly, return the money to me after the medical center makes money. This was the matriarch's coffin money. Inside it was the money that Gu Jiao usually gave to her as a filial piety, the money that she earned from selling the wound medicine, and the money that she earned from telling people how to exorcise evil spirits and reading palms. It wasn't a small amount. It was a total of 50 taels. Gu Jiao, I wouldn't have known if I didn't open a medical center. You can make a lot of money in secret. Gu Xiaoshan also gave the money that she usually didn't bear to spend to Gu Jiao. Gu Yin didn't need to say anything. He gave all his pocket money to his elder sister and also got 10 taels in advance from the little monk. Since then he started to work part-time for the little monk to pay off his debts. After Xiao Liulang entered the Imperial College, he earned a small sum of money by doing homework for the rich children. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to open a medical center. He found Lin Qingye and patted his shoulder. Are you still worried about not being able to do your homework? Are you still losing your hair because you can't write 8-legged essay? Gold medal tutoring. Try to reach the Huiyuan level. The price is favorable. If it's ineffective, half the money will be refunded. Lin Qingye, when he met with the second boss again, Gu Jiao's money was no less than the second boss's. The second boss was quite puzzled. After all, the second boss had been the boss for so many years. He still had some connections. Gu Jiao didn't need to worry about the manpower. The biggest problem now was where to open the medical center. For Gu Jiao's sake, it was best to open it near the Imperial College. Gu Jiao found Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao took the two of them to see the shops and houses on Chang'an Avenue and Xuanwu Avenue. Chang'an Avenue had a larger flow of people and was more prosperous. However, the good shops had all been rented out. The remaining shops were either too expensive or too inferior. No wonder they couldn't be rented out. Then let's go to Xuanwu Avenue? Zhang Bao said. Xuanwu Avenue wasn't as lively as here. It was better to do business here. Zhang Bao smiled. Xuanwu Avenue is more convenient to go to the Imperial College. Business won't be bad. Let's go take a look. Gu Jiao said. Okay. The second boss sighed. The three of them went to Xuanwu Avenue. To be honest, this street looked more orderly than Chang'an Avenue. It was just that the flow of people was less. Zhang Bao introduced a commercial and residential house to the two of them. This was originally a residential house. It was later changed into a shop. What do you think of this? This shop was much better than the ones on Chang'an Avenue. However, the second boss was more interested in the one next to it. That one has already been bought. Zhang Bao said. How much is this? The second boss asked. 300 taels. Zhang Bao said. 300 taels? The second boss thought he had misheard. Zhang Bao smiled. Yes, one payment per year. The deposit is 1,000 taels. You're too expensive. The second boss was from the capital. Even he felt that this price was somewhat unacceptable. Zhang Bao said helplessly, the price is rising. Last year I could buy it for you for 250 taels. But this year the Imperial College reopened. The prices of the houses in this area have all risen. The second boss looked at this house and then looked at the bigger and more magnificent one next to it. 300 taels is more like it. Are you sure you want this one? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said, this one is bigger. Gu Jiao nodded to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao took out a piece of paper. Then let's sign this deal? The second boss was startled. Didn't you say that someone has already bought it? Gu Jiao slowly took out the house deed from her sleeve. Yes, someone has already bought it. The owner is my family's little Jing Kong. Come, don't let your own fertile water flow into other people's fields. 300 taels it is. I'll rent it to you at a cheap price. The second boss pinched his philtrum. His eyes rolled back and he fell down. When little Jing Kong learned that Gu Jiao wanted to partner with others to open a medical center, he offered his house deed without hesitation. Of course, Gu Jiao couldn't let the little guy suffer a loss. If he wanted to rent someone else's house, why not rent her own? But if the second boss didn't like it, she wouldn't force him. Who knew that he would like it? Gu Jiao spread her hands. You can't blame me for this. When the second boss woke up, the contract had already been drawn up. He painfully paid the money and signed the signature. To be honest, he still didn't like this area. Although it was convenient to go to the Imperial College, our Imperial College couldn't support a big medical center. The second boss's worries lasted until the second day of the medical center's renovation. He was discussing with the carpenter about where to get the medicine cabinet. Gu Jiao took a broom to clean the lobby. Then she saw a handsome young scholar passing by. The young scholar inadvertently glanced at Gu Jiao and then stopped. The young scholar walked back and came to Gu Jiao. He pointed at himself with the folding fan and said, Miss, do you still remember me? I don't remember, Gu Jiao said without thinking. The young scholar bent down to look at Gu Jiao's eyes. How can you not remember me? Look at me. Gu Jiao didn't look at him. She turned around and swept other places. The young scholar turned back to Gu Jiao. You must remember me. I still remember you. This logic was very interesting. She remembered her, so she must remember her? The young scholar's persistence was beyond Gu Jiao's imagination. Gu Jiao kept sweeping and ignored her. She simply squatted down and looked at Gu Jiao eagerly. Gu Jiao sighed helplessly. What do you want? The little scholar chuckled. You finally remember me, right? Gu Jiao said lightly, our medical center hasn't opened yet. If you want to see a doctor, you'd better go somewhere else. Oh, so this is a medical center. Will you be working in this medical center in the future? The young scholar asked. Obviously, he didn't think that Gu Jiao could open a medical center with the way she dressed. He thought that she was most likely hired by someone. Gu Jiao nodded casually and continued sweeping the floor. The young scholar exclaimed excitedly, then we will see each other often in the future. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Do you have many diseases? The young scholar shook his head like a rattledrum. His temper was really good. If it were someone else who was asked this question, they would have been angry. She didn't feel bad at all. She said, do you know what the houses next to yours have been bought for? I don't know. Gu Jiao said. It's an academy. The young scholar said. Oh. Gu Jiao was very calm. On the side, the second boss, who had been discussing cabinets with the carpenter, couldn't stay calm. He rushed over and looked at the young scholar. What did you say just now? What academy? Haven't you heard? The Crown Prince Consort is going to open a girls' academy. On this street, the houses on the west side and a large piece of land behind them have all been bought by the Crown Prince Consort. As the young scholar spoke, he pointed at their medical center. I remember that this shop was also going to be bought, but the owner couldn't be found, so it couldn't be rented. That's right, how did you buy it? Even the crown prince consort couldn't find it, so how did you find it? The second boss thought, because the owner was a little monk from a temple, you couldn't find it. If the girls' academy was next to the crown prince consorts, would the medical center have to worry about business? The second boss suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, you didn't make a mistake, right? We didn't hear about it. The young scholar said, it's inside information, of course you didn't hear about it. Inside, Gu Jiao glanced at the young scholar. The young scholar clapped his hands. Alright, I'm leaving. When the girls' academy opens, I'll come and find you. The crown prince consort really is a good person. She stood her ground against all opposition and opened the first girls' academy since the founding of the country of Zhao. In the future, women can also go to the academy to study like men. Don't you think this crown prince consort is very outstanding? After 100 years, the crown prince consort will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and her name will go down in history. Gu Jiao didn't care if anyone could go down in history, but with a girls' academy, their medical center would have business. The second boss couldn't stop smiling. This location was good, too good. It was as if he could already see the shining silver flowing towards him. The news that the crown prince consort was opening a girls' academy quickly spread through the noble circles. While the country of Zhao did not believe that it was virtuous for women to have no talent like the previous dynasty, women could only hire tutors to teach at home. The former crown prince consort was like this, and now Gu Jinyu was like this. But today, Gu Jinyu received an invitation to enroll. Gu Jinyu finally learned that the crown prince consort had opened a girls' academy near the directorate. It seems that she sent me a present on the day of my graduation not because His Majesty had conferred the title of county princess on me, but because she wants me to go to school at her academy. She knew it. How could the high and mighty crown prince consort think highly of a little county princess like her? The girls' academy had just opened, and there were not many who were willing to send their daughters there. She had a very good reputation in the capital. If she entered the academy, there would definitely be many people who would follow her. Chapter 137. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are all available here. Gu Jinyu felt a little disappointed when she thought about how the crown princess had given her a gift with ulterior motives. Miss, the crown princess has invited you to enroll in the academy. Will you go? A young maid beside her asked. I don't know. Women should not show their faces in public, but this was another chance for her to make a name for herself. If she stayed in the manor, her fame would be limited. She longed for more people to see her talent, and there was no better place than the academy. But she was worried that old Madame Gu and her mother would not agree. Old Madame Gu was more conservative. Her father had lobbied for a long time to hire a tutor for her. If they knew that she was going to study outside, Gu Jinyu frowned. Just as she was vexed, a servant reported that the Marquis had returned. Gu Jinyu hurried to the door to welcome him. Marquis Gu had been busy at the Ministry of Works for many days. He had lost a layer of skin. He walked out of the carriage haggardly. When he entered the residence, he saw his daughter walking towards him with a smile on her face. Father. Gu Jinyu called out sweetly. Marquis Gu felt all his exhaustion disappear when she called him father. He smiled and looked dotingly at his daughter. It's so cold. Why did you come out? I came to wait for father. Gu Jinyu said with a smile. Marquis Gu said with satisfaction. You're the most considerate. Alright, how's your mother? Is she in the residence? Yes, mother just went to bed, Gu Jinyu said. Marquis Gu frowned. She went to bed so early. Are you feeling unwell? He had just finished speaking when he saw the invitation in Gu Jinyu's hand. What's that in your hand? Gu Jinyu handed the invitation to Marquis Gu. The crown princess has set up a girls' school and wants me to go. Marquis Gu opened it and took a look. What did your mother say? Gu Jinyu said softly, Mother went to bed. I haven't had the chance to tell her. What do you think, father? Marquis Gu said, If your mother thinks it's okay, then you can go. Gu Jinyu hesitated. I'll do it. Marquis Gu did not find this difficult. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, Only one invitation? Did they say how to enter the school? Gu Jinyu said, Just one invitation. The person who sent the invitation said that noble ladies who are famous for their talents in the capital are exempted from the entrance exam. If anyone else wants to enroll, they just have to pass the exam. There's still a test? Marquis Gu frowned deeply. That girl only knew how to farm and was illiterate. How could she pass the exam? Is there a way to get another slot? He asked. Gu Jinyu asked innocently, does father want elder sister to enroll as well? What? If it's possible, I'll ask Crown Princess to give elder sister a spot. If there's no more, I'm willing to teach elder sister how to read and read. I'm just afraid that even if you're willing, she won't appreciate it. Forget it. Keep the card properly. Marquis Gu returned the card to Gu Jinyu. Seeing that she was hesitating to speak, he could not help but ask, what's wrong? Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, father hasn't been back for a few days. He probably doesn't know that something has happened in the manor. Marquis Gu asked, what happened? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and pinched her handkerchief as she said, third brother and second brother were locked up in the ancestral hall by eldest brother. Marquis Gu sucked in a breath of cold air. What did they do? No, your second brother doesn't do anything anymore. Is it your third brother? What did he do again? Gu Jinyu looked troubled, it seems. Third brother and elder sister got into a quarrel and elder sister beat him up. Third brother is seriously injured. Why does that girl beat up everyone she catches? Marquis Gu's teeth hurt. He rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, has that girl returned to the manor? Elder sister. Eldest miss hasn't returned to the manor. Gu Jinyu was only halfway through her sentence when Nanny Fong, who had appeared nearby, interrupted her. Nanny Fong bowed to the two of them and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, third young master bullied little master and caused little master's heart disease to act up. Eldest miss was angry and taught third young master a lesson. Third young master only suffered superficial wounds. Compared to little master, it's not worth mentioning. They were indeed superficial wounds. The kind that would keep him bedridden for a month. Gu Yan was already alive and kicking. Gu Qinglin's torment had just begun. Every night he was in so much pain that even medicine didn't help. Nanny Fong sighed, third young master has always been spoiled. He also cries for his parents when he suffers from superficial wounds. Poor little master. When his heart disease acts up, he doesn't cry or make a fuss. How disheartened must he be, but everyone thinks he's fine. Gu Jinyu's face was burning. Nanny Fong's words not only mocked Gu Jinyu, but also put a label on Gu Qinglin. Later, even if Marquis Gu saw a wailing Gu Qinglin, he would only think that he was spoiled. Marquis Gu frowned, has Yenner met Qinglin? Nanny Fong sneered, it's a coincidence that the three young masters entered the same academy. On the first day of school, third young master recognized little master, but little master didn't recognize him. He was kidnapped to the woodshed and locked up for an entire day. Later, his heart disease acted up and he narrowly escaped death. Marquis Gu was furious, unfilial son. Make him kneel in the ancestral hall. After saying this coldly, Marquis Gu didn't even look at Gu Qinglin's injuries. He got into the carriage and went to Jade Water Alley to see Gu Yan. Only Nanny Fong and Gu Jinyu were left on the lawn. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Nanny Fong curtsied, second young miss, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. This servant also needs to go back and serve madam. Nanny. Gu Jinyu stopped her. I was going to say it just now. Nanny Fong nodded, this servant understands. Although second young miss isn't the Marquis' estate's biological daughter, madam raised her. How could second young miss not help madam but someone else? Wouldn't that be too cruel and unscrupulous? Gu Jinyu's face paled. Nanny Fong smiled faintly, this servant is a servant and doesn't know how to speak. Please forgive me, second young Mississippi. Gu Jinyu didn't know what to say. She felt like she was being scolded, but Nanny Fong didn't say anything against her. Nanny Fong was Madame Yao's trusted aide. Only Gu Yan could be angry with her, but as a good girl, Gu Jinyu couldn't. Nanny, you're exaggerating. Gu Jinyu said, Nanny, go take care of my mother. Nanny Fong said earnestly, second young miss, you should remember Madame's words. Don't interact with the late Madame's three sons. They won't accept second young miss and won't be your support in the future. Forgive this servant for speaking bluntly, but second young miss can only rely on Madame and eldest young Mississippi. Gu Jinyu smiled faintly. I'll remember, Nanny. A girl who grew up in the countryside and only knew how to dig for food in the fields. What right did she have to be her support? Because of that crippled husband who understood Yuan in high school? Nanny was indeed old. Marquis Gu went to see Gu Yan. Gu Yan was fine, but he still pretended to be dying. Marquis Gu was furious. When he returned to the estate, no matter how old Madame Gu came to find him, he was determined not to ask Gu Changqing to release Gu Qinglin. Old Madame Gu sent someone to deliver charcoal to Gu Qinglin. What charcoal? Just freeze him to death. Gu Qinglin's charcoal was confiscated by his biological father just like that. Xiao Lulang also heard a little about the girls' school when he was in the Imperial College. This matter was actually slightly different from the rumors in the circle. It wasn't initiated by the crown princess. As early as 10 years ago, Empress Dowager Zhuang had proposed to open a girls' school, but it was unanimously opposed by the emperor and the cabinet ministers. This matter was left unsettled. Now that the matter was brought up again, it was most likely the emperor's idea. Grand Tutor Zhuang led hundreds of officials to plead to reopen the Imperial College, and his prestige in the court and the people's hearts soared. The emperor wanted to accumulate prestige for the imperial family, so he used the crown princess's name to open a girls' school. Since it was opened by the court, the quality of the girls' school must not be too bad. During dinner, Xiao Lulang talked about the girls' school at the dining table. Little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Girls' school? Does that mean Jiao Jiao can go there too?" Old Madam vaguely felt that the two words "girls' school" sounded strangely familiar. She tried to recall but couldn't remember anything. However, this didn't stop her from supporting Gu Jiao to go to school. "You can go." Gu Jiao. She didn't want to go. A certain someone who had experienced a series of cruel examinations such as the college entrance examination in her previous life didn't want to flip through books again in this life. Her family didn't force her. After all, the feeling of being forced to go to school was too depressing. Xiao Lulang, Gu Xiaoshen, Gu Yan, and little Jing Kong all deeply experienced this. After dinner, little Jing Kong suddenly looked at Gu Jiao cutely. "Jiao Jiao, I want to eat sugar-coated haws." Gu Jiao touched his tiger head hat. "Okay, I'll go buy it for you." This was the advantage of living on the streets. They could buy whatever they wanted to eat at any time. They didn't have such conditions in the countryside. "I'll go," Xiao Lulang said. "It's not that far," Gu Jiao said. Old Madame Yang waved her hand. "Okay, you two go together. Don't dawdle." The two of them went to Chang, an avenue together. It wasn't snowing when they went out, but snowflakes started to fall halfway. Gu Jiao looked at the flying snow above her head and sighed. "The snow in the capital comes so early." Xiao Lulang said, "It's not early this year. Sometimes it snows by the end of October." Gu Jiao asked, "Did you live in the capital for a long time?" The two of them rarely asked each other's secrets. It was the first time such a topic was brought up so calmly. "Yes." Xiao Lulang nodded. Gu Jiao didn't ask further. Some topics were brought up unexpectedly, but they shouldn't be discussed too deeply. She looked at the busy streets. "The capital is so nice." Xiao Lulang looked at her. "You like the capital?" "Yes." Gu Jiao said, "The capital is lively." She actually didn't really like bustling places, but being in a lively environment made her feel more clearly that she was still alive. The snow was very heavy, but the wind stopped and the snowflakes fell quietly. She remembered that there was a snowy night like this in town. They went out to buy osmanthus cakes and sat in front of a stall to eat 2 bowls of steaming glutinous rice balls. Life was hard at that time. She couldn't even bear to buy a poached egg for herself and only asked the boss to give him one. Although the truth was that Gu Jiao didn't like to eat poached eggs, Xiao Lulang didn't know that, so he was touched until now. "Ah, how can you walk?" Gu Jiao bumped into someone. It was a young man who was in a hurry. The young man was almost knocked down. He fiercely said to Gu Jiao, "Be careful." Gu Jiao, oh. She really did bump into someone. She was not an unreasonable person. She was occasionally very obedient. She apologized. The young man didn't say anything else and walked away muttering. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. If one wasn't careful, they would bump into someone. Xiao Lulang glanced at her and wanted to say something. The snow was getting heavier and there was a hint of cold wind. "Why aren't there any candied haws? I remember it was around here during the day." Gu Jiao's little hand was frozen stiff. She raised it to her lips and blew on it. Xiao Lulang looked at her hand and moved his fingertips. But he didn't reach out his hand. Gu Jiao blew a few more times. It was very cold. Xiao Lulang finally gathered his courage and raised his hand to hold her hand. "I found it, look." Gu Jiao pointed. Xiao Yulang's hand missed. After Gu Jiao finished pointing, she turned around to look at him. He seamlessly changed the topic. Without batting an eyelid, he raised his empty hand and touched his handsome head. Gu Jiao walked over and asked for 5 sticks of candied haws. "By the way, little brother, do you have any candied haws with less sugar?" The vendor smiled. "What a coincidence, miss, I do have some. My little nephew is only 1 year old. He likes to eat candied haws, but it's not good for his teeth. I made a few for him. They look bright red, but they don't have much sugar." "Then can you give me 2? Gu Jiao asked. The vendor took 2 sticks of unsweet candied haws and gave them to Gu Jiao. The total is 70 copper coins. I'll give you a small one. Thank you. Gu Jiao took the candied haws and grabbed them all in one hand. They were so big that she almost couldn't hold them. Xiao Lulang saw that she was struggling and said to her, "I'll do it." Gu Jiao shook her head. "No need. I'll take them." After saying that, she turned around and walked back. Xiao Lulang followed with his walking stick. As they walked, a soft little hand suddenly reached over and held his hand. Xiao Lulang was stunned. Gu Jiao tilted her head and blinked. "If you take the candied haws, you won't be able to hold my hand. Didn't you want to hold my hand just now?" Xiao Yulang's face turned red. He suddenly felt that his heart was full. Chapter 138. The novel is updated faster. The couple held hands and didn't let go until they reached the door. Seeing Xiao Yulang's unsatisfied expression, Gu Jiao leaned close to him and whispered, "If you want to hold hands, I'll let you hold hands next time." "No." With a deadpan expression, Xiao Lulang walked into the courtyard with the same hand and foot. Gu Jiao took the Tonghulu into the house. Old Madam's house was the warmest, so they all sat there. Xiao Lulang went straight to the study. Gu Jiao brought the Tonghulu over. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up when he saw the Tonghulu. "Jiao Jiao, come and warm up by the fire." "Okay." Gu Jiao gave him a Tonghulu with less sugar and another Tonghulu with less sugar to Old Madam. She also gave 2 Tonghulu with normal sugar to Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Yen didn't eat much. He just liked to have fun. Old Madam stared at Gu Yan's Tonghulu, and tears flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably. "Where's brother-in-law?" Gu Yen asked. "Your brother-in-law went to the study," Gu Jiao said. Old Madam ordered little Jing Kong, "Go and ask your brother-in-law to warm up by the fire." "No need." Gu Jiao said, "He's not cold at all. His palms are sweaty." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. His palms were sweaty. "How did you know? You two are holding hands?" Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that the Tonghulu wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the small chair and decisively held Jiao Jiao's hand. Bad brother-in-law held hands, I want to hold hands too. Gu Yin held Gu Jiao's other hand. Little Monk held hands, I want to hold hands too. The confused Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshen looked even more confused. The old lady was happy. The 2 idiots were finally making progress. Her little great-grandson was just around the corner. To commemorate this important development, the old lady decided to eat 1 less candied fruit tonight. She placed the preserved fruit high on the bedside table. Happy. The moonlight was like water. It quietly flowed on the bedside table, and the candied fruit was sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. The old lady left. The old lady came back. She grabbed the candied fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. To hell with the commemoration. If you're happy, you should celebrate. You should eat to celebrate. The heavy snow continued to fall throughout the night and only stopped when it was almost dawn. When Gu Jiao woke up early in the morning, the courtyard was already covered with snow. Fortunately, he had moved the chicken house and the dog house to the woodshed last night. Otherwise, if he let them freeze outside for a night, he was afraid that they would become a few small popsicles. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get water from the well to wash up. The weather was so cold, but the well water was warm. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to start a fire to cook, but was surprised to find that someone was already sitting in front of the stove to start a fire. It was Xiao Lulang. So early? Although he used to get up early, he never got up this early. Yes. Xiao Lulang looked back at her. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright, and the snow was basically reflecting the light of the snow. An oil lamp was lit in the kitchen, and the bright light from the stove was reflected on his handsome face. She only felt that this person was truly a peerless young master. Beautiful things would make one feel beautiful just by looking at them. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, and you? He asked. Gu Jiao walked over and took the firewood from his hand. Well, you can go and read. I'll do it. The kitchen was not big and it was a little narrow when the two of them squeezed together. He smelled the fresh fragrance of Chinese soap on her body, as well as the unique scent of a young girl. He suddenly felt that the kitchen was a little hot, but he did not say anything. He got up and went out. However, he did not go back to the study to read. Instead, he took a shovel and began to clear the snow in the yard. Soon little Jing Kong also got up. He was always the third one in the family to get up. When he saw the snow in the yard, he was so excited that he shouted, "Oh, oh, oh, I'm Mount Tai next door, catch the vine of love." Gu Jiao's hand trembled and she almost lit the whole kitchen. Can this be connected? Don't shovel. Don't shovel. Don't shovel. I want to play in the snow. He threw himself into the snow. There was no such heavy snow in Yuzhou, so it was no wonder that he was so excited. The little guy was healthy and was not afraid of catching cold. Xiao Lulang did not care about him and let him play in the snow. He took a shovel to shovel the snow in the corridor. He shoveled the snow outside the old lady and Gu Yan's room first. About half an hour later, Gu Shaoshan also got up. At this time little Jing Kong had successfully turned himself into the light shui man Jing Kong. He was covered in snow, and his long eyelashes were stained with snowflakes. Little Jing Kong sat in the snow and looked at him with blinking eyes. "Brother Shaoshan, do you want to play?" "Okay." Gu Shaoshan walked over, rolled little Jing Kong into a light shui ball and started to roll. Little Jing Kong was rolled so hard that he stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. "I asked you to play in the snow. I didn't ask you to play with me, Gu Shaoshan, but you're more fun." The two of them played crazily for a while until Gu Jiao came out and carried the sweaty and drenched little ball back into the house to change her clothes. Gu Shaoshan also took a shovel and shoveled the snow with Xiao Lulang. Breakfast was tofu and pickled vegetable soup and mutton steamed buns. To make up for little Jing Kong's regret that he couldn't eat mutton, Gu Jiao made a basket of buns for him. The snow-white buns were eaten one at a time. Little Jing Kong suddenly felt that he was really a fierce little tiger. Little Jing Kong was a little obsessed with tigers recently. Gu Jiao also sewed a double-shoulder little tiger school bag for him. After the meal, he quickly put on the little tiger's backpack and went to the Directorate of Education with his bad brother-in-law accompanying him. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan also went to Qinghe Academy. The old lady didn't get up until the whole family went out one after another. Gu Jiao gave her a bowl of mutton soup. "Great aunt, I'll go to the clinic later. If you're bored." "I'm not bored, I'm not bored. Go ahead." The old lady waved her hand. Gu Jiao looked at the old lady strangely. Based on her understanding of the old lady, she was most likely up to something again. "What did you do again?" The old lady drank a mouthful of mutton soup. "Nothing. She just called all the aunties in the alley over and played leaf cards for a few days. She won a lot of money, huh?" Gu Jiao felt that her great-aunt was really capable. She couldn't stay idle no matter where she went, and she was always able to mingle with people. Her social skills were excellent, and she was miles ahead of her and Xiao Lulang. The old lady was a shrewd person. Gu Jiao wasn't worried that she would be deceived. She should be worried about other people. She didn't know how unlucky they were to fall into the hands of her great-aunt. "Remember to bring an umbrella," the old lady said. Gu Jiao turned around and smiled. "Okay." Gu Jiao wasn't afraid of the sun and rain, but someone reminded her to bring an umbrella. It was a new experience. She happily took an oil paper umbrella, said goodbye to her great-aunt, and went to the medical center. The second boss was a practical person. In less than 10 days the medical center had begun to take shape. The layout of the lobby made people's eyes light up. It not only retained the characteristics of the original medical center, but also added a consultation desk. The second boss smiled and said, "Didn't you say that if there was a knowledgeable person here to divert the patients, it would make the treatment more efficient?" She did say that. Perhaps the second boss understood and walked out was the ability of the second boss. Thinking of something, the second boss said, "I secretly went in yesterday to ask around. There really is a women's school next door. In the open space behind, the school is almost finished. I think it will open around the same time as us. When there are more people coming, we can take advantage of the good luck. It doesn't matter who opens first." Gu Jiao didn't care. She opened the medical center with her own strength. She didn't need anyone's help. The two of them were talking at the door when suddenly a man in his mid-30s came in. He was dressed luxuriously and had a dignified aura. He didn't look like an ordinary person. The other party looked at the two of them and asked, "Who is the owner of your medical center?" The second boss said, "We are the owner." "Both of you?" The other party looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. It was obvious that not only was Gu Jiao young, but she was also a woman. She also didn't dress well. Gu Jiao had seen this kind of gaze many times. Gu Jiao faintly glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" The man was still polite. "I want to ask, are you willing to rent the medical center to me?" "What do you mean?" the second boss asked. The man smiled faintly and said, "To tell you the truth, I am from next door. I don't know if you have heard that we are opening a women's school. It was opened by the crown princess. Currently there is still a brothel and there is no suitable location. So, I want to rent your shop and convert it into a brothel. No. Gu Jiao refused without hesitation. The man looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. He clearly didn't expect that the other party would be so ungrateful after he mentioned the crown princess. In reality, the women's school wasn't opened by the crown princess. It was His Majesty's idea. However, when Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to open a women's school, His Majesty didn't stand on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Now that he had slapped himself in the face, it didn't look good, so he used the crown princess name. Could it be that he had to use His Majesty's name to scare this little girl? The man said, the price can be discussed. Gu Jiao said, it is useless to discuss it further. No means no. The man's smile became colder. You also found someone else to rent. Don't you just want to open a medical center? You can rent this shop to me and I'll find you a better one. Gu Jiao looked at him like he was an idiot. Since there is a better shop, why don't you use it? The man choked. The second boss knew that the other party had a powerful background and didn't want to be on bad terms with the other party. However, he also understood Gu Jiao's temper. He could only appease her. Did you think you were in the right just because you yelled? The man saw that he couldn't get through to Gu Jiao, so he looked at the second boss on the side and said with a smile, why do you have to make it so ugly? When I find the owner and tell him not to rent the shop to you, won't you still have to move out? The second boss spread his hands. That may not be the case. The man frowned. When did this person become so stubborn? You. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cold voice. What are you doing? Didn't you hear that he refused you? What? You want to use the crown princess name to oppress the common people? As far as I know, the crown princess didn't give you the right to bully others. It was that little scholar again. Today he was wearing a blue robe and looked fresh and handsome. The man's expression changed. Do. The little scholar knocked on his forehead with his fan. Do what? If you dare to use the crown princess name to oppress the common people again, I will go to His Majesty and report you. Yes. The man didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he ran off in a dejected manner. The second boss gave Gu Jiao a look. Who was it? Gu Jiao, I don't know. The second boss, the little scholar, came to Gu Jiao and patted his hand with his fan. He said with a smile, Miss, we meet again. Don't worry, I already taught him a lesson just now. He won't dare to harass you again in the future. Gu Jiao, oh thank you. The little scholar simply clung to Gu Jiao and followed Gu Jiao around. Don't listen to him. He didn't come here on the crown princess orders. The crown princess wouldn't have such a rude servant. Gu Jiao understood. The little girl was still clinging to the fact that she had no feelings towards the crown princess. It was enough that she liked the crown princess. Why did everyone in the world have to like the crown princess? Wasn't this a very strange thing? The little scholar proudly said, you also saw it. I'm very capable. As long as you also like the crown princess, we can be friends. I'll protect you. As the crown princess #1 supporter, her goal was to spread the crown princess good name and have more people understand and like the crown princess. Gu Jiao did not waste any more words with her. She carried a box of tools and went up to the second floor. The little scholar wanted to chase after her, but the workers came over at this time. The little scholar was separated by the workers. When the workers all left, Gu Jiao had already disappeared. The little scholar was not discouraged. She put her hands on her hips and confidently said, I do Xiaoyun will definitely reform you. It had been a few days since Miss Yao came. Gu Jiao counted the days. Her antidepressants were almost finished, so it was time for her to come and get new ones. Gu Jiao was puzzled. When she returned home, she saw senior servant Fang waiting in the main room with a hesitant expression. The elderly lady had gone to sleep. When senior servant Fang saw Gu Jiao, she hurriedly bowed and greeted, Eldest young Mississippi. Gu Jiao looked behind her and asked, Where's the madam? Didn't she come with you? This servant came to find the eldest young miss myself. The madam she. Senior servant Fang hesitated for a moment and finally said, The madam hasn't been well recently. She doesn't want the eldest young miss and the young master to worry, so she refuses to come over. Gu Jiao nodded in understanding. I'll go with you to the Marquis's estate. Chapter 139. Gu Jiao was a very straightforward person. What she accepted and what she did not accept, she would put it all on the table. She couldn't open the knot in her heart when she was young, so she couldn't live with Madame Yao calmly. However, this didn't mean that she would ignore Madame Yao. She still interacted with Madame Yao as a doctor. This visit was to treat Madame Yao's illness. Other people had nothing to do with her, so she didn't want to see them. Nanny Fong understood eldest Mrs. Temper and knew that she wouldn't visit old Madame Gu or other people in the residence. In order to avoid gossip, Nanny Fong simply didn't mention that eldest Miss had returned to the residence. The servant guarding the door thought that Nanny Fong had only invited a doctor back to the residence. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and entered the inner residence of the Lord Protector's estate. The first courtyard she saw was Jingming Courtyard. Nanny Fong said that it was the former madam's courtyard. Even though the former madam had passed away many years ago, it was still empty. Occasionally the heir would go there to reminisce about the former madam. Madam's courtyard is over there. Nanny Fong pointed to the end of the path. It's so far away? Gu Jiao said. Nanny Fong sighed. Yes, but wasn't it far away? Madam's status in the residence was awkward. How could old Madame Gu let her live in a courtyard that was in a good location? Concubine Ling's courtyard was close and closest to Marquis Gu's courtyard. In fact, whenever Marquis Gu went to Madame Yao's courtyard, he would pass by Concubine Ling's courtyard. In order to let Concubine Ling be favored, old Madame Gu had schemed. Unfortunately, even if Marquis Gu passed by Concubine Ling's door every day, he wouldn't enter her room. That's Concubine Ling's courtyard. Nanny Fong pointed to a courtyard. Gu Jiao glanced through the window. It was a refreshing and elegant scene with pavilions, terraces, and withered flowers everywhere. Gu Jiao didn't care too much. She was just a concubine. It wasn't worth it. The carriage stopped in front of Madame Yao's courtyard. Nanny Fong went to get a stool for Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao jumped down. Nanny Fong was startled. Which noble young miss is so fierce? Is Madame inside? Gu Jiao asked. Ah yes. Nanny Fong regained her senses. She should be in the warm room right now. The winter in the manor isn't this cold. Madame isn't used to it and stays in the warm room all day long. Gu Jiao followed Nanny Fong to the warm room. The warm room was indeed warmer than the outside, but it was still a little stuffy. Yao Shi's eyes were closed as she lay on a rattan chair in the warm room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she waved her hand without thinking and weakly said, I already said that I won't eat. You can all leave. There was no response for a long time. She realized that something was wrong and turned to look at the door. When she saw the familiar figure, her dim eyes instantly brightened. Jiao Jiao. She hurriedly sat up from the rattan chair and nervously and helplessly tidied her hair and clothes. It was as if she didn't want to lose her image in front of her daughter. Gu Jiao didn't care about this. She walked over and came to Yao Shi's side. Is Madame well? Yao Shi glanced at Nanny Fong, and Nanny Fong pretended to be deaf and mute and left. Yao Shi helplessly sighed. I'm fine. Nanny Fong made a fuss over nothing and even called you to the manor? The Marquis's manor wasn't a good place. She didn't care if people looked down on her, but she didn't want her daughter to suffer with them. Sit down. Yao Shi pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on a stool. Gu Jiao took down the small basket and put it on the small round table in front of her. Then she reached out her hand to Yao Shi. Let me take a look. Yao Shi handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao carefully checked her pulse and her expression was slightly dignified. Did you not take your medicine properly these past few days? Yao Shi said embarrassedly, I forgot to take it once or twice. Was it once or twice? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jiao was very strict when it came to treating patients. Yao Shi carefully thought for a moment and said, twice. Are you sure there's no more? Gu Jiao looked into her eyes. And I'm sure. Yao Shi nodded. The first time was when she came back from Baishui Alley. She had just learned that Gu Yan was being bullied by Gu Qinglin. She rushed to Gu Qinglin's courtyard and caused a ruckus. Perhaps she was too tired from the ruckus, but when she came back she fell asleep. That night she didn't take her medicine. The next morning she overslept and forgot to take her medicine. It was only these 2 times and no more. What's wrong? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jiao said truthfully, your pulse isn't very good. If you only forgot twice, then it shouldn't be a problem with the medicine. It should be because you were too agitated. Yao Shi also felt it. Her illness was clearly almost cured, but that day, she couldn't control her emotions and almost died together with Gu Qinglin. If it wasn't for Gu Changqing taking her dagger, she would have killed Gu Qinglin and hanged herself. Speaking of which, the dagger was still in Gu Changqing's hands. He knew her motive, but she didn't know why he didn't make things difficult for her. Yao Shi immediately thought of many things. Gu Jiao could see that she was thinking more than before, so she said to her, "Perhaps you've developed a resistance to the medicine. I'll give you 2 different medicines." Yao Shi said, "All right." Gu Jiao hadn't opened the medicine box in a long time. The last time she opened it was when she was suturing that man. At that time, she wasn't of marriageable age. However, she vaguely remembered that the medicine box contained a new antidepressant. Gu Jiao no longer deliberately hid the medicine box from Yao Shi. Yao Shi occasionally saw the things inside and felt it was strange, but she just thought it was because she didn't know enough and didn't suspect anything. Gu Jiao took out the antidepressant and told Yao Shi how to take it. "In the future, don't forget to take your medicine." Yao Shi shook her head and said, "I won't." At that time she was so angry that she lost her mind. But after she sobered up, she felt a lingering fear. If she really died with Gu Qinglin, she would never be able to see her 2 children again. Jiao Jiao and Yin would also be like the 3 brothers, becoming motherless children. How could she treat the siblings like that? Gu Jiao accompanied Yao Shi and chatted for a while. Then she watched Yao Shi take the medicine. One of the medicines had a calming effect. Yao Shi leaned against the rattan chair and fell asleep not long after. Gu Jiao took a blanket and covered her with it. Hearing that there was no movement inside, Nurse Fang gently pushed the door and entered. She looked at the sleeping Yao Shi and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Is the madam asleep?" Gu Jiao nodded and got up to leave the room. Nurse Fang also followed her out and closed the door. "Eldest miss, how is the madam's condition?" Gu Jiao said, "Her condition has relapsed. It's similar to when she was in the mountain villa." Nurse Fang said in fear, "Is it that serious?" Gu Jiao said, "It's not as serious as it was at the beginning." Nurse Fang's expression softened and she lamented, "After the madam came back, her mood wasn't very good. She just endured it until that day when she went to Bai Shui Alley and learned that the young master was being bullied. The madam completely exploded and ran to the 3rd young master's courtyard to cause a scene. The madam even brought a dagger. At that time the madam said, 'Don't live anymore. If we die together.'" The servant was really scared. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise, Gu Jiao didn't know that there was such a thing. From Nurse Fang's description, Yao Shi had completely lost her mind at that moment. It wasn't strange that Yao Shi wanted to teach Gu Qinglin a lesson, but it was inconceivable that she wanted to kill Gu Qinglin and die with him. The former was the anger of a mother, and the latter was the suicide of a depressed patient. Yao Shi had been treated steadily for so long and had only stopped taking medicine twice. It shouldn't be like this. "What has the madam been eating recently?" Gu Jiao began to ask about Yao Shi's diet in detail. Nurse Fang explained everything in detail. Ever since the incident with Nurse Fang, this servant has paid special attention to the madam's diet. "Is there any breakfast left? Show me the card." Gu Jiao said, "There is. The madam doesn't have a good appetite. She ate a little and then stopped eating. It's all behind the green screen cabinet." Nurse Fang went to bring over Yao Shi's breakfast. Gu Jiao checked it one by one. Nurse Fang said, "Is there a problem?" Gu Jiao shook her head, "No, take me to the madam's bedroom." Nurse Fang took Gu Jiao to Yao Shi's room. Gu Jiao checked every corner, including the incense, soap, and rouge. "There's no problem," she said. Was she thinking too much? Gu Jiao asked again, "Does the madam have a close relationship with anyone?" Nurse Fang shook her head, "No, the madam doesn't go out of the residence. When she goes out, it's to visit the eldest miss and the young master. The marquis used to come often, but recently the Ministry of Works has been busy, so the marquis doesn't come back for several days." Gu Jiao touched her chin. Nurse Fang still had lingering fears about the poisoning of Yao Shi in the farmstead. "Eldest miss, are you suspecting that the madam has been harmed?" Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "From the current investigation, there is no relevant evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind rustled past. It was mixed with a few snowflakes and a faint fragrance that slowly drifted over. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the fragrance. "What's on the other side of the wall?" Nurse Fang said, "It's the greenhouse. When the weather is good, the door of the greenhouse will be open, and the entire courtyard can smell the fragrance of the flowers. It snowed yesterday, so the door was locked for fear that the flowers inside would freeze to death." Gu Jiao said lightly, "I'll go to the greenhouse to take a look." Nurse Fang hesitated. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Nurse Fang said awkwardly, "The greenhouse belongs to the old madam. Ordinary people can't go in at will. Why don't I call the second miss over and let her bring the eldest miss in? Before she finished speaking, Gu Jiao had already climbed over the wall. Nurse Fong, Pine Crane Courtyard. Old Madame Gu leaned against the arhat bed and sighed silently. She was not in a good mood recently, because her precious grandson was still locked up in the ancestral hall. The weather was cold and there was a big snowfall last night. The ancestral hall had already become an ice cave. Her poor grandson had never suffered like this since he was young. Early in the morning, she sent someone to stop Gu Changqing and ask him to release Gu Qingfeng. Gu Changqing was released, but only Gu Qingfeng was released. Old Madame Gu was so angry that her head hurt. She only felt better after using some of the incense sent by concubine Ling. But she still felt stifled. They've grown up and their wings have hardened. They don't take me, their grandmother, seriously. How can that be? The heir is also trying to discipline the two young masters. The servant girl who was massaging her legs said fawningly. The old madam could criticize the heir, but the servants could not. Old Madame Gu said again, in the end, the first one to blame is their father. He could have married anyone else, but he had to marry a jinx. He himself is useless, and the child he gave birth to is also useless. He even bullied the son of the first wife. I think they want to rebel. Please calm down, the servant girl said. Old Madame Gu snorted, even giving birth to a child can cause them to lose their way. If their mother was here, how could this happen? How could the servants dare to say anything? They could only brace themselves and listen. Old Madame Gu gritted her teeth and said, girls who grew up in the countryside have no manners. Crude and despicable. The servant girl lowered her head even more. After hearing so many secrets, would she be silenced? Don't let her fall into my hands or else I will definitely teach her a lesson. Old Madame Gu got angrier as she spoke. Where's Yao? Call her here. After returning to the manor for so long, Tian-er claimed to be sick in her room every day, but she did not come to set the rules in front of her. Her trusted nanny advised, why do you have to lower yourself to her level? She won't say anything even if you hit her with a stick. This was the truth. It was not that old Madame Gu had not set the rules for Yao, but no matter how old Madame Gu tried to torture her, she was like a soulless wooden person. Old Madame Gu felt as if she had punched cotton. In the end, old Madame Gu did not know whether Yao felt wronged or not, but she was furious. Has the peony in the greenhouse bloomed? Her trusted nanny asked the servant girl who was massaging old Madame Gu's legs. The servant girl said, it has bloomed. I want to take a look this morning. It's blooming very well. Old Madame Gu loved flowers, especially peonies. Gu Jinyu also loved peonies because of old Madame Gu's influence. Unfortunately, peonies were seasonal. In order to make them bloom in winter, old Madame Gu did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to build a glass roof greenhouse. The servant girl continued, I'll go and bring a few pots over for old Madame. Old Madame Gu waved her hand, it's so cold. Won't it freeze to death if you bring it out? Forget it, I'll go and take a look myself. Chapter 140. Old Madame Gu usually asked people to bring out the peonies for her to admire. She would only go to the greenhouse when the weather was too cold. There was actually some distance between the pine crane courtyard and the greenhouse, but the old lady was sitting in a sedan chair. It was comfortable without wind or rain. The sedan chair arrived outside the greenhouse very quickly. Old Madame Gu's confidant lifted the curtain and helped old Madame Gu out of the sedan chair. Old Madame Gu noticed the wide wooden door and frowned. Who's looking after the greenhouse today? Aren't they afraid that the flowers inside will freeze to death by leaving the door open? Old Madame Gu pointed a servant in to take a look. The servant went in to take a look and came out to report, I don't see the gardener. This made old Madame Gu even angrier. If there was no gardener, it meant that the gardener had left his post without permission. She didn't know how long he had been gone, but the door was still open. Old Madame Gu asked someone to find the gardener as she entered the greenhouse with the help of old Madame Gu's confidant. Gu Jiao had been squatting on the ground to observe the flowers earlier and was blocked by the potted plants behind her. Now that she was done, she stood up. Old Madame Gu and old Madame Gu's confidant were so shocked that their hearts trembled when they saw another person. Who is it? Old Madame Gu asked sternly. Gu Jiao turned around calmly. Gu Jiao did not dress like a rich young lady, nor did she look like a servant in the manor. She was not very old, about the same age as Gu Jinyu. Gu Jiao's right cheek was as beautiful as a fairy's, but there was a huge red birthmark on her left cheek. Old Madame Gu had never seen such a disfigured person. Old Madame Gu's eyebrows twitched. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she come to the greenhouse of the Duke's manor? Old Madame Gu's confidante and maids were also very surprised. Yes, where did this wild girl come from? The Duke's manor was not a vegetable garden where outsiders could enter as they wished. Could she be a servant's child or relative? But even so, they could not barge into the old Madame's greenhouse. Gu Jiao sized up old Madame Gu and guessed her identity. Gu Jiao looked at the white flower in her hand and then looked at old Master Gu, who looked like he was about to explode. Old Madame Gu was even more confused. What was this girl's reaction? Between revealing her identity and leaving, Gu Jiao chose the former. She walked towards old Madame Gu. However, old Madame Gu thought that she was going to assassinate her and shouted agitatedly, "Someone come quickly! Stop her!" Everyone rushed forward and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. Old Madame Gu kept retreating, trying to avoid this terrifying battlefield. Unfortunately, she was careless and accidentally bumped into the flower rack behind her. She lost her balance and fell under the flower rack. In a panic, she reached out to grab the flower rack in front of her in an attempt to stabilize herself. However, the flower rack was not strong enough and was pulled down by her in an instant. The dozens of potted plants on the flower rack fell down with a crash. Old Madame Gu did not even have time to cry out before she was buried under the ruins. Old Madame Gu's confidante gasped. She had not been paying attention for a while, so how did this happen? Everyone no longer cared about catching Gu Jiao and turned around to save old Madame Gu. Gu Jiao spread her hands innocently. This time it was not her fault. Everyone was in a panic. Gu Jiao shook her head and walked out of the greenhouse with a bouquet of small white flowers. Although the greenhouse and Madame Yao's courtyard were only separated by a wall, the road was very far and they had to take a detour. With great difficulty, old Madame Fong walked around half of the Marquis's estate and arrived at the greenhouse. When she saw Gu Jiao coming out of the greenhouse, she called out breathlessly, "Eldest, eldest!" Before she could say anything, Gu Jiao gently jumped over the wall and returned to Madame Yao's courtyard. Old Madame Fong, who was doubting her life. By the time old Madame Fong walked around half of the Marquis's estate and returned to Madame Yao's courtyard, she felt that her old legs did not belong to her anymore. Old Madame Fong leaned on the pillar under the porch and gasped for breath. Gu Jiao sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and played with the bouquet of white flowers on the stone table in front of her. The flowers bloomed beautifully. They were pure white and elegant and were out of this world. "Old Madam," she said, "who planted the flowers in the greenhouse?" Old Madame Fong waved her hand. She was too tired to speak. Gu Jiao did not rush her and asked a servant to pour her a cup of hot tea. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot tea, old Madame Fong finally recovered her breath. She staggered over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, eldest Mississippi." Old Madame Fong was a person who attached great importance to rules, but she really couldn't stand it anymore. She sat down on the stone bench next to Gu Jiao and said, "The flowers in the greenhouse were planted by the gardeners in the estate. The gardeners planted whatever flowers old Madam liked. Generally, most of them are peonies. There are also some peonies, clivia, and water lilies. There are also other flowers like the begonia in the West Mansion. This servant didn't go to the greenhouse many times. I heard it from the servants in the estate." After a pause, old Madame Fong thought of something and added, "However, concubine Ling also knows how to plant flowers and she's better at it than the gardeners. Now old Madam let her take care of it." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. "I know. Where is she?" Old Madame Fong realized something and asked, "Eldest Miss, why do you suddenly ask about this? Is there a problem with the greenhouse?" "There is a problem. As for who did it, we have to find out." Gu Jiao didn't think about whether it was intentional or not. She didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in the world. Otherwise, Madame Yao wouldn't have been poisoned in the farmstead. Someone thought that Madame Yao was an eyesore and wanted to get rid of her. Old Madame Fong naturally thought of this, but she didn't expect it to be related to the greenhouse. "This servant will go and ask around." Old Madame Fong went to ask about concubine Ling's whereabouts. In the end, concubine Ling wasn't in the estate at the moment. She went back to her maternal home to visit her relatives. "I'll come back another day." Gu Jiao took the flower. "Don't let Madame come out to be exposed to the wind for the next few days." "Yes." Old Madame Fong responded. Old Madame Fong glanced at Gu Jiao and felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. Perhaps she still couldn't stand some of eldest Miss's actions, but it was undeniable that when something happened to Madam, eldest Miss was the only one who could be relied on. On the other side, Gu Changqing returned to the Lord Protector's estate. As soon as he entered the estate, he heard that something had happened to old Madame Gu, so he went to old Madame Gu's courtyard. Old Madame Gu had been hit by the flower pot quite badly. Her body was bruised and her head was even smashed. What happened? Gu Changqing asked. Old Madame Gu's trusted servant said, a wild girl came out of nowhere and bumped into old Madame, causing her to fall down in the greenhouse. Listen, she fell down on her own, but she had to blame it on someone else. Old Madame Gu pressed the gauze on her forehead and shouted angrily, it must be a thief. Quickly go and catch her. If she was a thief, then she naturally had to be caught. Gu Changqing ordered people to seal off the estate. Gu Jiao's carriage had just arrived at the entrance of the estate when it was stopped by a bodyguard. The bodyguard said, there was a thief in the estate. The heir ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave the estate freely. Old Madame Fang sternly said, look carefully. This is Madame's carriage. How could there be a thief in Madame's carriage? The bodyguard said, excuse me. Gu Changqing's personal guards only listened to his orders. Not to mention Madame Yao's carriage, even if old Madame Gu's carriage came, they also couldn't pass. While the two sides were arguing, Gu Changqing heard the commotion and walked over with a cold expression. Old Madame Fang bowed to him, heir. Gu Changqing looked at the carriage behind her. Madame wants to go out? Old Madame Fang opened her mouth and didn't know how to answer. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the dignified Gu Changqing. I want to go out. Gu Changqing's expression immediately froze. Ever since he found out that the young man was Gu Yen, he naturally guessed Gu Jiao's identity. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but it would be pretentious to say that he was still shocked after so many days. He looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated gaze. Gu Jiao just found out that this person was actually her and Gu Yan's half-brother, Gu Changqing. No wonder she dreamed of him. No wonder he didn't come for so many days. He should have guessed her and Gu Yan's identities. This was really, she didn't know how to put it. The two families were obviously not on good terms, but by a freak combination of factors they were strangely involved. He saved little Jing Kong, she saved him, and he saved Gu Yan. Gu Jiao calmly looked at her half-brother in front of her and held her chin with her small hand. You won't let me go? Gu Changqing was slightly startled by her calm and unhurried tone. Didn't she have any burdens? About their identities. No. Gu Changqing came back to his senses and said to the imperial bodyguard, let them go. Yes. The imperial bodyguard didn't ask any more questions and respectfully stepped aside. Nanny Fong was very puzzled. Looking at the eldest miss and the heir's attitude, it seemed like they knew each other. Gu Jiao put down the curtain. The carriage had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped the carriage. She lifted the curtain again and threw out the bouquet of white flowers. Gu Changqing subconsciously caught it. In fact, according to Gu Changqing's previous training, he should avoid things thrown by others. Even he didn't understand what happened just now. He looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao didn't say anything else. She just pulled down the curtain and then left in the carriage. The people around were confused. What was going on? That girl gave a flower to the heir of their family? Gu Changqing didn't think that she would give him flowers for no reason. He looked at the flowers in his hand and frowned, lost in thought. Gu Changqing thought of what had happened in the greenhouse. Gu Changqing called the gardener in the residence over. Do you recognize this flower? The gardener said, it's a flower from the greenhouse. Gu Changqing asked, what kind of flower is it? The gardener shook his head. This servant doesn't know. Gu Changqing said coldly, you planted it yourself and you don't know? The gardener was embarrassed. He wasn't a real gardener. He was just a servant who watched the greenhouse. He worked for the old gardener for a while. After the old gardener was dismissed, he became the new gardener. He said, this servant didn't plant this flower. It was concubine Ling. Gu Changqing asked the gardener to leave and called the residence doctor over. The residence doctor didn't know much about flowers. But if this wasn't a normal flower but a medicine, then it was a different story. This is a devil's snare. Be careful. It's poisonous. Gu Changqing frowned. It's poisonous? The residence doctor said, yes, this flower is poisonous regardless of whether it's white or red. The seeds are the most poisonous, followed by the leaves. Can also be used in medicine. The mephisin we use is mainly made from this flower. You'll be poisoned if you touch it? Gu Changqing asked. That's not the case. Air's body is strong. Not to mention touching it, even eating it won't be a problem. The residence doctor said flatteringly. Did he mean that he would eat poison when he had nothing to do? The residence doctor continued, but if it's someone with a weak body, just smelling the flower's fragrance will also affect them. They will either become excited or depressed. Gu Changqing continued, if it's someone who already thinks too much and often smells the flower's fragrance, will it worsen their condition? The residence doctor nodded, it will. If it's serious, it may cause hallucinations. Even worse, it's not uncommon for people to commit suicide or lose their rationality. Gu Changqing thought of Yao Shi, who had almost died together with Gu Qinglin. He thoughtfully asked, is this flower common? The residence doctor said, it's common. It's found in the mountains. Unfortunately, most people don't recognize it. Just because it's pretty, they picked it and brought it home. In the end, they were poisoned. That night, concubine Ling returned to the residence. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Changqing's servant waiting for her. She asked, what's the matter? The servant said, concubine Ling, the heir is looking for you. Concubine Ling was stunned and smiled, okay, I know. Concubine Ling went to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Gu Changqing was practicing his sword in the courtyard. When he saw her, he quickly put away his sword and threw it to the servant. Concubine Ling, come and sit, he said. The two of them sat down on the stone bench. A servant served tea and snacks. Gu Changqing said, this is a new snack made in the kitchen. I specially saved it for Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling, try it. Concubine Ling tasted it, it tastes good. Gu Changqing said, Concubine Ling, if you like it, eat more. These flower cakes are all made with fresh flowers from the greenhouse. Concubine Ling smiled, what kind of flower is it? It tastes so good. It's this kind of flower. The servant smiled and took out a few datura flowers from behind him. Concubine Ling's expression changed and she spat out the snack in her mouth. Chapter 141. The novel will be updated faster. After vomiting, concubine Ling seemed to realize something. She smiled and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. I'm allergic to pollen. Gu Changqing's expression didn't change. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you're allergic to pollen? You wouldn't have to take care of the greenhouse for grandmother if you did. Concubine Ling opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Take it away, Gu Changqing said to the servant. The servant took the plate of desserts away. Concubine Ling clearly saw the servant take a piece of dessert and put it into his mouth as he walked. Concubine Ling's eyelashes trembled. Concubine Ling, Gu Changqing called her. Concubine Ling looked away and clenched her hands under her wide sleeves. She smiled and said, what's wrong? Gu Changqing looked at her and said, I just said that since you're allergic to pollen, I won't let you take care of grandmother's greenhouse in the future. I'll talk to grandmother. Concubine Ling lowered her eyes and smiled. I'll be careful. It won't get in the way. Gu Changqing said, why let you take the risk? Concubine Ling smiled and looked at Gu Changqing. Since you said so, then fine. But if you can't do it, remember to tell me. Okay. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Concubine Ling stood up. It's getting late. You should rest. I'll go back. She had only taken a few steps when Gu Changqing suddenly stopped her. How's grandmother? Ha! Concubine Ling was slightly surprised. She turned around and looked at Gu Changqing with a smile. She's in good health. But she misses her 3 little grandsons. If you have time, you can take Qingfeng and Qinglin back to see her. I will, Gu Changqing said. Concubine Ling didn't stay any longer. She turned and left the courtyard. On the way back, she passed by the greenhouse and saw a few servants and maids cleaning the greenhouse. Pull out all the white flowers. Such a beautiful flower, it's a pity to pluck it. The old madam fell and the crown prince took his anger out on these flowers. That's enough. Don't talk about it anymore. Be careful not to spread it to the ears of the old madam and the heir. A chill ran down her spine. Annie, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well. The maid beside her asked. Concubine Ling tightened her clothes and said in a trembling voice, I'm fine. I'm fine. At night, there was another light shui in Beijing, but it was not as big as the previous night. The family closed the door and ate in the house. Gu Jiao made carrot and pork soup, tofu and mushroom soup and a few side dishes. Little Jing Kong got today's delicious meal: vegetarian meatballs, green pepper corn, fried rice with sausage and shrimp egg soup. He had recently unlocked the skill of eating eggs and he felt that it was delicious. Jiao Jiao ordered a bowl of lovely egg soup every day. His tableware was beautiful, and the delicacy of the plate arrangement was much better than the other dishes. He ate with relish and he didn't forget to stick out his chest, shake his head and send a smug expression to the others. Xiao Lulang started to tutor Lin Xingye again, so he didn't come back for lunch every day. He ate with little Jing Kong at the Imperial College. Dinner became the most tidy part of the family every day. After dinner, the old madam, as the head of the family, would ask everyone how they were doing today. Little Jing Kong reported for the longest time every time. He was a taciturn child in school and was a very cold child. When he was at home he was a little loudspeaker. He was lively and he would only stop when Gu Jiao praised him. Today there was nothing special about everyone. When it was Gu Jiao's turn, Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, then told them about Yao Shi. She didn't tell them that Yao Shi was framed in the Ho Fu, and that Yao Shi almost died together with Gu Qinglin. She only told them that she wanted to bring Yao Shi over. Everyone liked Yao Shi, so they didn't have any objections. The only problem was the room. Gu Yan expressed that he could move in with Gu Shaoshan and give the room to Yao Shi. Gu Shaoshan nodded. His bed was big enough for 2 people to sleep on. Tomorrow? I'll go with you? Xiao Lulang asked Gu Jiao. He was talking about going together to bring Yao Shi over to live with him. Gu Jiao nodded and asked him, "You don't have classes tomorrow?" Xiao Lulang. I have classes. Early the next morning Gu Jiao went to the Ho Fu. Yao Shi had woken up early and was eating breakfast in a warm room. Seeing her daughter come over she was very happy, but she was also a bit worried. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down. Have you eaten yet? I've eaten. Gu Jiao said, I came to bring you out of the Fu. Yao Shi was stunned. Gu Jiao paused and said, Are you willing to move out and live with us? Yao Shi wanted to hear these words even in her dreams. Even in her dreams she wanted to live with her daughter. But now was not the time. Yao Shi reached out and touched her daughter's hair. You came so early just to bring me out of the Fu? Gu Jiao nodded honestly. Yao Shi looked at her daughter dotingly. Jiao Jiao, have you truly accepted me? Gu Jiao was silent. She didn't know. The one she didn't accept was not Yao Shi but her mother. But Yao Shi was her mother. Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and gently said, Jiao Jiao was worried about me, so she made a concession. I'm very moved and very happy. But right now, I still cannot move out and live with Jiao Jiao. That concubine mother has a problem, Gu Jiao said. Sure enough, it was because she was worried about her. Yao Shi touched her daughter's face with relief and bitterness. Mother knows. Mother can handle it. Trust mother this once. If this was before, knowing that she could move out with her daughter, she would have done it without hesitation. But she already knew about the situation in the greenhouse. She thought about it for an entire night, thinking about what she should do. Should she move out or should she continue to stay in the manor? In the past she did not fight because she felt that she could not see any hope. Her Yen-er could lose her life at any moment. She just wanted to protect Yen-er and stay away from the manor's affairs. But now she did not think like this. There were some people that just avoiding them was useless. The 3 of them, mother and children, even being alive was a sin. More importantly, she knew that her daughter had been whipped to save her. If it was not for her incompetence, her daughter would not have been whipped to save her. Her heart was bleeding. Her daughter had done too much for her. She could not always hide behind her daughter and become a burden. She hoped that one day she would move out, not because she had nowhere to go. She also hoped that one day when she was gone, her daughter would remember her mother. It would not be a weak and pitiful mother who was besieged on all sides. It would be a mother that she could be proud of. This was the strength that her daughter gave her. If it was possible, mother would not want you to be so capable. It was because she was too incompetent that her daughter had no choice but to be strong. She could not go on like this. She wanted to protect her daughter. Gu Jiao could not understand this emotion, but Gu Jiao respected Yao Shi's choice. If you need anything, the family welcomes you at any time. After Gu Jiao left, Yao Shi changed her clothes and put on 2 golden hair ornaments. She went to Pine Crane Courtyard to pay respects to old Madame Gu. Hearing that Yao Shi came to pay respects to her, old Madame Gu almost choked to death. Who did you say came? The servant said, Madam, it's Madam. She came to pay respects to you. Ever since Yao Shi returned to the manor, she had not come to pay respects to old Madame Gu. What happened today? Did the sun rise from the west? Old Madame Gu was not in a good mood. Firstly, Gu Qinglin was still locked up in the ancestral hall. Secondly, she had been frightened by a thief and had an accident in the greenhouse. Unfortunately, her grandson had not caught the thief yet. She had never been so unlucky in her life. Hiss, her whole body hurt, let her wait outside. Tell her that I have not woken up yet. Yao Shi was ignored for almost an hour, but she did not complain at all. Old Madame Gu laughed. Oh? She's changed her personality? If this was 10 years ago, she would have left with a sullen face. In the end, old Madame Gu called her in. Not only did Yao Shi come, she also brought snacks that she had made herself. Old Madame Gu laughed coldly. What? Are you trying to poison me? Daughter-in-law does not dare, Yao Shi said respectfully. Even the tone of his voice had changed, revealing a hint of flattery and fawning. Old Madame Gu could not help but look at Yao Shi again. In the past, Yao Shi was as cold as she could be. She had an appearance of having no desires. Even old Madame Gu found her to be an eyesore. Today she had changed her clothes and put in her hair ornament. She finally had some self-awareness as a noble lady. As a woman, she had to dress herself up beautifully and be submissive in front of her mother-in-law. Old Madame Gu no longer felt like she had punched cotton. It was rare for her to find Yao Shi more pleasing to the eye. Mother, please try it. Yao Shi presented the snacks with both hands. Her respectful appearance was full of praise. Old Madame Gu calmly picked it up and tasted it. Then old Madame Gu was stunned. She could not tell that this poor daughter-in-law's cooking was so good. It was much better than the chef in the manor. Yao Shi said respectfully, I also practiced for a long time before I dared to take it out to show filial piety to Mother. I hope Mother will not dislike it. Everyone in the room was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Did they hear wrongly? Did this really come out of the madam's mouth? Although Yao Shi did not come from a high family, she had a strong backbone. She was not willing to curry favor with old Madame Gu like concubine Ling. Old Madame Gu was very pleased with Yao Shi's attitude. In addition, she was injured and did not have a good appetite. Yao Shi's snacks were somewhat edible. Yao Shi said gently, Mother, let me give you a massage. The bruises on your body will be better after I massage them. Yener often feels uncomfortable. I've massaged him before, and the imperial doctor praised me for doing a good job. Old Madame Gu's body was in great pain. Hearing her say this, she hesitated but still let her try. Yao Shi did not personally take care of Gu Yan all these years. She was indeed very good at massaging. She was much more professional than the young maidservants in the manor. The manor doctor could also massage, but after all, men and women should not touch each other. Old Madame Gu was very pleased. The places that Yao Shi massaged did not hurt as much. Of course, she felt comfortable. Yao Shi's appearance as a daughter-in-law finally gave her a sense of pride as a mother-in-law. Mother, I've thought about Linner's matter. Hearing that Yao Shi still dared to mention Gu Qinglin, old Madame Gu's face darkened. Gu Qinglin was beaten to this state by her daughter, and because of the matter with Gu Yan, he was locked up in the ancestral hall by her eldest son. She still had the face to mention it. Yao Shi said, when the heir returns to the manor tonight, I will go find him and ask him to release Linner. I will tell him that Yenner is fine now. He was indeed alive and kicking. On the other hand, Gu Qinglin was beaten so badly by Gu Jiao that he could not get up even now. Old Madame Gu's expression softened. It was true that she hated Yao Shi's child, but the most important thing now was to release her precious grandson. Gu Changqing might not listen to the words of others. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, Gu Changqing could not continue to hold on to Gu Qinglin and not let him go. Old Madame Gu said warily, why are you suddenly trying to curry favor with me? Yao Shi lowered her eyes and sighed, this daughter-in-law has thought it through. All these years, this daughter-in-law has not fulfilled her duty as a daughter-in-law and has troubled Mother. In the future, when Yen and Jiao Jiao grow up, they will have to rely on your protection. Sorry, Jiao Jiao, Mother will use you to show off her pitifulness first. No matter how hard one tried, flattery would never work. Old Madame Gu retracted her doubtful expression. It's good that you know your place. On the other hand, concubine Ling came to greet old Madame Gu. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the strange scene of old Madame Gu and Yao Shi getting along harmoniously. Concubine Ling's expression froze. She could not believe her eyes. She was about to go forward and greet them when Yao Shi turned around and gestured for her to keep quiet. Yao Shi slowly stood up and pulled the blanket over old Madame Gu. Then she gently lowered the curtain. Concubine Ling opened her mouth to speak, but stopped. Old Madame Gu was asleep. She could not wake her up. I will come back later to serve Mother. Yao Shi said to the servants in the room and turned to leave. When she brushed past Concubine Ling, she said lightly, "Concubine Ling, why don't you leave too? Don't disturb mother's rest." Since she had already said so, how could Concubine Ling not leave? Concubine Ling felt that it was very strange. Yao Shi today seemed to be different from before. What exactly had changed? It seemed to be her clothes, but it also seemed to be her aura. Concubine Ling followed behind Yao Shi and left Pine Crane Courtyard. Just as they left the courtyard, Yao Shi suddenly turned around and raised her hand to slap Concubine Ling. With a loud slap, Concubine Ling was stunned. Chapter 142. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. Anyone who had even the slightest contact with Yao Shi would not believe that Yao Shi would do such a violent thing. Yao Shi had a serious illness and depression. When she went crazy she might lose her mind, but that was a different matter. However, the current Yao Shi was very clear-headed. Her emotions were also very calm. The slap she gave Concubine Mother Ling was a slap with a purpose. Yao Shi's eyes were like torches as she said, "This slap is for you. You have made my daughter worry." As a mother, the thing she did not want the most was not to be hurt. Rather, it was to be hurt in front of her child. She wanted to protect her child. She did not want their bodies to be hurt, nor did she want their hearts to be hurt. Concubine Mother Ling's mouth was bleeding from the slap. It could be seen just how much force Yao Shi had used in this slap. Concubine Mother Ling used her finger to wipe the corner of her mouth. She then looked at the blood on her fingertip and laughed at herself. "Madam, what are you saying? I do not understand." Yao Shi coldly said, "In front of me, do you have the right to call me that?" Concubine Mother Ling's gaze became cold. It seemed that she could not be bothered to continue pretending. She coldly smiled and said, "Has Madam gone crazy? After serving the old Madam for an entire morning, you think that you are the head wife of the manor?" Yao Shi said with a stern expression, "I do not think so. I am the official wife of the Marquis Manor. You, on the other hand, believe that you are infallible, but in the end you are just a concubine. Hitting you is setting the rules for you. If you have the guts, go and complain." Concubine Mother Ling smiled mockingly and said, "Does Madam believe that I do not dare?" Yao Shi looked into her eyes without blinking. "If you dare, I also dare. What you have done to me you know best in your heart." For the first time, Concubine Mother Ling was unable to look at Yao Shi. She coldly snorted and looked away. "I do not understand Madam's words?" Yao Shi stared at her face. "It's fine if you pretend to be deaf and mute. The days are long. I will let you see clearly that me not fighting with you is not because I cannot beat you. It's because I am too lazy to fight with you." Concubine Ling suddenly laughed. "Oh, you don't care about these things, do you? Status, fame, and fortune are all worldly possessions. This is what you said yourself, Madam." Yao Shi took a step forward and stared at Concubine Mother Ling. "I do not want it, but if you want it, I will not give it to you." "You." Concubine Ling choked. It had to be said that Yao Shi's last words had hit Concubine Mother Ling's weak spot. The position of Madam that Yao Shi did not care about was something she had always dreamed of. Marquis Gu's favor that Yao Shi did not care about was something she had always dreamed of grabbing. Even Yao Shi's appearance and Yao Shi's indifference to worldly affairs were things that Concubine Mother Ling could not obtain. Concubine Ling clenched her fists and began to change the topic. "How noble can you be compared with me? Back then my elder sister didn't despise your family's decline, nor did she despise your young age. She treated you as a close sister, but you stole her husband." Yao Shi did not believe that Concubine Mother Ling did not understand the truth of the matter. She was infuriating her. Yao Shi would no longer be led by the nose like in the past. Yao Shi faintly smiled and said, "At least I managed to steal him. What about you? In the 10 years that I wasn't in the manor, you were unable to steal this man for a full 10 years. You only have this bit of ability." Yao Shi's words stabbed Concubine Mother Ling's heart. Concubine Mother Ling was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had never been in such a sorry state in front of Yao Shi. Compared to Yao Shi's words that stabbed her heart, that slap was nothing. Yao Shi saw that Concubine Mother Ling had used up all of her fighting strength. She coldly glanced at her and proudly walked away. When she walked far away, Concubine Mother Ling's maidservant finally dared to go forward and say with concern, "Concubine Mother, are you all right? Madam is too excessive. How could she hit you? Let's go tell the old Madam and have the old Madam punish her." Concubine Mother Ling touched her swollen cheek and coldly said, "Just because of a slap? Good iron needs to be used on the blade. After Yao Shi returned to her courtyard, she didn't let any maidservants follow her and went straight to her bedroom. As soon as she entered, she closed the door and fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Midway through, Nanny Fong felt that something was wrong with her madam. After Yao Shi entered the room, she also pushed the door open and walked in. As a result, she saw Yao Shi sitting on the ground in a sorry state. So it wasn't that she wasn't afraid, she was just holding it in. Nanny Fong was Yao Shi's attendant. She was 10 years older than Yao Shi. When she was in the Yao Manor, she had served Yao Shi. It could be said that she had watched Yao Shi walk step by step to where she was today. She knew Yao Shi's personality very well. She didn't cause trouble, and was a little afraid of trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced to move to the farmstead. When Yao Shi boasted to the eldest miss, Nanny Fong didn't have much hope. She only thought that she was just saying it. Who would have thought that she would rudely hit concubine Mother Ling? This was under the condition that she didn't have an illness. To be honest, Nanny Fong was quite surprised by this madam. Nanny. Yao Shi looked at Nanny Fong with grievance. Nanny Fong laughed and knelt down to fix Yao Shi's hair ornament. Madam did very well. Madam is very brave. In the future, just be like this and put on the airs of the main wife. If you're afraid, don't show it in front of others. Don't let those vile people look down on you. If we don't fight, others won't believe us. Since that's the case, then fight openly and let them understand how fierce we can be when we fight. Yao Shi's emotions calmed down little by little. She nodded. I was naive in the past. I thought that if I didn't fight, they would let me and Yen go. I won't be so stupid in the future. There were too many things to do in the Ministry of Works, so Marquis Gu couldn't return home last night. Tonight, he dragged his tired body back home. Without saying anything, he went to Yao Shi's room. It was so late, but Yao Shi didn't sleep. She even left a lamp in the room for him. Marquis Gu was moved. Sure enough, after living in the farmstead for more than half a year, his relationship with his madam was much better than before. Marquis Gu's tiredness was swept away. He opened the door with a refreshed expression. Madam, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, a washing machine fell in front of him with a bang. Marquis Gu raised an eyebrow strangely. This is... Yao Shi turned around and coldly looked at him. I heard that you went to Jiao. Marquis Gu's heart skipped a beat. He straightened his back and said, Which bastard said that? Huang Zhong. Yao Shi faintly said. Huang Zhong slowly walked out from behind the pillar with his head drooped. Marquis Gu's expression immediately changed. You traitor! Huang Zhong's head drooped even lower. What did it mean when the gods fought, the little devils suffered? This was it. You created this mess yourself. Go clean it up yourself. I can't handle it anymore. Yao Shi had Huang Zhong leave. Marquis Gu approached Yao Shi and cleared his throat. He went to grab Yao Shi's hand, but his hand was slapped away by Yao Shi. Marquis Gu awkwardly said, You're talking about that time at the farmstead, right? I didn't do it on purpose. I swear. At that time, I thought she was trying to harm you. Yao Shi said, How could she harm me? I am her mother. How is that not possible? I am her father, yet she still beat me. And not just once. She even kicked me into the water, scooped me up and hung me up a tree. It's so tragic. Even when I didn't do anything wrong, she would still beat me for no reason. It's like she was just playing with me. Marquis Gu thought of the beating he had received outside the county government during the provincial examination. Even now he still could not calm down. Marquis Gu did not say these words to Yao Shi. He was a man. He also wanted face, all right? Marquis Gu gently coughed and tugged at Yao Shi's sleeve. All right, I was wrong. That time was my fault. I will never treat her like that again. The person you should be apologizing to is not me. Yao Shi pulled out her sleeve and turned around, not wanting to look at him. If Jiao cannot forgive you, then I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Marquis Gu looked at the washboard on the ground, feeling wronged. Was it too late to kneel now? As for the matter of Yao Shi not moving to Baishui Lane, the entire family felt regretful. However, they were the same as Gu Jiao and respected Yao Shi's choice. After half a month of knocking and hammering, the medical center finally began to take shape. The medical center had a total of 2 floors. There was a backyard and a row of rooms in the back. Gu Jiao placed great importance on protecting the privacy of her patients. She did not set up all of her patients in the main hall like a normal medical center. The main hall was the counter, the consultation desk, and the pharmacy. The normal consultation rooms were on the first floor, and the patient rooms were on the second floor. The rooms in the back had not been put into use yet. Gu Jiao's idea was to build an operating room and a treatment room. Of course, this was all for later. What do you think our medical center should be called? In the main hall, the second boss asked Gu Jiao, who was flipping through the accounts. Gu Jiao turned a page. Anything is fine. You decide. The name did not matter. The most important thing was the doctor and the medicine. The doctor's medical skills needed to be high, and they needed to have medical ethics. The medicine needed to be of good quality and the price needed to be fair. Her medical center was not only open for the rich. She needed to be honest with both the old and the young. What do you think of the Miracle Hands Hall? The second boss's tone was very casual as he asked. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. The Miracle Hands Hall is very good. The second boss's eyes spun. Then it's decided? Gu Jiao nodded. N. The second boss waved his large hand. Bring the plaque in. Miracle Hands Hall, Miracle Hands Hall. He had made up his mind to compete with Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao shook her head. At this moment, the second boss was like a child who wanted to fight with others. The second boss was truly devoted to his medical center. Perhaps it was because he was born with a passion for this line of work. Otherwise, he would not have been oppressed by the Hu family to such an extent. He still did his best to run his medical center. After he was driven out of the Hu family, Clear Spring Town's medical center did not belong to him anymore. However, the connections he had left behind in the past were still there. After shopkeeper Wang received his messenger pigeon, he did not say anything and rushed to the capital. The old doctor originally wanted to come, but he was old and could not bear the torment. Thus he sent his disciple over. His disciple was also someone who could be trusted. Her medical skills were still somewhat inexperienced, but she had a good character and was hardworking and eager to learn. In addition, there was also a doctor that he had met in the capital. He had a disagreement with the second boss's stepbrother and left Miracle Hands Hall in a fit of anger. He had also been invited over by the second boss. Everything had been prepared. They were just waiting for an auspicious day to open. The second boss flipped through the almanac. On the 25th, the city will open. This is the day. Coincidentally, the girls' school next door was also set to open on the 25th. The news of the girls' school had already spread. There were voices of praise among the people, and naturally there were voices of opposition. However, the imperial court was very good at creating momentum. After announcing that several famous talented women in the capital would be entering the girls' school, the voices of opposition weakened. There were two ways to enter the girls' school. One was to enter without an exam. Those who received this qualification were usually talented women who were already famous in the capital. For example, Zhuang Mengdai's older sister, Zhuang Yuxi, or the Marquis Fu's daughter, Gu Jinyu. The other way was to enter through an exam. Because of what had happened last time, Marquis Gu had not been allowed to step into Yao Shi's room for many days. It was impossible for him to apologize to that girl. He thought of another way to express his love for her daughter to Yao Shi. He entered the palace and asked to see Imperial Concubine Shu. Nyang Nyang, could you please help me get a spot to enter the girls' school? Imperial Concubine Shu heard this and was surprised. Doesn't Jinyu already have a spot? Marquis Gu rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, it's not for Jinyu, it's for Jiao Jiao. Imperial Concubine Shu frowned. Jiao Jiao? That girl who grew up in the countryside? Marquis Gu nodded. Imperial Concubine Shu had no feelings for that girl. She did not like Yao Shi's children to begin with. She had also grown up in the countryside. She had heard that she was ignorant and ugly. This kind of person would only embarrass the Marquis Fu. Imperial Concubine Shu did not quite agree. Marquis Gu coaxed. I've let this child down. She has been wandering among the commoners for many years and suffered so much. As her father, I have never doted on her for even a day. Now, I can't even handle her schooling. Imperial Concubine Shu did not believe that her brother really doted on that girl. If he really did, why would he wait until today to beg her? School was about to start, what was he doing so early? Did Yao Shi let you come? Imperial Concubine Shu asked. No, definitely not. Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattledrum. If he said it wasn't, then it wasn't? Imperial Concubine Shu did not believe it. But in the end he was her brother. Imperial Concubine Shu still agreed. Imperial Concubine Shu was not familiar with the crown princess. She directly went to find His Majesty. His Majesty did not say anything and had someone go to the Eastern Palace to get an invitation for her. Chapter 143. After Marquis Gu received the admission card, he directly asked Huang Zhong to send it to Gu Jiao. He had already thought about it. On the first day of the girls' school, he would take his wife to the girls' school and give her a big surprise. His wife saw his efforts for her daughter with her own eyes. She should believe his love for her daughter. Of course, he considered that the girl might not appreciate it. As smart as he was, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Eldest Miss, Marquis Gu said that as long as you agree to go to the girls' school, he will give you 500 taels of silver. In the medical center, Huang Zhong truthfully passed on Marquis Gu's words. Gu Jiao was working. When she heard this, she put down the herbs in her hands. Are you sure? Huang Zhong said, I'm sure. I even brought the banknotes. Gu Jiao said, give the money with one hand and receive the admission card with the other. Huang Zhong, why does this sound a bit wrong? Huang Zhong said seriously, Eldest Miss, you have to swear. Gu Jiao pointed her finger. Okay, I swear, I agree to go to the girls' school. Huang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and gave the admission card and the banknotes to Gu Jiao. What Huang Zhong didn't know was that as soon as he left, Gu Jiao put up the admission card on the door of the medical center. Admission card for sale, 100 taels of silver for one. The second boss opened his mouth in shock. This also wants to be sold? This also meant that before Huang Zhong arrived, someone had already sent an invitation to the school. This person was no other than Prince In, who Gu Jiao had met twice in the county. Prince In asked Imperial concubine Zhuang for the admission card. He didn't even bear to give it to Zhuang Mingdai and directly sent someone to send it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put it up for sale without saying anything. And it was already sold. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly, yes, sell it. Why wouldn't I sell it? Then what did you two talk about just now? The second boss was very clear that Gu Jiao would not go to the girls' school. Gu Jiao said, he asked me to agree and I've already agreed. Is there a problem? The second boss's jaw dropped. So the main point was to agree to this segment? Weren't the girls going to the girls' school? This works. At the very least, the second master knew a little about the relationship between the father and daughter. He really sympathized with Marquis Gu now. You've been tricked by your daughter so many times, why don't you learn your lesson? The person who came to buy the second card soon appeared. It was also an acquaintance, an unexpected acquaintance. Do you really have the admission cards for the girls' school next door? A young lady dressed in luxurious clothes walked in arrogantly. Xiao Liuzi felt that he couldn't receive this person, so he quickly called the second boss over. The second boss had never seen her before. Seeing that she was not dressed like an ordinary noble lady, he didn't dare to neglect her. He politely cupped his hands and said, we have it here. Miss, do you want to buy it? The young lady arrogantly asked, how do I know if your admission cards are real or not? The second boss smiled and said, Miss, you look like a person with status. With such a big medical center opened here, the monk can run away but the temple can't run away. If it's fake, you can just send people to smash my medical center. The young lady looked up at the brand new plaque above her head and felt that the other party's words were not without reason. Their family's power was monstrous. If they really dared to deceive her, she would smash this shop and send everyone to jail. The young lady took out a 100 tael banknote. The second boss was about to take it in his hands. At this time, Xiao Liuzi hurriedly walked over and whispered something in the second boss's ear. The second boss's eyebrows jumped and his hand that was about to take the banknote stopped. What's wrong? The young lady asked. The second boss smiled and said, the admission card? 200 taels. Didn't it say 100 taels? That was the previous price. You're still raising the price? Aya, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, then I'll buy. Behind the young lady came another person who wanted to buy the admission card. This person was not the medical center's shill, but was sincerely looking to buy. The young lady fiercely glared at her. Who said I'm not buying? How much is it? The second boss smiled and showed 2 fingers. The young lady sucked in a breath of cold air. She was about to say that they were going to double the price when she saw the second boss show the remaining fingers. 500 taels. The second boss wanted to cry. Miss Gu, why are you cheating me like this? Aren't you afraid that this rich young lady will smash our medical center in anger? The young lady was really angry. Do you believe that I won't smash your shop? If you can't afford it, then get out of the way. I'll buy. The domineering woman behind her said. 500 taels could buy an admission card to a women's school. Although it was painful to be able to gather together with all the talented women in the capital, for people like them who could not pass the exam, it was the only way out. Who said I can't afford it? The young lady clenched her teeth and took out 4 banknotes from her purse. She used the sky-high price of 500 taels to buy the admission card that her brother had asked for. The second boss looked at the 500 taels in his hand and felt that it was not real. He took the banknotes to the consultation room behind the medicine cabinet and asked Gu Jiao, "Who is that young lady? Do you know her?" Gu Jiao lightly said, "I know her. She is the Zhuang family's young lady Zhuang Mengdai." The second boss sucked in a breath of cold air. Which Zhuang family? Could it be the imperial tutor's Zhuang family? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a moment. "Oh, it seems so." "What do you mean it seems so?" The second boss's legs went soft. "My young lady, do you know who you are cheating? That is the imperial tutor's granddaughter, the Empress Dowager's grandniece. Dongdong's fingers can crush our medical center. It's fine if we didn't hand over the admission card, but we raised the price and cheated them of 500 taels." The second boss grabbed his philtrum again and fell down magnificently. The news of the admission cards being sold quickly spread to the women's school. The main reason was that Zhuang Mengdai, this simple-minded person, said to everyone that she met that she also had an admission card. Even though she did not say that she had spent money to buy it, based on her uneducated reputation, everyone could guess that something was fishy. It was a coincidence that the crown princess was traveling incognito today. When she passed by the women's school on her way back, she heard the commotion. She had the female official go investigate. The female official returned to the carriage and reported, "Crown Princess, there are people openly selling admission cards for the women's school." There was such a thing? Even though the women's school was not opened by the Crown Princess, she was responsible for many things. For example, the admission cards for the women's school had been personally designed by her and given to the Bureau of the Imperial Palace to order. She knew how many had been given out. She also knew who had been given out to, other than the ones that the Crown Prince had given out as a favor. "How many have been sold?" she asked. The female official said, "2. It was sold by that medical hall. I don't know where they got the cards, but they were sold just like that." The Crown Princess frowned. "Who bought them all?" The female official replied, "This servant did not see the first buyer with my own eyes, but from the description of the waiter, it seemed to be the Du family's 5th young Mississippi. This servant saw the second buyer. It was Miss Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai was famous for being an idiot in the capital. Even though she was the daughter of the Zhuang family, the Crown Princess did not give her an admission card. The Zhuang family was a scholarly family, so it was rare for them to have such an idiot. Her sister, Zhuang Yueshi, was a veritable talented woman. However, when the Crown Princess gave Zhuang Yueshi an admission card, some people once guessed that Zhuang Yueshi would give the card to her sister and enter the school herself. It seemed that the relationship between these two sisters was not as harmonious as outsiders guessed. The palace maid suddenly said, "Strange, Crown Princess, didn't noble consort Zhuang ask you for an admission card? She didn't ask for it for Zhuang Mengdai?" The Crown Princess shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure." The palace maid sighed. "And that Du family's 5th young miss, I'm afraid she will annoy the 3rd princess consort again." The 3rd princess consort's surname was Du, and Du family's 5th young miss was her biological sister. The 3rd prince was from the eldest prince's line and did not get along with the crown prince. The 3rd princess consort and the crown princess had always been at odds with each other. In fact, the 3rd princess consort was also a talented woman in the capital. Her zither skills were the best in the capital, but it was not enough for the crown princess. It was said that the crown princess had seen the real Fushi zither when she went on a diplomatic mission to the state of Liang when she was young. Just this point alone was enough to make the 3rd princess consort jealous for a long time. And the 3rd princess consort's biological sister was the crown princess's die-hard fan. Everyone inside the school knew that it was His Majesty's idea, but to outsiders, it was in the name of the crown princess. Naturally, the 3rd princess consort would not allow her sister to promote the crown princess. It was impossible for Du Xiaoyun to take the exam, and the admission card could not be delivered to her. Du Xiaoyun was very worried, so when she saw Gu Jiao selling the admission card, she bought it without hesitation. The female official asked, "Do you want to get the card back?" This was because the school for women had just opened and everything was not standardized. Otherwise, who would dare to sell the admission card if it was the Imperial College? That person would be beaten with a plank and would not be able to take the exam for the rest of their lives. The crown princess sighed faintly. "Forget it. If they want to sell it, then sell it. The school for women is for women who really want to learn." Zhuang Mingdai did not care, but the female official felt sorry for 5th Miss Du. She will be beaten again. That's right. When the 3rd princess consort found out that her biological sister had found someone to buy an admission card to the school for women, she was so angry that she went on a rampage. Disregarding her identity as the imperial consort, she rushed back to her maternal family that very night and ruthlessly taught Du Xiaoyun a lesson. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website. zhhbqg.com. Chapter 144. Du Xiaoyun howled from the beating and ran around the room. Look at you so crude. How are you an imperial consort? The crown prince consort won't be like you. You should learn from him. Little wench, you're rebelling. The 3rd imperial consort angrily threw down her ruler and took off her shoe. She used the sole of her shoe to slap her younger sister. The person that the 3rd imperial consort hated the most in this life was the crown prince consort. In reality, in terms of family background, the 3rd imperial consort was stronger than the crown prince consort. The 3rd imperial consort's mother was the legitimate daughter of Duke Luo's Fu. Of the 4 major families in the capital, Marquis Xian Ping Fu ranked first, followed by Duke Luo Fu. The crown prince consort's maternal family wasn't very powerful. She relied on her own talent to get to where she was today. The 3rd imperial consort was the same age as the crown prince consort. She entered the palace as a study companion for the princesses. The two were compared almost from a young age. The crown prince consort was better than her in every aspect. Not only was she smarter and prettier than her, she was also more liked by the princes and princesses. The only thing that the 3rd imperial consort was better at was the zither. But even this bit of limelight was completely stolen by the crown prince consort after she saw the real Fuxi zither. How could the 3rd imperial consort not be jealous of her? However, the 3rd imperial consort was engaged to the imperial family, while the woman who stole her limelight was only engaged to a young marquis. That little childhood friend was 3 years younger than her. In reality, the young Marquis of Jianghu had a greater reputation in the capital than the 3rd imperial consort. But no matter how great his reputation was, he was still a subject, while the 3rd imperial consort was the monarch. The 3rd imperial consort found a wonderful balance in her heart. Unfortunately, the young marquis died in a fire not long after. Her fiancé died before she married, so he had to die. She cursed him to death. The 3rd imperial consort was waiting to see her archenemy make a fool of herself. Who knew that after the mourning period, she married the crown prince and successfully became her imperial sister-in-law. The crown prince consort was the future empress. She was just a consort that would be sent to a fief. Even more tragic was that she had to bow to her archenemy. That was what everyone in Beijing said. Ever since she was young, the crown princess has been more outstanding than the 3rd princess consort. No wonder the crown princess is a head taller than her when she marries. The entire Jing city loved the crown princess. As long as the crown princess existed, no one would see the 3rd imperial consort. She couldn't control other people, but she could at least control her biological sister. The 3rd princess consort was still angry after beating her sister. She said fiercely, "If you dare to go to a girls' school, I will break your legs." Du Xiaoyun's stubborn temper was exactly the same as the 3rd princess consort's. "Hit me. If you have the ability, then fight right now. Even if you break it, I'll crawl over you." The 3rd princess consort was furious. She threw away her shoes and picked up the broom beside her. Seeing that her younger daughter was about to be beaten to death by her elder daughter, Mrs. Du hurried to mediate. "Well, you two sisters should stop arguing. Isn't it just studying? Just let her study. It's not like you don't know how much she loved studying since she was young." The 3rd princess consort said angrily, "Does she love studying? She is trying to curry favor with the crown prince consort." Du Xiaoyun stared at Bird's Nest hair and face full of bumps and snorted, "Yes. I want to curry favor with her. Who told her to be so outstanding? She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is way better than you." The 3rd princess consort had a good relationship with her maternal family and never put on airs in front of them. Otherwise, Du Xiaoyun would have been dragged out and beaten to death 100 times for offending her superior like this. "Shut up." Mrs. Du scolded her younger daughter fiercely. However, Everyone knew that it was fine if she didn't get the invitation. But once she got it, she wouldn't give up going to a girls' school so easily. The third princess consort was so angry that she sat on the carriage back to the mansion with a dark face. The third prince's mansion was on Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was quite far from here. On the way back, the third princess consort was upset and felt that the carriage was even more bumpy than usual. That stinky girl, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Is there no one better than the crown prince consort in the world? I'm her biological sister. Look at how she is helping an outsider. As the third princess consort scolded, she felt that her stomach was hurting from anger. The two accompanying maids obediently sat on both sides of her and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Say something. The third princess consort said with a frown. The two maids trembled and looked at each other. Maid Su said, "But third princess consort, is it really okay for you to beat fifth miss like that? She's your biological sister. If this spreads out." What Maid Su really wanted to say was that your reputation is no longer as good as the crown prince consort's. If it gets any worse, there won't be any place to criticize you. The third princess consort gritted her teeth and said, "Does she have any awareness of her biological sister? Which family's younger sister would always speak up for outsiders? I asked her to learn the Guqin from me, but she refused and said that I can't play as well as the crown prince consort. What a joke, can she understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, the third princess consort felt that her stomach hurt even more. It was all because of that girl. The third princess consort held her stomach and frowned tightly. The two maids sensed that something was wrong. Maid Su asked, "Master, are you okay?" Ouch. The third princess consort couldn't help but groan. She rubbed her stomach and held onto the corner of the table, saying, "Hurry back to the estate and slow down the carriage." The two maids were stunned. Did they want the carriage to be slow or fast? The third princess consort was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. She wanted nothing more than to return to the estate immediately, but with every violent jolt she would hurt even more. Seeing that her face had turned pale, the two maids didn't know if she was angered by fifth miss or really felt uncomfortable somewhere. "I'm not." The third princess consort was about to say that she was fine when she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She lost her balance and fell straight onto the floor of the carriage. This frightened the two maids. Maid Su shouted, "Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage now!" The carriage driver stopped the carriage. Although the jolts were no longer jolting, the third princess consort's symptoms didn't ease at all. She was still in so much pain that she wanted to die. "What should we do, Sister Su?" Maid Lu asked with trepidation. Maid Su knelt beside the third princess consort. She was also frightened when she saw the other party rolling around in pain. The third princess consort probably couldn't hold on until they returned to the estate. She lifted the curtain and asked the carriage driver, "Is there a clinic nearby?" The carriage driver thought for a moment and said, "The girls' school is just up ahead. I remember that there's a clinic next to the girls' school." Maid Su hurriedly said, "Why aren't you going?" "Yes." The carriage driver drove the carriage to the clinic. Maid Su hurriedly jumped off the carriage. "Doctor. Is there a doctor?" The second boss walked out and said, "Miss, our clinic hasn't opened yet. Are you, Inside the carriage, the third princess consort screamed in pain. The second boss's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it wasn't a minor illness, so it wasn't good to ask someone to find another clinic. He hurriedly went to the second floor and found Gu Jiao, who was cleaning the side room. "There's a patient. It's a woman." Gu Jiao put down the broom, took off her overcoat and went downstairs. "Where's the doctor?" Maid Su asked. "This is the doctor." The second boss pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "A female doctor?" Maid Su frowned. There were doctors in Zhao country, so there were naturally female doctors. However, the female doctors' medical skills weren't as good as the doctors, so their status was very low. In the imperial palace, the female doctors were assistants to the imperial physicians. They couldn't treat the concubines alone. Maid Su said sternly, "How can a female doctor be enough? Call your doctor out." Gu Jiao wouldn't allow anyone to be fierce to her people. She stood in front of the second boss and said, "I'm the doctor. If you want to see, then see. If you don't, then get lost." Maid Su choked. The third princess consort was in even more pain. Maid Lu lifted the curtain and said in a choked voice, "Sister Su, hurry up and let her in. Madam seems to be dying." Maid Su's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jiao got into the carriage. The sky was a bit dark, so there wasn't much light in the carriage. Light all the oil lamps, she said. Female official Lu lit up all the spare oil lamps. Gu Jiao carefully looked at the third princess consort. She saw that she was holding the right side of her stomach. Gu Jiao knelt down and took away her hand. She found the lower right side of her stomach and pressed on the spot where the my point was. Does it hurt here? Yes. The third princess consort was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Gu Jiao let go of her hand and said, "It's acute appendicitis. You need immediate surgery." Need what? Maid Lu didn't understand Gu Jiao's words. Gu Jiao looked at the third princess consort who was in pain and said seriously, "Surgery? I want to cut open your stomach and take out the inflamed appendix." Maid Lu was so shocked that she stuttered and stammered, You want to cut open the third madam's stomach?" The third princess consort looked at Gu Jiao with a pale face. She seemed to be waiting for her explanation. Gu Jiao looked into the third princess consort's eyes without blinking. "Your situation is very urgent. The medicine can't control it. If you don't do as I say, you will die soon." The terrible thing about acute appendicitis was that if it wasn't treated in time, it could cause perforation of the appendix and cause peritonitis. The death rate was very high. A trace of panic flashed through the third princess consort's eyes. "No." Maid Su got on the carriage and stood in front of the third princess consort. "You are just a little female doctor. How dare you try to cut open my madam's stomach? I think you are just an alarmist. Say it. How much money do you want?" "I'm not an alarmist. It's up to you whether you want to treat me or not." Gu Jiao finished speaking and got up to walk out. She had just walked a few steps when her wrist was caught by a cold hand. The third princess consort held it tightly. She almost used all her strength. "Can you really save me, madam?" The two female officers' faces changed color. Was the third princess consort for real? Was she really going to let this female doctor cut open her stomach? She was crazy. This female doctor was crazy. The third princess consort was also crazy. Maid Su said, "Madam, don't listen to her. I'll go get the imperial doctor now." Gu Jiao said calmly, "Go ahead." "No." The third princess consort held Gu Jiao's wrist tightly. She had seen this disease before. Before she got married, her wet nurse was in pain here. The pain was exactly the same as hers and the symptoms were the same. She asked the imperial doctor to treat her, but the imperial doctor couldn't cure her. Her wet nurse was in so much pain that she died. She was going to die too. Maid Su said, "Madam, you can't." As a princess consort, she couldn't have a knife wound on her body. When she entered the palace, if there was a small flaw on her body, she would be eliminated. Although she was married now, she was still a princess consort. Her body didn't belong to her. It belonged to the third prince. Without the third prince's consent, she couldn't abuse her body at will. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, but Gu Jiao understood from her eyes. Gu Jiao carried the third princess consort down from the carriage. The two maids couldn't stop Gu Jiao. Maid Su said to the coachman, "Hurry back to the manor and inform His Highness." "Yes." The coachman rushed back to the manor without stopping. Gu Jiao carried the third princess consort into the side room and put her on the temporary operating table. The third princess consort looked at her in fear. Gu Jiao wasn't good at sensing her family's emotions, but she understood the patients. She said, "Don't worry. I'm confident. I've done many surgeries. I'm not an ordinary female doctor. My medical skills are very good. Your surgery isn't complicated and it won't hurt. I'll give you anesthetics. You won't feel anything during the entire process." She said a lot in one breath to calm the patient's emotions. The third princess consort's eyes turned red. Not only was she afraid of death and pain, but she was also afraid of many things. Her life didn't belong to her. It belonged to the entire royal family. Her body didn't belong to her either. It belonged to the third prince. Without her husband's permission, she let others hurt her body. She would be reviled by others. Gu Jiao looked at her steadily. "Nothing is more important than your life. Your body is your own. You don't need anyone to make decisions for you. If you're criticized and reviled by others because of your treatment, then it's not your fault. It's the whole world's fault." The third princess consort burst into tears. The surgery went smoothly. There was a new anesthetics in the small medicine box. The third princess consort reacted well to the anesthetics. She fell asleep during the surgery. When she woke up, she had changed into dry clothes and was lying on the bed in the side room. "Does it still hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. The third princess consort shook her head. It didn't hurt that much. After the anesthetics wear off, the wound will hurt, but it should be tolerable, Gu Jiao said. Then she told her some things to pay attention to after the surgery. The third princess consort wasn't very popular in the capital. She didn't fit in. Others didn't like her and she didn't like others either. But this little girl was different from most of the people she had met. The third princess consort opened her mouth weakly. What's your name? Gu Jiao. Chapter 145. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Soon, people from the third prince's mansion came to the door. The third prince was in the royal study. The coachman didn't see him, so he had to call the guards from the mansion. It was said that the situation was very serious. More than a dozen guards came, as well as an accompanying doctor from the mansion. When Maid Su saw them, her hope was ignited. She ran out of the clinic with her dress in hand. She pointed at the second master and said, "Just in time. They kidnapped the third princess consort. The third princess consort is locked up by them. Go in and save her." When the second master saw so many guards rushing in, he thought that he was not afraid of the emperor. They opened a clinic and practiced medicine. It was reasonable for them to go to the government office. But when he heard the words, "the third princess consort," his legs went soft. Was there a mistake? The patient inside was the third princess consort? The daughter-in-law of the emperor? His little Gu cut the belly of the third princess consort. The second master pinched his philtrum and fainted again. The clinic was still in the preparation stage. There were many people in the lobby, including shopkeeper Wang Little Six, the apprentices of the old doctor, and some newly recruited workers. Everyone was controlled by the guards of the third prince's mansion. The leading guard was about to rush into the wing room to save the third princess consort when the door of the wing room creaked open. The third princess consort grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and walked out with difficulty. Her other hand instinctively covered the wound. Her face was still pale, but she was much better than when she was half dead in the carriage. The guard saw her and bowed to her apologetically. The third princess consort glanced at the crowd coldly. She said weakly but with the same vigor, "Are you all against me? Why aren't you releasing him?" The guards looked at each other. The effect of the anesthetic was slowly wearing off. The third princess consort felt the pain from the wound. But as Gu Jiao said, it was bearable. She could clearly feel that she had narrowly escaped death. She looked at the guards in the room coldly. "What? My words don't work, do they? Who gave you the guts? When I get back, I'd like to ask His Highness if he was the one who told you to look down on me." This subordinate dares not. The leader of the guards sheathed his sword and made a gesture to the others. Everyone let go of the people from the medical center and sheathed their swords. Maid Su walked over worriedly. "Third princess, are you okay?" The third princess consort leaned on Gu Jiao weakly. "I don't have the strength to hit you now. I'll deal with you when we get back." If not for the fact that the operation was over, this girl would have killed her by barging in with her men. Of course, Gu Jiao had considered this, so she ended the operation as soon as possible. The third princess consort didn't know about Gu Jiao's thoughtfulness, but she was grateful for her actions tonight. Gu Jiao not only saved her life, but also her dignity. "Miss Gu, goodbye," she said weakly. Gu Jiao said, "Take out the stitches in 7 days." The third princess consort nodded with difficulty. "Okay, I'll keep it in mind." She was about to collapse at any moment. Maid Su and Maid Lu hurriedly took her from Gu Jiao and helped her into the carriage to return to the residence. 7 days later, the third princess consort didn't come to take out the stitches. Gu Jiao wasn't worried. Since she was the third princess consort, there must be a doctor with excellent medical skills in the mansion. There were also imperial doctors in the palace. Taking out the stitches wasn't a problem for them. On a sunny morning, the medical center opened for business. The whole family got up early to support the medical center. Even the old lady who always stayed in bed until late in the morning got up. However, because the Imperial College and the Qinghe Academy weren't on holiday today, Gu Jiao refused the four people's request for leave. She appreciated their kindness. The four people thought, "Why is it so difficult to skip class?" The four brothers went to the Imperial College and the Academy with their bags of books in their arms. The old lady didn't have anything to do, so she got into the carriage sent by the second boss and went to the medical center together. The signboard of the Miracle Hands Hall had already been hung up. They were just waiting for Gu Jiao to take off the red cloth. Gu Jiao didn't pretend to be pretentious. She lifted her hand and took off the red cloth. On the simple and elegant signboard, there were 3 large golden words, Miracle Hands Hall. The second boss was very happy. Although he didn't have Rejuvenation Hall, he still had the Miracle Hands Hall. He was still the second boss in name. Gu Jiao was also very happy. The capital's expenses were so high. It wasn't good to just sit around and eat until it ran out. With the medical center they could start making money. With money they could send the 4 men in the family to more books and better schools. The 4 people who were suffering in the classroom sneezed in unison. On the first day of the medical center's opening, all patients were treated for free. All herbs were 20% off, and all supplements were 50% off. In addition, a bowl of secret longan and red date tea was given for free. This tea was made with high-quality dried red dates and longan meat. It also had wolfberries. It could replenish the qi, nourish the blood and beautify the skin. More importantly, it had a lot of sugar. It was delicious. The old lady stayed by the stove and slurped down bowl after bowl of soup. Not many customers came, but the soup was already half gone. The girls' school was also starting today. Gu Jinyu also woke up very early. When she dressed up and went to pay her respects to her parents, she saw that the Marquis Gu and Yao Shi had also gotten ready. They were dressed appropriately and looked like they were about to go out. Gu Jinyu was slightly taken aback. "Father, mother, you are?" The Marquis Gu smiled. "Isn't the girls' school starting today?" Gu Jinyu understood. "Father, mother, are you sending me to the girls' school?" Recently, the relationship between her parents seemed to have become tense. Her mother seemed to have changed into a different person. She started to fight with concubine Ling in all sorts of ways, causing her to show less concern for her. She couldn't help but show a happy expression. "Father, mother, you're so nice." The Marquis Gu patted his daughter's hand dotingly. "All right, it's getting late. We should set off. Don't be late." If they were late, they wouldn't be able to see the famous scene of that brat entering the girls' school. He must let his wife see with her own eyes how hard he worked for that brat. "Hurry, hurry, madam." If they were late, the surprise would be gone. He had been telling Yao Shi about the surprise since last night. Yao Shi had thought it was something big. So it was to send Jinyu to school? On the way, Yao Shi's mood was not very high. As Jinyu's mother, logically speaking, she should be excited about Jinyu entering the school. But for some reason she wasn't that excited. It wasn't that Gu Jinyu didn't sense her mother's emotions. But her mother had been fighting with concubine Ling recently and had always looked so deep. She didn't take it to heart. The carriage quickly arrived at the girls' school. The Marquis Gu was already imagining the touching scene of his wife meeting that brat in his mind. Yao Shi excitedly held her daughter's hand. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" Jiao Jiao gently said, "I'm here to attend school." Yao Shi was shocked. You also entered the girls' school? How did you get in? Did you enter on your own?" Jiao Jiao shyly lowered her head. "How could that be? I grew up in the countryside and didn't know a single word. It's all thanks to Father. It was Father who painstakingly helped me get a school invitation. Father is really too good to me. Mother, don't be angry at Father." Yao Shi looked at him in shame and took his hand. "Marquis Gu, I wronged you in the past. So you're the father who dotes on your daughter the most in the world. Let's mend our relationship. Come to my room tonight." "Ha ha ha." Marquis Gu put his hands on his hips and imagined. He laughed like a fool in the carriage. Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu looked at him in shock. Until Yao Shi lifted the curtain and saw Gu Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao." Yao Shi lifted the curtain and quickly got out of the carriage. She excitedly walked toward her daughter and held her daughter's hand. Marquis Gu immediately returned to his senses. It's here, it's here. The moment that belonged to him had arrived. He was finally going to wash away his shame and change his ways. He was going to reach the pinnacle of his life. Gu Jinyu's expression darkened. Her mother had been listless early in the morning. She had thought that she was tired. After seeing her biological daughter, her face instantly glowed. Clearly, she was the one who should have received the most attention today. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" Yao Shi asked. "Marquis Gu, tell me. "I'm here to go to school." Gu Jiao Jiao said, "I'm here to work." Marquis Gu. Yao Shi also did not understand why her daughter had come here to work. Gu Jiao Jiao pointed at the medical center behind her and said, "The medical center is open for business." Yao Shi did not know that her daughter had partnered with the second boss to open a medical center. Marquis Gu also did not know. Last time he had Huang Zhong go to Jade Water Alley to find Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiao was not in the residence. The matriarch said that Gu Jiao had gone to the medical center next to the girls' school. Huang Zhong had reported this to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu only thought that she had gone to be someone's medicine boy again. Marquis Gu was furious. Wasn't it better to be a high and mighty student? Marquis Gu did not want to be a bad father in front of Yao Shi, but he really could not control his temper. What are you thinking? Why aren't you going to school? Didn't you agree to me? I've already given you the invitation and the money, and you've only given me this? Gu Jinyu understood what was going on. Father had secretly given Gu Jiao an invitation. She stepped forward and said, "That's right, elder sister. It's very difficult to enter a girls' school. If you don't have an invitation, you can only take the exam." Gu Jiao glanced at her indifferently. "Oh, you think I won't be able to pass?" Gu Jinyu said aggrievedly, "That's not what I meant. I just think that elder sister should not waste father's efforts. I definitely do not look down on elder sister. Actually, I already mentioned to father that if elder sister is willing, I can come and help elder sister with her revision." Gu Jiao said, "Then why didn't you come?" Gu Jinyu immediately choked and could not speak. Wasn't this a little too unconventional? Who would answer like this? Gu Jinyu laughed dryly and said, "Then I'll come every day to teach elder sister." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "No need. I won't learn." Gu Jinyu, "Then you shouldn't have asked just now." Marquis Gu could not bear to see his precious daughter being wronged. He said to Gu Jinyu, "It's getting late. Jinyu, you should go to class. Don't be late." Gu Jinyu bit her lip and softly replied, "Yes, father, mother. I'll go in first. Elder sister, take care." After Gu Jinyu left, Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and entered the clinic. Marquis Gu followed behind the mother and daughter without any sense of presence. He was forgotten like air. Second master was very considerate. He had prepared a courtyard in the back room for Gu Jiao. The side room had its own secluded little courtyard. The mother and daughter entered the courtyard. Marquis Gu followed but was hit in the nose by the closed door. Marquis Gu's nose instantly swelled like a pig's. After entering the room, Gu Jiao took Yao Shi's pulse. Without the devil's snare flower's influence, Yao Shi's pulse was much better. Yao Shi's depression and hysteria were not caused by the devil's snare flower, but the devil's snare flower did worsen Yao Shi's condition. Thinking about it this way, it was fortunate that she had resolutely moved out of the Marquis's residence. Otherwise she might not have survived until the day Gu Jiao appeared. After that, the two talked about the residence. There was an urgent mission in the military camp. Gu Changqing had not returned to the Marquis's residence for many days. Although Gu Changqing had let Gu Qinglin out of the ancestral hall, he still could not get out of bed. Gu Qingfeng went to school every day. Without Gu Qinglin stirring up trouble, he was much more well-behaved. The only one who had a headache was concubine Ling. However, it was not Yao Shi who had a headache. It was she who had a headache over Yao Shi. Yao Shi had been going to Pine Crane Courtyard more often recently. She did not miss a single visit in the morning. Old Madame Gu found pleasure in setting rules for her daughter-in-law through Yao Shi. Every time, she would call Yao Shi in front of her and put on the airs of a mother-in-law. However, she was putting on airs in the room. Outsiders did not know that Yao Shi was being set rules by old Madame Gu. They only saw her going to old Madame's room more often and thought that she was suddenly favored. In addition, every time she came out of old Madame Gu's room, she looked like she had gained a lot. Anyone who saw it would think that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was very good. The servants in the residence were used to seeing people's expressions. Once Yao Shi was favored, the direction of the situation changed. In the beginning, it was only Yao Shi who received more charcoal than concubine Ling. Gradually, Yao Shi's 3 meals a day were more sumptuous than concubine Ling's. Even the servants' winter clothes were prepared in Yao Shi's courtyard before concubine Ling's courtyard. This was something that would never have happened in the past. However, concubine Ling had been in charge of the household for many years. She had some skills. She was bullied to this extent by Yao Shi, but she was still able to remain calm. Yao Shi suspected that the rumors against her were all spread by concubine Ling. Perhaps the previous madame's death was also related to concubine Ling. Unfortunately, Yao Shi did not have any evidence. She's so calm. It's very difficult for me to find anything that can be used against her. This was Yao Shi's first time fighting in the residence. She lacked experience. At this time, the matriarch who had been sleeping in the inner room, yawned and walked out. She threw a bag of medicine in front of Yao Shi. Use this. Chapter 146. The mother and daughter looked strangely at the bag of medicine on the table. For a while they did not know what the matriarch had given them. What is this? Yao Shi asked. The matriarch stretched and lazily sat down in a chair. Arsenic. Yao Shi choked. Gu Jiao also nearly choked. If she did not remember incorrectly, the matriarch had casually taken it out of her pocket, right? Were all the matriarchs these days so hardcore? She even carried arsenic with her? Where did you get the arsenic? Gu Jiao looked at the matriarch and asked. The matriarch felt a little guilty from being stared at. She gently coughed and said, It's that rat medicine. She vaguely said the word but Gu Jiao still understood. She said it was for sale. A few days ago, Gu Jiao found that there were rats in the house, so she used the arsenic to make some rat medicine. The rat medicine was gone, and the rats did not appear again. She thought that the rat medicine had all been eaten by the rats. It turned out that the matriarch had taken it and sold it? Selling the wound medicine could no longer satisfy your needs, right? You're even selling rat medicine now? The matriarch cleared her throat. The medicine is quite effective. Everyone in the neighborhood has a bag. Gu Jiao, you've already made it so that everyone in the alley has a bag. The corners of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Aya? It smells so good. Is it time to cook? I'm going to the kitchen to take a look. The matriarch slipped away. Yao Shi stood up. That's right, it smells so good. I'm also going to take a look. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the bag of medicine in her hand. Bringing arsenic into the kitchen was very scary, all right? Yao Shi awkwardly smiled. Holding the bag of medicine in her hand, she said, I threw it away. Gu Jiao pretended to believe her. Yao Shi chased after the matriarch, and the two went to a secluded corner. Yao Shi raised the bag of medicine and humbly asked for advice. My child's grand, and how exactly do you use this? The matriarch first gestured to give the medicine, then gestured to raise her head to drink. She winked at Yao Shi. Go through the motions, do you understand? With only the two of you, she won't be able to explain herself. Yao Shi seemed to understand. But how do we get rid of those maidservants? Concubine Ling always had her trusted maid by her side. Of course you can't get rid of her maidservant. Get rid of her yourself. As the matriarch spoke, she leaned close to Yao Shi and whispered into her ear, Do you understand? Yao Shi suddenly realized, brilliant, truly brilliant. After Yao Shi came up with a plan, she impatiently left. Watching Yao Shi excitedly leave, the matriarch sank into deep confusion. What exactly did I do in the past? Why are you so full of evil tricks? Yao Shi took the arsenic and returned to the manor. It was her first time doing something like this, so she was quite nervous. However, when she thought of the grievances and scapegoats she had suffered all these years, she felt that it was nothing more than this. She first carried out the first step of her plan, lure the snake out of its hole. Concubine Ling was a very cautious person. It was not likely that she would come out alone unless Concubine Ling was doing something shameful. For example, seducing Marquis Gu. Yao Shi first released the news that Marquis Gu was in the back mountains. In order to make the news reliable, Yao Shi tricked Marquis Gu into going to the back mountains. When Concubine Ling heard that Marquis Gu was in the back mountains, she immediately dressed up and went alone to create a romantic, chance encounter with Marquis Gu. However, the person she met was not Marquis Gu. Instead, it was Yao Shi who had been waiting in the back mountains. Ma, madam? Concubine Ling was startled and quickly pulled up her slightly slippery clothes. Yao Shi looked at her figure that was about to be revealed and faintly smiled. Concubine mother dressed like this, who did you come to the back mountains to meet in secret? Concubine Ling quickly wrapped her cloak tightly around herself. Suppressing her guilty conscience, she said, I just came for a walk. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Yao Shi smiled and said, Since you're already here, why don't you go in and sit for a while? After the Marquis finishes picking fruit, he will come find me. With Yao Shi present, Concubine Ling could not use any of her skills, but she did not want to leave like this. After all, she had dressed up very beautifully. If the Marquis did not see her, she would not be satisfied. Concubine Ling and Yao Shi went to a small wooden hut nearby. Marquis Gu would occasionally come to the back mountains to practice his swordsmanship. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Qinglin would also occasionally come to the back mountains to pick fruit. This small wooden hut was prepared for them to rest in. It did not look big, but it had everything that should be there. The two sat down across from each other. Yao Shi poured a cup of tea for Concubine Ling. While Concubine Ling was not paying attention, she grabbed the bag of medicine. The matriarch's plan was to have Yao Shi use the trick of injuring herself to gain sympathy. She would put poison in her own cup and pretend to take a sip to pretend that she had been poisoned. In reality, all she needed to do was sprinkle it on her body. Then she would accuse Concubine Ling of poisoning her. Either way, there was no third person, so Concubine Ling would not be able to explain herself. But it was clear that Yao Shi had misunderstood the matriarch's intentions. She took advantage of her unpreparedness and put the rat poison in Concubine Ling's cup. How could Concubine Ling have expected that Yao Shi would so brazenly poison her? She picked up the teacup and drank it without any hesitation. Then she met with tragedy. The matriarch was selling rat poison. That could not be the original dosage. It was mixed with flour. It was a fake rat poison. It would not kill, but it was enough for Concubine Ling to drink. Concubine Ling fell to the ground and could not get up. Her nose was crooked and her mouth was slanted. Her entire body was twitching and she was foaming at the mouth. Those who knew would say that she had been poisoned. Those who did not know would think that she had suffered a stroke at such a young age. What was even worse was that her sorry state was seen by Marquis Gu, who had come to find Yao Shi. Concubine Ling wanted to pretend that she had died. What happened? What happened to her? Marquis Gu asked with a face full of shock. I don't know. Yao Shi played dumb. Marquis Gu immediately called for servants to send Concubine Ling back to her courtyard. He also called for the manor's doctor to treat Concubine Ling. The doctor diagnosed that Concubine Ling had been poisoned and quickly urged Concubine Ling to vomit. This was what Yao Shi had suffered in the past. However, the doctor's medical skills were not as good as Gu Jiao's. The medicine was also not as advanced as Gu Jiao's. Concubine Ling suffered more than Yao Shi. After a total of 4 hours, Concubine Ling was finally able to speak. She was almost half dead. The first thing she said was to accuse Yao Shi. She poisoned me. Marquis Gu frowned. Don't talk nonsense. How could Madame poison you? Not only did Marquis Gu not believe it, even old Madame Gu and Gu Qingfeng did not believe it. The three of them did not like Yao Shi. However, disliking her was one thing. Whether or not they believed that Yao Shi had the guts was another thing. If Yao Shi really had such means, why would she be forced out of the manor by them? Gu Qinglin came to see her in a wheelchair. He dismissed the servants and asked in a low voice, Concubine Yang, are you trying to trick me? Concubine Ling felt wronged. I am not. Old Madame Gu also came to question her. What were you thinking? How could you do such a stupid thing? Didn't she just stay in the manor for a few more days? Even if you want to force her out, you should think of a better way. Concubine Ling was so wronged that she even called her mother's name. She admitted that she had harmed Yao Shi before, but this time it was not her. It was really her who harmed me at. Old Madame Gu glared at her. She harmed you by using arsenic mixed with flour? The doctor had already said that as long as the treatment was timely, that level of arsenic would not kill anyone. I know what you are thinking. There is no need to lie in front of me. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I can't see through it? Old Madame Gu was very angry. She was not angry at Concubine Ling for doing such a stupid thing. She was angry that Concubine Ling did such a stupid thing and did not admit it. Old Madame Gu originally wanted to make a decision for Concubine Ling, but now she changed her mind. You should reflect on yourself. Old Madame Gu said and left with a flick of her sleeves. Concubine Ling, even I can see the flaw in this method. If you want to deal with that woman in the future, don't use such a small trick. Gu Qinglin said awkwardly and went back to his courtyard. Concubine Ling was about to break down. She had been dealing with that woman for more than 10 years, but this time she did not. No one doubted her when she harmed others, but when she did nothing, no one in the manor believed her. Concubine Ling was so angry that her head hurt. Gu Chongqing stayed in the military camp for a few days. At night, he finally dragged his tired face back to the manor. As soon as he entered the manor, his personal servant reported the matter of Concubine Ling being poisoned to Gu Chongqing. I really didn't expect Concubine Ling to be so cruel to herself. In order to frame Madame, she did not hesitate to poison herself. Isn't she afraid of poisoning herself to death? Gu Chongqing was deep in thought and did not speak. The servant chattered on a lot. He probably did not expect Concubine Ling to be so vicious to harm Madame. To be honest, Concubine Ling was a good person in the manor. She had been in charge of the manor for many years and rarely argued with the servants. However, in the eyes of the servants, Madame Yao was more harmless than Concubine Ling. How is Concubine Ling? Gu Changqing asked. The servant noticed that the heir called her Concubine Ling this time, not Concubine Ling. The difference of one word made people feel that his feelings towards Concubine Ling had changed. The servant didn't dare to question his master's thoughts and only answered him truthfully. The doctor said that the poison was mixed with flour, so it won't kill anyone. Concubine Yang is fine, she just needs to recuperate for a period of time. Gu Changqing said expressionlessly, if that is the case, then recuperate well. Don't let Concubine Ling worry about the manor anymore. The servant was confused. What did he mean by that? Gu Changqing went to the Pine Crane courtyard and temporarily took back Concubine Ling's manor on the grounds of recuperation and punishment. In fact, it was unreasonable to let a concubine be in charge of the manor. It was only because Concubine Ling had a strong backer and Madame Yao was not in the manor that she had been in charge of the manor for 10 years. Old Madame Gu was still brooding over Concubine Ling's lies. She wanted to punish Concubine Ling, so she nodded and agreed. Therefore, after being poisoned and wronged by the whole manor, Concubine Ling lost her right to the manor's manor. After the opening of the medical center, it snowed for 3 days. Many streets in the capital were frozen. It was difficult for carriages to drive and pedestrians to walk. Little Jing Kong fell down as soon as he came out of the house. Oh, it was not his fault. The ground was too slippery. He tried to get up but could not, so he gave up. He just lay on the ground and stuck out his little tongue. Something was wrong with the spitting. His tongue was stuck. When Gu Jiao came out of the kitchen, she saw a cute little figure lying on the ground in the front yard through the hall. Gu Jiao walked over strangely. It's cold on the ground. Get up. Little Jing Kong, oh, I can't get up. Gu Jiao squatted down and found that the little guy's tongue was stuck on the ice on the ground. Gu Jiao, how did you make yourself like this? Little Jing Kong felt that he was going to die from embarrassment. Jiao Jiao had actually seen his embarrassing appearance, which seriously affected his heroic and handsome image. He tried to pull his tongue out. Gu Jiao said, don't move. Pulling it out by force would hurt his tongue, so Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get warm water. Before she finished, Xiao Lulang came out of the study. He saw the little guy on the ground and squatted down to look at the little guy's embarrassment. Little Jing Kong went crazy. Ah, bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to look. Soon Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan came out too. The two of them also came over to look. Gu Yan was laughing so hard. Gu Shaoshan usually didn't laugh unless she couldn't hold it in. Like now. Little Jing Kong was so angry. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, all adults are bad guys. After what seemed like a century, little Jing Kong finally got warm water from Gu Jiao to save his tongue. His tongue was numb and he couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao picked him up. He was ashamed and indignant. He felt that he had no face left. He covered his face with his small hand and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms, turning the back of his head to the others. Little Jing Kong always ate alone in the house. He didn't eat with these bad adults who laughed at him. This was the first time the little guy threw a tantrum. Although it was a little heartless to say this, the little guy looked so cute when he was upset. It's time to go to school. Xiao Lulang held back his laughter and came over to call him. Little Jing Kong pulled the quilt and buried his little head in it. I'm not going to school with you. I want to go to school with Jiao Jiao. Chapter 147. Little Jing Kong was very determined. Xiao Lulang had no choice but to go to the Imperial College by himself. Little Jing Kong closed the door tightly. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. Can you go to school now? Little Jing Kong asked from behind the door. Have they all left? Gu Jiao said softly, yes. Little Jing Kong snorted. Bad brother-in-law has left. Brother Yin and brother Shaoshan have also left? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, they have all left. Little Jing Kong opened the door slightly, but he didn't come out immediately. Instead, he stuck his head out of the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he walked out with his school bag. Probably because she was still shy, her little face was flushed red. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he tried his best to look serious and mature. He walked in front with a domineering aura, looking cute and fierce. It was very slippery all the way. In order to prevent the little guy from falling again, Gu Jiao carried him all the way to the entrance of the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong's face was completely red. He was a mature child. He could be hugged at home but not outside. However, he really liked Jiao Jiao's hugs and couldn't bear to reject it. Gu Jiao carried him to the entrance before putting him down. Little Jing Kong was intoxicated. Although he made the three adults angry early in the morning, he was still very happy to go to school with Jiao Jiao. "We're here." Gu Jiao rubbed his little face. "Okay." Little Jing Kong nodded reluctantly. "Then I'll go in." Gu Jiao bent down and looked at him at eye level. She tidied his clothes. "Be good and listen to the teacher." Little Jing Kong patted his chest and promised. "I will." These were not words to show off. The teachers of the Imperial College were much better than the teachers of the county town's private schools, especially the teachers of the gifted class. They were all quite talented. Indeed, most of the content they taught was new knowledge that Little Jing Kong had not learned before. Little Jing Kong learned it quite seriously. "Go in." Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. "Jiao Jiao, goodbye." Little Jing Kong waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao watched him enter the Imperial College with a smile. He was the youngest student in the entire Imperial College. If not for the Imperial College uniform, no one would dare to believe that he was a student of the prodigy class. Gu Jiao didn't turn around and leave until she couldn't see him anymore. The Imperial College was divided into two large areas. The main area was the Imperial College's 6 halls, while the auxiliary area was the Imperial College's elementary school. After entering the gate, one went to the left and the other to the right. The gifted class was the innermost area of the Imperial College's elementary school. Little Jing Kong was a little late in the morning because he was throwing a tantrum. He quickened his pace a little. Unexpectedly, when he just passed by a rockery, a child suddenly jumped out from behind the rockery. It was unclear who bumped into who first, but in short, both of them fell down. Little Jing Kong fell on his butt. He was small, so he didn't feel any pain. However, the other person cried out in pain. Little Jing Kong was simply stunned by the cry. He forgot to get up and sat on the ground, staring at the other person in a daze. It was a little boy who was about the same height as his desk mate. His desk mate was 7 years old, so Little Jing Kong guessed that he was also 7 years old. However, his desk mate was very thin, but he was very fat. He was even fatter than brother Lin Xingye. He didn't know if it was because he was crying too loudly, but many people around him were attracted by him. Little Jing Kong looked at those people who swarmed over and asked him what was going on. They looked nervous and scared, as if a little boy was about to die. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Did he really have a serious fall? Little Jing Kong was wondering if he should care about him. Suddenly he saw the little boy crying and pointing at Little Jing Kong. "He bumped into me. He bumped into me. He bumped into me. Hurry up and catch him." The group of people surrounding the little boy looked at Little Jing Kong. One of the older men. Well, Little Jing Kong didn't think he was a man, but he was obviously not a woman. He was quite confused. He smiled and said to Little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, "Did you bump into my little master?" He was smiling, but Little Jing Kong didn't feel his kindness. Little Jing Kong got up by himself, thought seriously, and corrected him. "I didn't look at the road, but he didn't look at the road either. If he saw me, he would avoid me. I didn't walk fast. So, you can't say that I bumped into him, we bumped into each other." The older man smiled faintly. "Then it was you who bumped into my family's young master. Don't be afraid, my family's young master is not an unreasonable person. Go over and apologize to my family's young master, and this matter will be over." Children were easy to coax. After apologizing, the little master would regain his dignity, and everything would be fine. Little Jing Kong didn't want to do that. He looked at the older man in shock. "He bumped into me too, why do I have to apologize to him? Will he apologize to me after I apologize to him?" The older man choked. The little boy kicked his legs on the ground and cried, "I don't want to apologize to him. Catch him. Catch him. Catch him. I want to punish him." Little Jing Kong's ears were about to go deaf. How could there be such a crying child? The commotion was too loud and it attracted a lot of onlookers. A few teachers also heard the commotion and came over. The teachers called their students back to their classes, leaving only Teacher Jiang in the prodigy class. Teacher Jiang received the news last night that a new student would be joining the prodigy class. This student didn't pass the entrance exam, but he had an extraordinary status, and the directorate couldn't reject him. Teacher Jiang understood the situation from the two little boys. The little boy said loudly, "He bumped into me." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "No, we bumped into each other." Teacher Jiang didn't side with the little boy, and he didn't ask little Jing Kong to apologize to him. Based on teacher Jiang's understanding of little Jing Kong, he wouldn't deny it if he was the one who bumped into him. In fact, it was a very small matter. He just needed to reason with the two students, shake hands and make peace. Little Jing Kong was a reasonable child. If the other party was willing to make peace, he wouldn't harp on it. But the little boy didn't agree. He had never been wronged like this in his entire life. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. He didn't kowtow to me. I'm going to arrest him. He was so anxious that the little fatty jumped up and down. Little Jing Kong felt the ground tremble. What happened? Zheng Sai walked over with a dignified expression. Teacher Jiang bowed to him. Lord Zheng? The young chancellor was dead and the old chancellor had resigned. Zheng Sai had become the highest official in the directorate. A few days ago, with the help of Grand Tutor Zhuang, he temporarily took over the position of chancellor. If nothing went wrong, he would officially become the next chancellor of the directorate next year. He put on airs, but the moment he saw the little boy, he lowered his head and cupped his hands in greeting. Little Jing Kong knew that only juniors bowed to their elders, and students bowed to their teachers. This little boy was obviously neither Zheng Sai's elder nor his teacher. Then why did Zheng Sai bow to him? Excuse me, what happened? Zheng Sai asked with a smile. The little boy stomped his feet. How many times have I told you? He bumped into me. He knocked me down. Little Jing Kong frowned. I've told you many times, we bumped into each other. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to speak like that? You didn't look where you were going and you still want to blame. Zheng Sai was about to call him that, but he remembered that he entered the directorate as a commoner. He quickly changed his words and said, Students of the directorate must be honest. Where are your etiquette, justice, integrity and shame? Where are all the rules you learned? Little Jing Kong was very angry. He shouted, I'm not being dishonest. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful. The two of us bumped into each other. I didn't bump into him and he didn't bump into me. We bumped into each other at the same time. Why didn't anyone listen to him properly? Wasn't his voice loud enough? Wasn't his height tall enough? What? He wasn't a child who didn't want to admit his mistakes, but he couldn't admit mistakes that didn't belong to him. Teacher Jiang also felt that Zheng Sai didn't do the right thing. If the two chancellors were still here, they wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Lord Zheng, he said. Zheng Sai interrupted him coldly, Shut up. So this is the student that you taught. Little Jing Kong clenched his fist, stretched his arms back and refuted, Teacher Jiang didn't do anything wrong. The student he taught is very outstanding. I'm very outstanding. You're the one who should shut up. There are still two people to be interrogated and you didn't even ask me. You're not fair at all. You don't deserve to be my teacher. Little Jing Kong was also anxious, which was why he said so many ruthless words. In the few years when he was growing up, neither the abbot nor his teacher ever asked him to shut up just because they couldn't win an argument. Whoever had the right to speak had the right to speak. Gujiao was the same. Zheng Sai's face turned red from being insulted by a 3-year-old child. However, he was Sai after all. He wouldn't be defeated by a child so quickly. He said angrily, Fine, fine, fine. I think you need to be punished for not respecting your teacher. Guards, bring me a ruler. Hearing that little Jing Kong was going to be punished with a ruler, the little boy smiled triumphantly. At this moment, a thin figure walked over. Although he was holding a walking stick, he was like a pine tree in the snow, emitting an awe-inspiring and powerful aura. Everyone was stunned, first because of his aura and second because of his appearance. This person looked too. Zheng Sai was shocked when he first saw Xiao Lulang and Shi Yi, but now he was used to it. There were many people who looked alike in the world. He had investigated all 8 generations of his ancestors, and he was just a bumpkin from a county with a family. He had nothing to do with the little Marquis of Jiaodu. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Who is Zheng Sai going to punish with the ruler? Zheng Sai frowned. He didn't like Xiao Lulang but Royal Princeton liked him. He said impatiently, Mind your own business. Brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged at first, but when he saw Xiao Lulang he felt wronged. He rushed over and hugged Xiao Lulang's thigh, his eyes red. Xiao Lulang rubbed his little head and protected him in his arms. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. When he saw the little boy, there was no change in his eyes. A country has its own laws and a family has its own rules. You want to punish you, but who are you to punish him? If he's just a student of the Imperial College, then you don't have the right to punish him. Why don't you tell me who you are and whether you have the right to punish him? The little boy choked. He couldn't say. If he said it, he would be going against the imperial order. The little boy immediately wilted. He restrained the person with the highest status first, and the group of servants didn't dare to make a sound. Xiao Lulang then looked coldly at Zheng Sai. He doesn't respect his teacher, but if someone doesn't respect his teacher, how can he respect his teacher? Zheng Sai choked. You? Xiao Lulang said sarcastically. Speaking of rules, Zheng Sai, your actions today have violated the 78th rule of the Imperial College. Next time, before you raise your ruler, you might as well think about whose body it should land on first. What was 77, 78? He didn't even remember that he was Sai, so who did this brat think he was? The Chancellor of the Imperial College? He even dared to set up rules with him. Zheng Sai was embarrassed by a new student in front of an important figure, so he couldn't keep his face. You, make a trip to Minghui Hall. He wanted to dampen this brat's spirit. Xiao Lulang looked at him fearlessly. Minghui Hall is a place that only the Chancellor has the right to enter. Is Lord Sai already the Chancellor? Zheng Sai was so angry that he fell backwards. This brat actually mocked him for not being the real Chancellor. Xiao Lulang said, I have to go to class. Substitute Chancellor, take care. The last sentence was like a machete stabbing into his heart. Zheng Sai felt that his chest was in pain. Xiao Lulang didn't care about this group of people anymore. He held little Jing Kong's hand and sent little Jing Kong to his classroom. Little Jing Kong wasn't a delicate child. He was already fine, but he was still a little depressed. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong raised his head and asked seriously, why didn't they listen to me properly? Am I too young and they can't hear me? Xiao Lulang didn't deliberately create a beautiful world. He said, it's not that you're young, it's that you're not standing high enough. Little Jing Kong thought for a moment. He was indeed standing on a relatively low-level ground just now. He said, then next time I'll step on a stool when I speak. Xiao Lulang didn't explain that this was not the case. He patted the little guy's shoulder and said, go in. Little Jing Kong hesitated. He took out a small stone from his pocket and muttered, my little stone said that it doesn't want to go to class today. Xiao Lulang heartlessly confiscated the stone. If it doesn't want to go, you go. Little Jing Kong, who failed to play truant, was speechless. Chapter 148. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Not long after little Jing Kong sat down, the boy also entered the class. Teacher Jiang arranged for him to sit in the middle row. Little Jing Kong was small, so he sat in the first row. Maybe Xiao Lulang hit his soft spot, or maybe they were far apart, but the first day passed peacefully. Teacher Jiang introduced the new student as Chuyu. In fact, his name was Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu spent a torturous day in the Imperial College. He couldn't understand Teacher Jiang's class at all, and he couldn't even sit still. When school was finally over, he didn't even take his school bag with him and rushed out of the Imperial College. He came to school with a hidden identity, so the people who came to pick him up also came in disguise. Your Highness. The coachman greeted him in a small voice. Your Highness? So annoying. Qin Chuyu frowned impatiently and got into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the crown princess, who was wearing a golden gauze dress, was sitting on the couch reading a book. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. Seeing the angry Qin Chuyu, she put down the book in her hand and looked at him gently. What's wrong? Who bullied little Qi? Qin Chuyu sat down beside the crown princess and said angrily, Sister-in-law lied to me. The Imperial College is not fun at all. I shouldn't have gone if I knew. Are you still angry about what happened this morning? The crown princess had been waiting here for a long time, so naturally, someone reported to her about Qin Chuyu's situation. I heard that it was a 3-year-old child. You're a prince. Don't you have any tolerance? Who said I didn't? Qin Chuyu put his hands on his hips. The crown princess smiled. I knew little Qi was the most obedient. He wouldn't argue with ordinary people. Of course. Qin Chuyu didn't expect to be praised so highly. He couldn't take it off. However, he still didn't want to go to school. The classes at the Imperial College were too difficult. The students weren't allowed to be distracted or take breaks. After a whole day, his neck was aching. However, he couldn't say that he didn't understand. That would be too embarrassing. He suddenly thought of that 3-year-old kid. Why did he seem to understand? He's so young. Has he been weaned? Seeing that he was still throwing a tantrum, the crown princess took out a food box and gently opened the lid. A milky fragrance wafted out and filled the entire carriage. Qin Shuyu's attention was immediately attracted, and he began to drool. The fact that he was able to grow into a little fatty was enough to show that his resistance to food was weaker than that of ordinary people. He looked at the mutton milk cake in the box and swallowed his saliva. The crown princess smiled gently and said, "To celebrate little Qi's first day at the directorate, I'll reward you with a piece of mutton milk cake." Qin Shuyu blinked and said in disbelief, Can I eat it?" The crown princess smiled and said, "Of course." Qin Shuyu asked while drooling, "Father and mother won't blame me, right?" Because he ate too much, he became the fattest little fatty in the imperial palace. His father and mother didn't allow him to eat these delicious snacks anymore. The crown princess said gently, "Don't worry." Mother agreed. "As long as you come to class obediently, you can eat one piece every day after school." Qin Shuyu sat up straight. "Then I'll come to school. I'll come to school every day." The crown princess tapped the tip of his little nose. "Not only do you have to go to school, but you also have to go to school and listen carefully. Don't bully others. You're a prince, you're the emperor, and they're the people. You should protect them and not bully them." "I know." Qin Shuyu reached out to grab it. The crown princess grabbed his chubby hand. "Wipe your hands first." Qin Shuyu suppressed his desire to eat it. "Then hurry up, royal sister-in-law." The crown princess smiled, took a handkerchief, and wet it with tea for him to wipe his hands. Only then did Qin Shuyu grab the mutton milk cake in the food box and start to eat it. The female official on the side whispered, "The crown princess has a way. Even the empress can't do anything to the seventh prince." The crown princess looked at Qin Shuyu dotingly. He was engrossed in eating the mutton milk cake and didn't hear their conversation. She said, "You can't say that. The empress is a kind mother. She can't bear to scold little Qi too much." Qin Shuyu was the empress' youngest son and the crown prince's twin brother. He was born as a legitimate prince. Other than the crown prince, he was the noblest among the royal children. Other people didn't dare to offend him. Even if they offended him, they didn't have the heart to discipline him. As a result, he developed this arrogant and domineering personality. The emperor was busy with the court and came to the harem less and less in recent years. A few days ago he took the eldest prince to Jiangnan incognito and left for several months. When he returned to the palace, he found that Qin Shuyu was spoiled beyond recognition. That was why he cruelly ordered Qin Shuyu to be sent to the Imperial College. He knew Qin Shuyu's personality very well. To prevent the people in the Imperial College from being afraid of him and giving in to him because of his identity as a prince, he ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut. Even Qin Shuyu himself couldn't reveal that he was a prince. Once discovered, he would be served in a small dark room. Otherwise, why would Qin Shuyu be scared out of his wits when Xiao Lulang forced him to reveal his identity? However, Qin Shuyu was used to being a tyrant in the palace, so he didn't really care about a 3-year-old kid. It wouldn't be too late for him to deal with the kid when his father didn't control him that much anymore. As Qin Shuyu ate, he was gradually mesmerized by the delicious food. Soon the only thing left in his mind was the mutton milk cake. "Return to the palace," the crown princess ordered. When the princes reached a certain age, they would build another prince residence outside the palace. Except for the crown prince, who lived in the eastern palace. The seventh prince was young, but he also lived in the palace. The carriage moved forward slowly. As it drove away from the Imperial College, the crown princess inadvertently glanced at it. Coincidentally, Xiao Lulang came out of the Imperial College with little Jing Kong. The crown princess's pupils contracted when she saw that familiar handsome face. She pulled open the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the white-clothed young man in the crowd with shining eyes. She murmured in disbelief, "How can it be, Jiao Jiao?" Accompanied by a crisp call from little Jing Kong, a young girl in green clothes with a small basket on her back walked over. The young girl didn't wear a veil. Her clothes were simple and plain. It wasn't shabby, but it wasn't noble either. Her long hair reached her waist and was as black as satin. She used a white magnolia hairpin to tie her hair into a bun on top of her head. She was a beautiful and cold young girl. The young girl had a red birthmark on the left side of her face, but she didn't care about it at all. She calmly walked through the strange gazes. The young girl came to the little guy and the young man from the Imperial College and pinched the little guy's face. Only then did the crown princess notice that the little guy was also unbelievably cute. However, she didn't associate him with the little guy who offended Qin Shuyu for the time being. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong was overjoyed to see Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. It had snowed on the way here. Although it had stopped now, snowflakes still fell from her hair. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out with his slender fingers and gently plucked the snowflakes from her hair. Gu Jiao didn't move and obediently let him do it. She looked rather obedient. The scene of the family of three was so heartwarming that it was a bit dazzling. The crown princess pinched her fingertips. Then she saw the young girl take out a bag of hot sugar-fried chestnuts from the small basket on her back and hand one to him. The young man ate it without hesitation. "Is it good?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes, it's sweet," Xiao Lulang said. She didn't know who he was referring to. Gu Jiao gave the sugar-fried chestnuts to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong chewed on the chestnuts like a little squirrel looking for food. The family of three left peacefully. The crown princess put down the curtains. He was already dead. He didn't eat chestnuts. No matter how much they looked like each other, it couldn't be him. "Crown princess, what's wrong?" The female official looked at her pale face and asked. She said calmly, "It's so cold. Let's go back to the palace." Xiao Lulang completely offended Zheng Sai after he contradicted him in Meng Shui. For Zheng Sai to be able to climb to such a high position, it was true that he had real talent. His essays were excellent, and even His Majesty, who did not like eight-legged essays, would occasionally praise him. However, talent was one thing and virtue was sometimes another. Zheng Sai bore a grudge against Xiao Lulang for making him lose face in front of His Highness the Seventh Prince and those people. He began to secretly make things difficult for Xiao Lulang. First, Xiao Lulang got the last place in the straightforwardness hall in the monthly exam. The Imperial College had a rule that anyone who failed the exam twice would be demoted. In other words, Xiao Lulang would be directly kicked out of the straightforwardness hall if he got the last place again. Although the teachers were puzzled as to why Xiao Lulang did so poorly, they believed that it couldn't be wrong since the substitute chancellor personally marked the exam papers. The exam was just the beginning. Soon, Xiao Lulang found that when he went to eat at the Imperial College, he always had less food than other people. Feng Lin said strangely, "That's not right. Why do you have so little food?" He said that he only had vegetables and didn't even prepare leaves. It was just a single vegetable leaf mixed with a big bowl of soup. After that, there would always be people who would inexplicably bump into Xiao Lulang. When he passed by the Quansha winding corridor, a supervisor of the Imperial College bumped into him and splashed the ink on Xiao Lulang. "How can you walk?" Feng Lin shouted. I'm sorry. That person repeatedly apologized. This was already the third time today. That person was clearly being threatened. His entire body was trembling. Xiao Lulang glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. He expressionlessly went to Feng Lin and Lin Qingye's room to change into a clean set of clothes. When he came out, he didn't know who took away his crutches. The road was slippery. Without his crutches, he fell several times on the short distance of 100 steps from his room to the straightforwardness hall. People around him roared with laughter. It was probably because a heavy snowfall was brewing. The sky was very dark, and the Imperial College that was shrouded in darkness also revealed its darkness. Xiao Lulang climbed up from the snowy ground. Although he was in a sorry state, his spine was perfectly straight. He raised his head and looked at the bright radiance hall on the third floor of the Imperial College. On the walkway in front of the hall, Zheng Sai held onto the railing and calmly looked at Xiao Lulang. Beg for mercy? Kneel down and kowtow. If you beg, this lord will let you go. Xiao Lulang calmly looked at him. There was no anger, grief, or fear in his eyes. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. They were like a lake that had been still for 10,000 years. For some reason, Zheng Sai suddenly felt a little guilty. But he quickly shook his head. He was just a bumpkin from the countryside. If he wanted to bully him, so be it. Who told him to be so blind and embarrass him in front of so many people? In the Imperial College, he was the heavens. No one could offend his authority. Steward Liu had been secretly paying attention to Xiao Liulang's movements in the Imperial College. Very quickly, a servant reported the latest situation to him. When Steward Liu heard this, he smiled faintly. I already said that it's not easy to survive in the capital. Alright, go and meet this young master. There were no classes in Little Jingkong today. Xiao Lulang returned home from school alone. When he walked out of the Imperial College, Steward Liu had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. Steward Liu, the young master is here. The servant reminded him. Steward Liu got out of the carriage and came in front of Xiao Lulang. He smiled faintly and greeted him. "Young master, we meet again." Xiao Lulang glanced at him. "What do you want now?" Steward Lu smiled. "I heard about what happened at the Imperial College. Young master, you have suffered." Xiao Lulang said, "There's no need to laugh at me." Steward Lu said, "It's just Sai. The Marquis can crush him with his fingers. In fact, as long as the young master is willing to return to the estate, I can guarantee that there will be no such person at the Imperial College starting tomorrow." Xiao Lulang ignored him and walked in the direction of his home. Steward Lu smiled faintly. "Young master, why bother? Yes, it was the Marquis who let you and your mother down. He didn't bring you back to the estate in time, but you can't blame the Marquis alone. You can't blame the Marquis for what happened 4 years ago. He only knew about it afterward. After he knew about it, he began to ask around about your whereabouts. The Marquis was very sad about your mother's death. He also heard about what happened to your eldest brother. Fortunately, you're fine." Xiao Lulang clenched his fists. Steward Lu advised him. "The capital is more complicated than you think. Without a strong backer, you can only find that you can't do anything even if you want to stand out. This is only the beginning. If this goes on, you will be eaten until there are no bones left. So, young master, you should obediently return to the estate with me. Isn't it good to be the son of Marquis Xianping? Why do you have to suffer outside?" Chapter 149. Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. "Are these your words or his? Psst. Who would call their own father like that? Does he know who his father is? He is a first-rank martial marquis, second only to one person and above thousands of people. Since ancient times, no one has been able to hold a post in the court. Marquis Xianping was the first. He had single-handedly restrained the entire Zhuang clan and was the most trusted person of the current emperor. He married a princess himself, and his younger sister became the empress. He also successfully suppressed the eldest prince and sent his nephew to the position of crown prince. Believe it or not, as long as he said, 'Marquis Xianping needs a son,' people who are willing to be his son can line up from Zhao to Liang. But this young master was different. Did he need to care whether every word was the Marquis'? Wouldn't it be better to obediently return to the residence and be a powerful young master?" Steward Lu smiled and said, "If the Marquis didn't want to take you back, do you think I would dare?" This was the truth. As for how to take him back and whether he would take any measures during the process, it was Steward Lu's job. Most people wouldn't think of this, but Steward Lu always felt that every word he said was true and false was seen through by the young man in front of him. This feeling was not good. Steward Lu frowned and then smiled and said, "Young master, it's the 12th lunar month. Are you really not going to consider going back to the Marquis' residence for the new year?" Xiao Lulang ignored him and turned towards the direction of Jade Water Alley. Today was a holiday. Little Jing Kong didn't come to the Imperial College, so he went home alone. He had found his walking stick and changed his clothes. There was no sign that he had been bullied in the Imperial College. Looking at his stubborn back, the servant asked, "Steward Lu, are we really not going to help the young master and just watch him be bullied by the Imperial College?" Steward Lu hesitated for a moment. Every time he thought he could control the other party always escaped from his control. The servant said, "Steward Lu, why don't we?" Steward Lu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. "Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe that he can still be as stubborn as before when he enters the Imperial College. The capital wasn't a county, and Zheng Sai wasn't a mere county magistrate. Did he think that this was all he could do to make things difficult for him? There were many people like Zheng Sai. One day he would not be able to hold on." The manservant reminded, "Steward Lu, young master is too stubborn. Why don't we think of another way? You promised the Marquis that you would bring the young master back for the new year. There's only 1 month left." At the mention of this, Steward Lu frowned. At first, he didn't think it was a difficult task and even boasted in front of Master Ho. When he went to the county town, it was not yet summer. He felt that he had enough time and was not in a hurry. Who knew that half a year would pass in the blink of an eye? But what other way was there to do it? That. The page boy said embarrassedly, "Isn't young master married? Perhaps that young madam is willing to become the young madam of the Marquis' estate?" Steward Lu narrowed his eyes. "You mean? That Ding, and Marquis Fu's daughter who has wandered among the common people? Since she was his young master's wife, how could Steward Lu not investigate her identity? Moreover, Ding and Marquis Fu did not hide it very well. It was very easy to find out that she was the real daughter and that Gu Jinyu was the fake daughter that was brought home. Steward Liu did not pay too much attention to this daughter. Because he did not care, he did not pay attention and did not think of investigating her. The page boy saw that Steward Liu had listened and hurriedly said, "That young madam grew up in the countryside. I heard that she is very timid and does not dare return to the manor. However, she is very good to young master. This one has come to the Imperial College several times to inquire about news and has always seen her waiting outside for young master." Steward Liu thought for a bit and smiled. That is one way. Steward Liu did not know that Gu Jiao had opened a medical clinic with someone else. He directly went to Jade Water Alley. The matriarch was happily playing cards with several neighbors and did not have time to pay attention to him. "If you want to see a doctor, go to Miracle Hand Hall." "What did she say?" Steward Liu asked from inside the carriage. The page boy scratched his head. "It seems she wants us to go to Miracle Hand Hall." "What is Miracle Hand Hall?" Steward Liu had never heard of it. The page boy thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "It seems to be a newly opened medical clinic next to the girls' school." At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that she was being remembered by someone. In the girls' school, a girl fell from the back of a horse and dislocated her arm. She had just been brought in. She was crying so hard that she was unrecognizable. "What is your name?" Gu Jiao asked. "My name is..." She cried until she hiccuped. Gu Jiao reached out to look at her arm. She was afraid of pain and howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Don't touch me." Gu Jiao said, "I won't touch you. The back of your hand is bruised. I will clean your wound and will not touch your arm." Really? She looked at Gu Jiao with a face of disbelief. "Really?" Gu Jiao gently held her hand in her palm and avoided her dislocated arm. "Your hand is so beautiful. What do you usually use to wash it?" Everyone liked to be praised. She sniffled and said, "Rose water. After washing, I use vanishing cream." Gu Jiao said, "I see other people use it but their skin is not as good as yours." She said, "Isn't that because I was born beautiful?" Ah! Before she could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already reconnected her arm. The beautiful girl looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was so scared that she trembled and almost fainted. Where did this crazy woman come from? So ugly. What kind of doctor was this? How could he continue to praise her when she was in such a state? The medical clinic had been open for many days, but there was not much business. Because of the riding and shooting class, the girls' school contributed to the medical clinic's monthly sales. After that little girl, there were a few people who were slightly injured or frightened. Gu Jiao was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. After sending away another patient with a slight injury, the wooden door of the treatment room was pushed open again. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao buried her head in arranging the medicine on the table and asked. The other person didn't speak. Gu Jiao raised her head strangely and saw a woman in a lake blue short coat and a white flowing dress standing at the door with a smile. Unlike last time when she was weak and pale, her face was much rosier. "Do you still remember me, Miss Gu?" she asked with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded. "Third princess consort." She didn't salute, but the third princess consort didn't mind. The third princess consort stepped in and said jokingly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Third princess consort, please sit down." Gu Jiao began the treatment process for the patient in a formal way. The third princess consort curled her lips and sat down on the chair. She put her hand on the table and gave it to her. "Let me take a look at the wound first," Gu Jiao said. "Can we not do it here?" the third princess consort asked. "Okay." Gu Jiao took the third princess consort to her yard. This yard was left to her by the second boss. No one else had been here except for her and her family. The stitches on the third princess consort's wound had been removed and it had healed well. Gu Jiao felt her pulse again. It was also very stable. "It's okay. Third princess consort, don't worry," she said. "Well?" The third princess consort hesitated and said softly, "Do you have any medicine that won't leave a scar?" She could use scar ointment and scar paste, but she didn't have these two medicines in her medicine box yet. Moreover, she couldn't use the medicine now. She had to wait until the wound healed completely. Gu Jiao paused and said, "I don't have any special medicine now. Come back in 3 days." "Okay," the third princess consort agreed. Seeing that she was cold, Gu Jiao took the kettle from the stove and poured a cup of hot tea for her. Thank you. The third princess consort picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her body finally warmed up. She looked at the furnishings in the room and couldn't help but ask, "Do you live in the clinic?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I live nearby." The third princess consort had only met Gu Jiao twice and there was a big gap between their identities. But somehow she felt that Gu Jiao was very close to her. The third princess consort looked at Gu Jiao. "You don't sound like someone from the capital." Gu Jiao said, "I'm from the county town." The third princess consort nodded. "How old are you?" Gu Jiao said, 15. The third princess consort smiled. "I'm a few years older than you. My surname is Du." Gu Jiao wasn't good at talking. She always answered whatever the third princess consort asked. But since she was willing to answer, it meant that she had a good impression of the third princess consort. "What is that?" The third princess consort was a zither fanatic. It was easy for her to notice things related to the zither. Gu Jiao looked at the box on the table and said, "Gu Qin?" It was a zither that little Jing Kong gave her. She made a zither box to store it. It was different from the one sold on the market. Because of this, the third princess consort did not recognize it at a glance. "Can I see it?" the third princess consort asked. "And?" Gu Jiao nodded. The third princess consort put down her teacup and walked behind the table. She carefully opened the zither box. A charred ancient zither caught her eye. Just from its appearance there was nothing special about this zither. It was the style of the Fuxi zither. Was it another imitation zither? The third princess consort was a bit disappointed. Everyone on the market would be proud of getting a better imitation Fuxi zither. The third princess consort would rather use a normal zither than an imitation Fuxi zither. When the country of Qin offered the moon shadow Fuxi zither as a tribute, it was the best imitation zither. His Majesty originally wanted to give it to her, but she refused. It was rumored that not long after, it was awarded to the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. The third princess consort originally wanted to play a song, but now she did not have the desire to play. She touched the end of the zither and politely praised it a few times before closing the lid. Then she saw a token placed on the table. Little Jing Kong had been here to play with it, but he had forgotten to put it back. The smart and clever little Jing Kong had a big weakness, which was that he didn't know how to tidy things up. This token was too familiar. The third princess consort picked it up and asked in astonishment, "Miss Gu, how did you get this?" Gu Jiao calmly said, "I picked it up." The third princess consort secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, "This is Marquis Shen Pingfu's token." It's an old token. Don't let other people see it to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was not the first time someone had told her that getting involved with Marquis Shen Pingfu would cause trouble. "What is an old token?" Gu Jiao asked. The third princess consort pointed at the totem on the token. "This is a picture from over 10 years ago. Later on they felt that the meaning was not clear, so they removed the vine from here. That vine was only a small one. Normal people would not be able to see it. She was a prince consort. She had to be familiar with all the pictures related to the imperial family. This token looked quite old, but Gu Jiao did not expect it to be this old." The two spoke for a while more before the third princess consort bid farewell. On the other side, the girls' school was also dismissed. The medical center was now mainly used for girls' school business. Now that they had returned home, the business for the day was basically over. The second boss left Song He to stand guard at the medical center. Gu Jiao carried her basket and returned home. Just as she turned the corner, a carriage stopped in front of her. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked down from the carriage. He had a broad heart and a fat body. He looked honest and had a good temper, but his shrewd eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Excuse me, are you Ding and Marquis Fu's Miss Gu?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands in a pleasant manner. It was clearly a question, but he spoke with a firm tone. Gu Jiao calmly looked at him. "Who are you?" Steward Lu smiled and said, "My surname is Lu. I wonder if the young master has ever mentioned me to you?" "Which young master?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu was a little surprised. Were the two of them so distant? He had come so many times, but the young master had never mentioned him to her? He reminded her, "I even sent someone to your home to deliver a New Year's gift. Unfortunately, the young master did not accept it." Oh. Saying this, Gu Jiao had an impression. Not long ago, someone had come with a cart of silver charcoal. Xiao Lulang did not even think about it and rejected it. "Your young master, my husband?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu beamed with joy. That is correct. Gu Jiao paused then asked, from Xianping Marquis Fu? Steward Lu was startled. Since the young master had never mentioned him to her, how did she know that the young master was from Xianping Marquis Fu? The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Chapter 150. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao didn't know. She was just guessing. That token was picked up by Xuaning Xiang from the place where Xiao Lulang fainted. The beautiful monk and the third princess consort both said that it was the token of Marquis Xianping's estate, so there shouldn't be a mistake. This person was also called Young Master Xiao Lulang. A series of information was put together to form the question he had asked Steward Lu earlier. Steward Lu came to find her this time to use her to persuade the young master to return to the estate. He didn't plan to hide his identity, so he answered truthfully, "That's right, the young master is the young master of Marquis Xianping's estate." Gu Jiao digested it for a moment. Oh. Steward Lu was puzzled. This isn't the first time you've heard of it, right? This reaction was too calm. Gu Jiao wasn't someone who cared about status. Whether Xiao Lulang was the master of Marquis Xianping's estate or a servant didn't make a difference to her. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Since he's the young master of Marquis Xianping's estate, why isn't he willing to go back with you? She wasn't deliberately inquiring about each other's secrets, but they came to find her. She couldn't sell out her own husband without knowing anything. Steward Lu sighed, "It's a long story. If young madam isn't in a hurry, can we go to a tea house?" There was a tea house next to them. Gu Jiao didn't refuse and went with Steward Lu. Steward Lu secretly thought that this young madam's brain wasn't working well. She just left with a stranger like this? Didn't she look at his token or something? If Steward Lu knew Gu Jiao's ability, he should be worried about himself. Steward Lu didn't care about Gu Jiao, but he didn't have any malice. He also didn't want to do anything to separate the young couple. He believed that the Marquis wouldn't do that either. The Marquis himself was powerful enough. He didn't need to rely on his son's marriage to consolidate the relationship between Marquis Xianping's estate and the various aristocratic families. As for whether her status was worthy or not, although she grew up in the countryside, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Marquis's estate. Matched with this young master, it was barely enough. Steward Lu asked for a room on the second floor. Facing the street, one could see the endless stream of Black Tortoise Street through the window. The two of them sat down facing each other. Steward Lu asked, "Does young madam prefer Biluakun or Longjing tea?" "It doesn't matter," Gu Jiao said. Steward Lu smiled and brewed a pot of Longjing tea. "This is this year's new tea." Gu Jiao was not interested in tea. She mixed it with cold water and drank it all. She was indeed thirsty. Steward Lu was dumbfounded. The young master was a weirdo, but the young madam he married was not to be outdone. "Let's get down to business," Gu Jiao said calmly. "Hey." Steward Lu came back to his senses and sighed. He explained Xiao Yulong's background. "Actually, young master is the Marquis' illegitimate son. This matter started from 18 or 19 years ago when Marquis Gu went to Jiangnan to control the flood. That year there was a flood in Jiangnan, causing thousands of acres of farmland to be destroyed and the people to become homeless. The cause was not only a natural disaster but also a man-made disaster. The silver used by the imperial court to build the dam was embezzled by the local officials. They cut corners on the construction of the dam and failed to stop the flood, causing irreparable damage. At that time, the Marquis was not as powerful as he was now. His Majesty sent him to Jiangnan to investigate the truth of the dam. The local tyrants tried to bribe the Marquis to hide the truth. The Marquis did not want to be with them. As a result, they retaliated. On the way back to the capital, he was stabbed 7 or 8 times by assassins. "I remember it was near Song County," Steward Lu recalled. Steward Lu had followed the Marquis of Xianping since he was young. He was one of the few people who fought with him for half of the country. However, he was sent to other places by the Marquis for more than 10 years. He was only summoned back by the Marquis last year. There was no medical center there. After the Marquis was injured, he found a doctor nearby. Because of his serious injury, he had to live in the doctor's house. The doctor's medical skills were not very good. Although he saved his life, it left the Marquis with an illness. Of course, this was a story for later. When the Marquis was recuperating in the doctor's house, there was a family of 3 living next door. The male owner was a gambler and drunkard. The youngest son was only a few years old. The Marquis could hear the sound of the man beating and scolding the woman and the child almost every day. However, this was someone else's family matter and the Marquis could not interfere. Unexpectedly, one time the man gambled and lost his child to someone else. The woman hugged the man's thigh and begged him not to take the child away. The man punched and kicked the woman and almost beat her to death. The Marquis next door could not bear it. Plus he was young and aggressive. He took a sword and rushed over to the man to cut him. The man was seriously injured and died. The woman became a widow. The Marquis pitied her and gave her some silver. Coincidentally, the doctor's relatives were victims of the flood. They brought their families to the doctor. There was no place to live in the doctor's house and the Marquis could not go too far for treatment. "Benefactor, if you don't mind, you can live in my house," the woman said. There was no need for Steward Lu to say what happened after that. Gu Jiao could imagine it herself. The Marquis stayed there for half a year until his injury was completely healed. The Marquis asked her if she wanted to go to the capital with him. She hesitated. The Marquis did not like to force people, so he gave her a token and told her that if she thought it through, she could go to the capital to find him at any time. Steward Lu sighed. Oh, the Marquis still doesn't understand women. Gu Jiao was not the person involved, so she did not comment. Steward Lu said, many years have passed since then. If the young master hadn't come to find the Marquis with that token and the Marquis's clothes 4 years ago, the Marquis wouldn't have known that she was pregnant and even secretly gave birth to their son. Gu Jiao asked, you mean Xiao Lulang went to the capital 4 years ago? Steward Lu, yes. Gu Jiao, did he live in the capital for a long time? Steward Lu shook his head regretfully. No, the young master came at a bad time. There were several murders in the capital and the Marquis was in the Ministry of Justice. When he finally came back, something big happened. The young Marquis passed away. He was the only son of the Marquis. The Marquis suffered a great blow and did not see anyone. The young master gave the token to a servant and after a long time, the servant reported it to the Marquis. The young master had already left the capital by then. Gu Jiao paused. So, he only lived in the capital for a few months? Lu Guanshui thought for a while. It should be less than a month. Gu Jiao thought for a while. Oh. Steward Lu said, the young master's mother only told the young master about his past before she died. The young master and his half-brother went to the capital to look for his father. They did not expect that they would not see his father and that his brother would accidentally come into contact with a leper. The young master was worried that his brother would be caught and put on the leper mountain, so he quickly left the capital with his brother. Gu Jiao nodded, I see. Steward Lu did not understand what she meant. Gu Jiao looked at him. Continue? Steward Lu said, after that, the Marquis sent people everywhere to look for the young master's whereabouts. It was not until last year that they found out that the young master was studying at the county town's Tianxiang Academy. The Marquis asked me to bring the young master back. I tried to persuade the young master many times, but the young master was still unable to let go of the past and refused to come back with me. Gu Jiao believed that what he said was true, but she did not know if there was anything else he did not say. Sometimes, distorting a fact did not require lying but only a little bit of the truth. Moreover, no one could be sure that what Steward Lu knew was the whole truth. She believed that 4 years ago, there really was a Xiao Lulang who went to the capital to look for his father. However, was this Xiao Lulang really that Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao took a sip of tea and spread out her hands. It's a pity. If he doesn't want to come back, there's nothing I can do. No, after listening for so long, this is all you're telling me? Shouldn't you be crying bitterly, grieving for your husband's past, grieving for father and son not being able to recognize each other? Do you still have the self-awareness of a village girl? Steward Lu was anxious. If the sympathy card did not work, then he would use the trump card. He hardened his heart and said seriously, do you know that the young master was bullied at the Imperial College? What kind of place is the Imperial College? Who knows how many influential people in the capital come here to study, and the Imperial College and Imperial College students all have strong backgrounds. Young master wanted to rely on his own strength to contend against all of them. It was simply impossible. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the young master. As long as the Marquis doesn't mind him being a cripple and is willing to recognize him, he should go back obediently. As the young master of Marquis Schwamping's mansion, not to mention the Imperial College, he can do whatever he wants in the capital. Gu Jiao's expression finally changed a little. However, it was not because she was moved, but because she was filled with endless murderous intent and coldness. She stood up and looked down at Steward Lu, who was sitting on the cushion. "Tell your Marquis that I will protect my own husband." Someone actually bullied her husband? Good, very good. Gu Jiao returned to Clearwater Alley. Xiao Lulang had already washed his dirty clothes. There was no trace of being bullied on his face. Gu Jiao looked at the clothes that were fluttering in the cold wind, and her eyes gradually turned cold. The next day Gu Jiao found Feng Lin. Feng Lin was very surprised. "Little Jing Kong said that you were looking for me. What's the matter?" Gu Jiao told him why she was here. Feng Lin's eyes became evasive. "That? Lulang didn't want me to tell you what happened at the Imperial College." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just stared at him. Feng Lin liked her as much as he hated her before. It wasn't the love between a man and a woman, but the relationship between them was like family. Feng Lin was defeated in the end. He sighed. "Well, there is indeed such a thing." Lulang offended Jing Sai. Feng Lin didn't know how he offended him. Not many people knew about little Jing Kong and Lulang. Since Lulang didn't say anything, Feng Lin didn't know where to find out. Xiao Lulang was now a top student who didn't hide his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the straightforward hall. However, he got last place in the monthly exam. Apparently it was Jing Sai who graded him. Other people might not know about Xiao Yulang's ability, but Feng Lin and Lin Qingye had attended his classes. They didn't believe that his grades would suddenly drop like this. Feng Lin said, "Lin Qingye is asking me if Jing Sai is making things difficult for Lulang. And Wang Qi Chenhao Luodu Zhaohai." Feng Lin listed a list of names. They were all people who had made things difficult for Xiao Lulang in the past few days. Gu Jiao wrote down their names one by one in a small notebook. Some of them were coerced. Gu Jiao crossed out their names. In the end, there were 4 names left: Luo Du, Zhao Rui, Zhou Fengping, and Jing Sai. Luo Du and Zhao Rui were supervisors. Zhou Fengping was an administrator. The straightforward hall was the head of the 6 halls. Generally speaking, no one would casually bully the students of the straightforward hall. Zhou Fengping was Jing Sai's lackey. Jing Sai was about to become the new chancellor. He had a chance to become the next chancellor and follow Jing Sai's lead. As for Luo Du and Zhao Rui, they had some background in the capital. One was the young master of Duke Luo's residence. The other was the Minister of Works, the youngest son of Marquis Gu's immediate superior. But in Gu Jiao's eyes, this wasn't a problem. No one was allowed to bully her husband. Marquis Gu was at an important stage of the annual examination. Every day he racked his brains on how to curry favor with his immediate superior. But what he didn't know was that right after he gave a generous gift to someone, his daughter had beaten that person's youngest son into a pig's head. And it was the kind that even her parents didn't recognize. On the way back to the residence, Marquis Gu looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. Why did he feel uneasy after giving so many gifts? Instead, he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. This feeling became stronger after Gu Jiao beat up the young master of Duke Luo's residence. Marquis Gu felt a chill down his spine. He didn't do anything, but why did he feel like he was about to be finished? After Gu Jiao beat up the directorate's prefect, Zhou Fengping, Marquis Gu was drinking water in the residence. His heart was in a panic, a complete panic. In a dark alley, Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and crossed out the third name, Zhou Fengping. When her gaze fell on the last name, the black-clothed Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Bikugo mobile reading website, azhbqg.com. Chapter 151. Jing Sai had been very diligent recently. He was practically living in the Imperial College. After all, he was a substitute chancellor and would soon become a true chancellor. There was nothing wrong with putting on an act. Ever since Xiao Lulang ridiculed him for not having the right to enter Minghui Hall, he had coaxed and pestered Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang had also put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. Now he had his own place in Minghui Hall. However, it was only the outer hall. He could only enter the inner hall after he became the chancellor. Jing Sai stood in front of the door of the inner hall. His eyes were filled with greed. Soon this official will be able to move in. After toiling for an entire day, he was a bit hungry. He wanted someone to send food over, but there was no place to eat in the outer hall. Only the inner hall had food. He could only walk out of Minghui Hall. The attendant outside the door walked over and asked him, "Sir, are you hungry? Do you want to return to Minghui Hall to eat something? What do you want to eat? This one will have someone make it for you." Ever since he moved into Minghui Hall a few days ago, Zheng Sai was no longer willing to return to Minghui Hall. He felt that Minghui Hall was no longer worthy of his current status. He waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll go outside and find something to eat." At the same time, he wanted to wake himself up. It was almost the end of the year. He still had a lot of official documents to deal with. He really was a diligent official. Zheng Sai felt good about himself as he walked out of the Imperial College. Because he had gone out, Gu Jiao had jumped over the wall to beat him up in Minghui Hall. Gu Jiao didn't know if he would return. She was hesitating whether to wait for him here or go out to find him when she heard a very light breathing sound. There was someone hiding here. Could it be Zheng Sai? That guy was hiding? The black-clothed Gu Jiao propped herself up on the table and jumped over valiantly. She grabbed a figure from behind a pillar. "In the end, it's you?" Gu Jiao's raised little fist froze in midair. She immediately put her little fist down and stared at the other party seriously. "So late. What are you doing here instead of going home?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Why are you here again?" Gu Jiao was speechless. What made him even more speechless was that she was dressed in black, and he was also dressed in black. The same question flashed through their minds at the same time. "When did you buy black clothes behind my back?" In her previous life, Gu Jiao liked to dress in gaudy ways, but after coming here, her taste had changed. She mostly wore green clothes while Xiao Lulang wore the white prison uniform of the Imperial College, or he usually wore white or blue clothes. In short, their clothes rarely clashed. "Gu Jiao, I didn't expect that our first time wearing couple outfits would be at such an occasion." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I asked first. You go first." Xiao Yolang's expression didn't change. "I'm here to meet someone and to get something." Gu Jiao said seriously, "What a coincidence." "Me too." Would anyone believe that a man who went home after school came to the teacher's office in the middle of the night without his wife's knowledge? Oh, someone would believe that a little girl from outside came to the Imperial College? The young couple looked at each other with a serious face. They were the epitome of lying without batting an eyelid. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. "Someone's coming?" Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand to cover his mouth and frowned vigilantly. Xiao Lulang was covered by her soft little hand and almost couldn't breathe. He patted her shoulder. Gu Jiao put her index finger on her lips. "Shoo," Xiao Lulang pointed at her hand. "It's enough that you covered my mouth. Why did you cover my nose as well?" "I can't breathe." "Oh, I'm sorry." Gu Jiao removed her hand and hid behind a pillar with him. Gu Jiao was thinking that if it was Zheng Sai who came, she would first knock her husband out with a palm strike and teach him a lesson. Then she would carry her husband back. Unfortunately, it wasn't Zheng Sai who came. It was Li Sai. He was the deputy minister, and his position was slightly lower than Zheng Sai's. He was an upright official. Xiao Lulang didn't want to hurt him. Gu Jiao also didn't want to hurt anyone who wasn't on the list. The two of them held their breaths at the same time. "Sir, it's already so late. Why don't you come back tomorrow?" "How can that be? I have something urgent to report to Zheng Sai. If I wait until tomorrow, it might be too late. If something happens, will you take responsibility?" Hearing him say this, the two servants didn't dare to stop him and let him enter Minghui Hall. Minghui Hall was always guarded. Gu Jiao could enter because she was a secret agent in her previous life. She had done this kind of thing many times. But how did Xiao Lulang get in? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiao Lulang pretended not to see her little gaze. Li Sai entered the outer hall of Minghui Hall. "You two go down and guard. Don't let anyone barge in. I'll wait here for Zheng Sai." Li Sai had a good reputation in the Imperial College. He was an upright and honest person. The two servants didn't suspect him and hurriedly went to guard the main door. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao thought that he was here to find Zheng Sai. Who would have thought that as soon as the two servants left, Li Sai would start rummaging through Minghui Hall. This was the outer hall. It wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. He rummaged furtively through the items at a very fast speed. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, could vaguely guess what was going on. As Li Sai searched, he arrived in front of the third row of bookshelves. On the right was the pillar where Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were hiding. The two of them held their breaths and tried their best to shrink back. Behind them was the wall, so they couldn't retreat too far. The two of them stood face to face. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. The pillar was only a foot thick. It was also at this time that Xiao Lulang realized that Gu Jiao had grown taller again. Gu Jiao had grown taller, but because he was also growing, he didn't feel much of a difference in height. But her feminine figure. Xiao Lulang tried his best not to touch anything he shouldn't. Gu Jiao also tried her best to stick herself to the wall behind her. There's nothing? Can't be. The more Li Sai searched, the closer he got to the pillar. Xiao Yulong's clothes were exposed outside the pillar. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand, intending to hug him, but Xiao Lulang was one step ahead of her. He reached out and hugged her slender waist. With a turn of his body, he pressed himself against the cold wall. He pulled her soft body into his embrace. This was the first time he had taken the initiative. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be so aggressive. His chest was hot and full of energy. Gu Jiao, this guy not only bought black clothes behind my back, but he also trained his small chest muscles behind my back. His chest was very hard. In contrast, Gu Jiao's chest was very soft. Xiao Lulang had never experienced something like this before. His breathing stopped and blood rushed to his head. Then, Li Sai said anxiously, "That can't be. Where did he put the monthly test papers?" Seeing that Li Sai had finished searching this row of bookshelves and was about to walk past the pillar to look for the next row of bookshelves, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Li Sai's hand trembled and he carelessly stuffed the book back into the book. He hurriedly walked to the center of the hall and straightened his clothes, pretending that nothing had happened. Zheng Sai entered the hall and looked at Li Sai suspiciously. "I heard that Li Sai has an urgent matter to discuss with this official?" Li Sai pretended to be calm and said, "It's like this. There's a riding and shooting class tomorrow. I heard that a few days ago a lot of girls fell and got injured during the riding and shooting class. I was wondering if we should temporarily cancel the riding and shooting class?" "This is the urgent matter you were talking about?" Zheng Sai frowned impatiently. "If you want to cancel it, then cancel it. In the future you can decide on such small matters yourself. There's no need to ask me." "Yes." Li Sai cupped his hands. "Is there anything else?" Zheng Sai asked. Li Sai glanced at the unfinished bookshelves and lowered his eyes. "There's nothing else. This official will take his leave." The two of them were both Sai. Although there was a division between them, there was no need for them to call themselves subordinates. This was because he was the substitute libation. Zheng Sai was very pleased with the way he called himself a subordinate. His expression softened. Forget it. It's getting late. This official should go back. Let's go together." "Darren, please." Li Sai bowed. The two of them left Minghui Hall one after the other. If they chased after him and beat him up now, Li Sai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Gu Jiao had already guessed why Li Sai had come to look for the monthly exam papers. He also suspected that there was something fishy about Xiao Yulong's results. He wanted to help Xiao Lulang clear his name. He was a good person. She couldn't implicate him. Gu Jiao decided that she would beat up that surnamed Zheng next time. The two of them still maintained their previous distance, but their hearts seemed to be beating together. Xiao Yulong's heart was beating faster. Gu Jiao was envious of his beauty, but her heart was calm. After all, it was just looking at a beauty. She wasn't shy. That. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat. Gu Jiao understood and took a step back, increasing the distance between them. The lights in Minghui Hall had been extinguished before the two Sai left. However, a thin layer of moonlight seeped in and landed on Xiao Yulong's handsome face, reflecting an unconcealable shade of red. Xiao Lulang was a bit embarrassed. Gu Jiao glanced at a certain part of his body and said calmly, "I understand. It's just a normal physiological reaction. You don't have to be embarrassed." Xiao Lulang didn't understand what a physiological reaction was, but he understood what she meant. "Thank you," but he wasn't comforted. Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. She thought of something and said, "You're not young anymore. When you go home you should relieve yourself. Don't suffocate yourself." Xiao Lulang staggered and almost fell. Couldn't she just pretend that nothing had happened? Gu Jiao came in front of a painting, lifted it and knocked on the wall behind the painting. The wall suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. There was a set of test papers inside. It was the monthly test papers that Li Sai had been looking for. "Gu Jiao, it's really here." "Xiao Lulang, how did you know?" Just now, Xiao Lulang had been leaning against the wall and could only see Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao could see the scene in the hall just by tilting her head. When Zheng Sai came in, the first thing he looked at was this painting. Therefore, Gu Jiao guessed that there must be something behind the painting. You're looking for this too, right? Gu Jiao asked. There's something else. Xiao Lulang said as he came to the last row of bookshelves. He gently pushed the bookshelf open, revealing a secret room. Xiao Lulang went into the secret room and took out a booklet. What's this? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang showed her the booklet. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched when she finished reading. You're really ruthless. Let's go, Xiao Lulang said. The door was locked. Gu Jiao wanted to pry open the door, but Xiao Lulang pushed open another secret room and led her out of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao was stunned. There was a secret passage. How did this guy know so much about the Imperial College? Although they didn't manage to beat Zheng Sai up, they had obtained evidence that could make Zheng Sai suffer. It was a fruitful trip. When the two returned home, their families were all asleep. Before Xiao Lulang left, he carried little Jing Kong to Gu Yan's room. Only now did he bring the sleeping little Jing Kong back. He took a quick shower. When he came out to get some water, he bumped into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was surprised. You're so fast. I just took a shower. How could I not be fast? However, when he realized what Gu Jiao meant by fast, Xiao Lulang felt terrible. In the next few days, two major events happened at the Imperial College. The first was that the monthly exam papers of the Candid Nature Hall were leaked. Everyone saw Xiao Liulang's exam papers. If he was at the bottom of the list, then everyone in the Candid Nature Hall would be at the bottom. The exam papers were marked by Zheng Sai. It was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Lulang. The second thing was that the account book of Zheng Sai forming a clique with someone a few years ago was leaked in the Imperial College. There were many aristocrats in the Imperial College, and the power behind them was complicated. Some supported Zheng Sai, while others were upright and plain-spoken. The account book was quickly passed to His Majesty. His Majesty was furious. He called Zheng Sai to the Imperial study and scolded him. Imperial Tutor Zhuang was also present. Zheng Sai was on Imperial Tutor Zhuang's side. Naturally, Imperial Tutor Zhuang wanted to protect him. However, the evidence was conclusive. It was not easy to protect him. After leaving the palace, Imperial Tutor Zhuang asked in disappointment, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to destroy it long ago? Why did you still keep it?" Zheng Sai felt wronged. I probably left it out when I was destroying it. I just happened to leave this one out. Someone picked it up. Imperial Tutor Zhuang said, "Then why did you only reveal it now? Think about it. Did you offend someone recently?" "No, I just what?" Zheng Sai stammered as he told Imperial Tutor Zhuang about Xiao Lulang. "He's just a poor scholar from a small county. It's not like I offended him. If the other party's status was higher than his, it would be considered offending him. Xiao Lulang was just a small character. At most, it could only be called bullying." Zheng Sai's expression changed. "Could it be this kid?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang said indifferently. "A poor kid from the countryside doesn't have that kind of ability. It's most likely that someone doesn't want to see this old man sit on the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College. That's why they destroyed this old man's stage at the critical moment." Zheng Sai said in a daze. "Who could it be?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang stood on the high steps and looked in the direction of Marquis Schwamping's estate. He sneered. Under the heavens, who would dare to oppose this old man other than that person? Chapter 152. After Grand Tutor Zhuang finished reprimanding Zheng Sai, he returned to the imperial study to appease the emperor. His strategy was to never deny Zheng Sai's wrongdoings, but as the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there are no fish. Something that can be seen is always better than something that can't be seen. Moreover, this was an old debt from a few years ago. Since Zheng Sai didn't do anything similar again, it proved that he was remorseful. He begged the emperor to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Moreover, the Imperial College was in an awkward state where there was no one more suitable than Zheng Sai to be the chancellor. Li Sai was still young and didn't have enough experience. His methods were also inexperienced, so he couldn't control the group of stubborn old men. Sometimes people like Zheng Sai, who were both cunning and capable, could become a sharper knife that could cut through thorns for the emperor. Why else would Grand Tutor Zhuang be called capable? Normal people wouldn't dare to say this when analyzing a problem. But the emperor felt that these words were sincere. He also hoped that the imperial court of Zhao country would be clean and honest. But just as Grand Tutor Zhuang said, a knife that was too honest was too blunt and not easy to use. A knife that was too sharp would only scratch the hand a little. It was too difficult to find a knife that was sharp and wouldn't hurt oneself. If only the old chancellor was here. In the end, the emperor was appeased. He kept Zheng Sai's official position and made him the chancellor of the imperial college in a few days. He only fined him half a year's salary as a warning to others. To outsiders, the account book was actually forged to slander Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai stood guard outside the palace. When he saw Grand Tutor Zhuang come out, he sincerely bowed. Grand Tutor Zhuang has given me a new life. In the future, I will go through water and tread on fire for Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang coldly said, "Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because the emperor won't pursue this matter. In the future, don't be willful and act rashly and let others have something to use against you." Zheng Sai broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed and said, "Yes, I will remember." Grand Tutor Zhuang then said, "There's also the matter of the monthly exam. You have to think of a way to cover it up." Yes. Zheng Sai returned to the imperial college with a toothache. Xiao Luleng was sitting under the shade of a tree, tutoring Lin Qingye. When he saw Zheng Sai rushing over angrily, he glanced at him indifferently. Zheng Sai suddenly had an intuition that this was Xiao Luleng's doing. But it was strange, wasn't it? The monthly exam papers were hidden in the secret compartment behind the murals, and the account books were hidden in the secret chamber of Minghui Hall. How did Xiao Luleng have the ability to know so many of his secrets? How did he get past the guards and sneak into Minghui Hall without being discovered? Zheng Sai's heart was like a ball of fire, burning him to the point that he couldn't go up or down. Xiao Luleng casually shifted his gaze away. It was too much to look at him. Zheng Sai was infuriated. Regardless of whether it was this brat or not, he hated this brat to the core. However, he couldn't do anything to this brat. Ah, Zheng Sai. Lin Qingye discovered the other party. Xiao Luleng handed the completed exam papers to Lin Qingye, circling the areas that he hadn't written carefully enough. Then Xiao Luleng indifferently looked at Zheng Sai. "Zheng Sai, are you here to apologize?" Apologize for what?" Zheng Sai was stunned. Xiao Luleng indifferently brushed his wide sleeves and leisurely said, "My exam paper. I didn't seem to get a single question wrong. How did Zheng Sai determine my grade? Could it be that the rumors are true? That Zheng Sai is deliberately targeting me?" "Yes, so what if I'm targeting you? If you have the ability, bite me." Zheng Sai dared to say this 2 hours ago, but now he couldn't. Zheng Sai said with a fake smile, "I clearly told them that I was in first place. I don't know how they misheard and made you first from the bottom." Xiao Luleng raised his eyebrows. "Then I'll have to trouble Zheng Sai to change my grade?" Zheng Sai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked and the veins on his forehead bulged. Change it immediately." Not only did Zheng Sai have to change Xiao Luleng's grade, but he also had to publicly apologize to Xiao Luleng. This was an order that Grand Tutor Zhuang had given him. If he couldn't even endure this much humiliation, then he didn't deserve to be Grand Tutor Zhuang's weapon. Zheng Sai felt so good when he bullied Xiao Luleng that his apology would be as loud as a slap in the face. Zheng Sai tightly clenched his fists. "Just you wait. One day when I become the chancellor of the Imperial College, you'll get it." Meng School ended earlier than the Imperial College, so little Jing Kong would usually stay in the classroom to do his homework and wait for Xiao Luleng to pick him up. Today the last class in Candid Classroom was self-study, so he didn't have to go. Xiao Luleng went to the Meng School to pick up little Jing Kong. "You're skipping class again?" Little Jing Kong looked at him with his hands on his hips. "I don't have class," Xiao Luleng said. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked serious. "Isn't self-study a class?" "Xiao Luleng, are you the parent or am I the parent? Let's go." Xiao Luleng grabbed his school bag and asked him to carry it. Little Jing Kong didn't understand the adult's confusing behavior, but he really wanted to Jiao Jiao, so he carried the school bag that Jiao Jiao made for him and followed his bad brother-in-law out of the Imperial College. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Today the young man who sold candied haws changed his location and happened to be not far from where they lived. Xiao Luleng looked at the shiny candied haws nearby and asked little Jing Kong, "Do you want to eat candied haws?" Little Jing Kong, "Yes." Xiao Luleng, "I'm not buying it for you." Little Jing Kong, this was the second type of confusing behavior that little Jing Kong didn't understand. but he wasn't easy to bully. He stopped, put his hands on his hips and said fiercely, "I'm going to increase your rent. Xiao Lulang, you know how to increase rent." Little Jing Kong didn't get to eat his candied haws in the end because his bad brother-in-law dilly-dallied, and the last one was sold out. Little Jing Kong went crazy. I'm really annoyed. It's really not easy to bring an adult out." Little Jing Kong went home slowly with a gloomy face. When he was about to turn into Jade Water Alley, a trembling voice suddenly came from the front. "Eh?" The voice was a little old and it sounded as if it was trembling from the soul. Xiao Yulong's body suddenly froze. He didn't look up. He held his walking stick with one hand and grabbed Little Jing Kong's hand with the other hand, and quickly dragged him into Jade Water Alley. I don't want you to hold my hand. I'll walk by myself." It was Little Jing Kong's resentful voice. "Eh?" The old man chased after him, but the ground was slippery and he almost fell. Fortunately, Lu Quan, who was standing at the side, held him up in time. "Master, be careful. It's snowing in the capital these days and the roads are frozen. Don't fall." The old man was so excited that his whole body was trembling. "Did you see it just now?" "See who?" Lu Quan asked. "Aheng." The old man said. "Young Master Aheng? Young Chancellor? Master, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Young Chancellor has already passed away." Lu Quan was the old man's servant. Although he had been with the old man for many years, he had always been helping the old man to take care of the family affairs. He had never been to the Imperial College, and he had never seen the rumored young Chancellor. The old man looked at the empty Jade Water Alley and felt disappointed. Lu Quan said sadly, "Master, maybe it's just someone who looks similar." The old man shook his head. If it really was a stranger, then when he heard someone calling him, he would definitely raise his head to take a look. It definitely would not be the reaction he had just now. He clearly recognized his own voice. He was caught off guard, so he did not have time to hide. In order to not let the old man notice his abnormality, he ran away. "It's Aheng. It's him." The old man was unable to calm down for a long time. He tried his best to recall. He seemed to be wearing the uniform of the Imperial College. Lu Quan said, "That's even more impossible, right? How did the young Chancellor become the Imperial College's supervisor?" "He was the young Chancellor personally conferred by His Majesty." The old man also felt that it was strange, but no matter how strange it was, seeing was believing. "Anyway, go and ask around. Also, I saw him using a crutch. His leg seems to be injured." "Yes, Master." Lu Quan helplessly agreed. There were many students in the Imperial College. It was not easy to find out about a supervisor, but it was not difficult to find out about a crippled supervisor. Especially because of the matter with Zheng Sai, Xiao Lulang became famous in the Imperial College. In just half a day, Lu Quan was able to find out everything about Xiao Lulang. "Lu Quan, speaking of which, this supervisor is quite fated with us. He studied at Tianxiang Academy. He lives in our young benefactor's village." The old man, "What's his name?" "Lu Quan, Xiao Lulang." The old man was shocked. "It's him?" Of course the old man had heard of this name. When he was staying at Tianxiang Academy, Headmaster Li had called Xiao Lulang to Zhongzheng Hall more than once. He had also read Xiao Yulong's essays. He felt that this child was too vicious and was not suitable to be taken in as a disciple. He had always been behind the screen and did not specially come out to examine the other party's appearance. If he had come out to take a look, would he have discovered that he was Aheng long ago? He did not recognize his voice because the 17-year-old youth had already changed his voice. But what about his handwriting and writing style? That young man who used to be as gentle as jade seemed to have turned into a cold and ruthless person overnight. He even changed his identity. What exactly did his Aheng go through? After little Jing Kong was dragged home by his brother-in-law, he silently rated this as the third confusing behavior of an adult. "Why did you run away?" He looked up and asked. "I didn't run away. I just walked faster," Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression. Little Jing Kong asked, "Why did you suddenly walk faster? Don't you know that you will fall if you walk faster? The two of us are the ones who fall the most easily in the family." How fast could he walk? Did he not know? Little Jing Kong said again, "That grandpa just now called you Aheng. Which Heng is that? Heng as in tyrannical? Or Heng as in frowning coldly?" Xiao Lulang said, "These two are the same Heng. Also you heard wrong. He did not call me Aheng." Little Jing Kong was disappointed. He did not get it. Xiao Lulang changed the topic. Stop nagging. Today we will learn Shin language. Have you finished the homework that I gave you yesterday? Ever since little Jing Kong scored low in the entrance exam, he started to cram in foreign languages after school every day. Little Jing Kong's attention was successfully diverted. He took out his homework from his bag. Of course I finished it. Do you think I am like you? You will only move if someone pokes you. If I don't spur you, you will still be last in the exam. Xiao Lulang. He could not get over the fact that he was last in the exam, right? Xiao Lulang checked his homework. There were no mistakes. They were both teaching, but it had to be said that teaching little Jing Kong was much easier than teaching Lin Xingye. Little Jing Kong suddenly imitated those old ladies outside. He raised his little orchid fingers and called Xiao Lulang with a tone. Xiao Lulang trembled from head to toe. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He should go and teach Lin Xingye. After the old man saw Xiao Lulang with his own eyes, he could not calm down for a long time. His intuition told him that he was his aheng, but all the information about Xiao Lulang showed that he was a complete stranger. In order to find out the truth, the old man decided to visit him personally. He remembered that the two disappeared in by Shui Alley that day. As for the house inside, he had to go to each house to find it. He found a day when the Imperial College was off. Qinghe Academy was also off today. But the 4 men in the house were not idle. They all went to buy supplies for the new year. Therefore, when the old man came to their house, it was empty. The door was not closed. This door was left open by the old lady for her mahjong friends. "Excuse me, is Xiao Lulang here?" the old man asked politely. No one answered. The old man guessed that someone was behind him. After thinking for a while, he walked in. "I'm looking for Xiao Lulang. Is he at home?" The old lady was sitting in the backyard and eating melon seeds. Hearing the noise, she thought that her mahjong friend had come and looked back. An old man? A new mahjong friend? Looking for a game? The old man also saw the old lady clearly. His reaction was much better than the old lady's. "Empress Dowager?" His legs went soft and he knelt down. "Old lady? That's not necessary." Chapter 153. "Are you here to play cards?" the old lady asked. The old man was stunned. Play cards?" The old lady cracked the melon seeds and said, "We're not playing leaf cards today. Pai Gao starting at 50 copper coins." What was the Empress Dowager saying? What leaf cards? What Pai Gao? The old man looked at the Empress Dowager and slowly stood up from the ground. He found that although the person in front of him looked like the Empress Dowager, her clothes and temperament were not like the Empress Dowager. "What are you looking at?" the old lady asked impatiently. "You don't recognize me?" the old man pointed at himself and asked. After hearing what he said, the old lady really started to look at him carefully. He looked like a human. And he looked a bit familiar. Where have I seen him? The old lady couldn't remember the past. She would occasionally recall some, but they were all very fragmented fragments. However, this old man gave her an unusual feeling. Wasn't he unusual? When the old chancellor was an official in the imperial court, he often opposed the Empress Dowager. He was a conservative and firmly opposed the imperial harem's involvement in politics, especially women's participation in politics. When the former emperor was still alive, the old chancellor had sent many memorials to persuade the former emperor to abolish the empress. In the memorials he called the virtuous empress a demon. She messed up the imperial harem and her relatives interfered in politics. She was also ruthless and disregarded human life. The virtuous empress was once banished to the cold palace by the former emperor because of the old chancellor. Although she walked out of the cold palace in less than half a year with her excellent skills, she lost half a year's worth of money and also lost a lot of her previous savings. Cutting off her money was like killing her parents. After that, the virtuous empress saw the old chancellor as a thorn in her side. The old chancellor was exiled to the frontier fortress for 5 years and suffered a lot. He was dried up and aged more than 10 years. Which was the work of the virtuous empress. The two of them fought until the former emperor passed away. The virtuous empress killed the crown prince and supported the son of concubine Jing to ascend the throne. She became the Empress Dowager with power. The two of them had a temporary winner. The reason why it was temporary was because the old chancellor controlled the Imperial College, and the Imperial College gathered the most talented youths in the entire Zhao country. To exaggerate, the old chancellor controlled the future of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang deliberately wanted to seize the power of the Imperial College. At that time, and Junwang was about to return to the country. Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to the emperor that the position of young chancellor could be added to the Imperial College. Although His Majesty agreed, the one who was conferred the title of young chancellor was not Empress Dowager Zhuang's grandnephew, but the young Marquis of Jianghu. This young Marquis was the old chancellor's disciple. Empress Dowager Zhuang had 10,000 unspeakable horses galloping through her heart. The old chancellor smiled crookedly. Old chancellor seemed to have won this round. But not long after, on New Year's Eve, the Imperial College suddenly caught fire and the young Marquis of Jianghu was burned alive. Ever since the old man resigned, he had not thought about the past for a long time. Now that he saw the Empress Dowager, his thoughts were pulled back to the bloody court. Puzzled, the old lady said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you looking at me with such a complicated gaze? Also, after seeing you, my mood seems to have become a little complicated." It was the kind of complicated that couldn't be described. It was as if they were old enemies and she couldn't wait to find a knife to chop him. Wait, chop him with a knife? The old lady looked at the old man suspiciously. They knew each other. This could be confirmed from his gaze and his words. He was very afraid of her. He didn't dare to look into her eyes. It seemed that he was a little guilty. He even knelt down in front of her. How sorry was he to her? "I know who you are." The old lady's mind flashed and she threw the melon seeds on the table. "Are you the heartless man who abandoned me that year, and came back to find me?" The old man. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan came back first. When they walked through the hall, they found that there was one more person in the backyard. Gu Jiao felt that she looked familiar. Mainly because there was no big shoe print on her face, so she didn't recognize her immediately. "Great aunt." Gu Jiao looked at her inquiringly. The old lady glared at a certain heartless man who was shivering inside. "Your great-uncle." Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshun, Xiao Lulang, Gu Yan and little Jing Kong entered the house after them. They were carrying bags of various sizes and there was a horse carriage carrying New Year goods behind them. They unloaded the New Year goods from the horse carriage together with the coachman. Xiao Lulang carried a pot of sesame oil and walked in. Just like Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun, he was stunned when he walked through the hall. The old lady, Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshun, and the old man who wasn't shivering as much but still looked pale were sitting in the courtyard. They had no choice. They were terrified because they had been cuckolded by the late emperor. "Son-in-law," Gu Jiao introduced. Xiao Lulang, "I haven't seen you for a while and you picked up another son-in-law?" Gu Jiao felt wronged. "I didn't pick him up this time." Xiao Lulang looked at the old man with a complicated expression. At this moment the old man's mind was blank. He didn't even remember that he had come to recognize Xiao Lulang. He only madly apologized to the former emperor in his heart. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and I is absolutely pure. The old lady's anger had been suppressed. She asked lightly, "Okay, let's be frank. Do we have a child?" The old man slipped from the chair and almost fell to the ground. He sat up with the help of the chair and said with a pale face, "No." The old lady nodded, "I think so too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to Lulang." Xiao Lulang looked at the old man. The old man wiped his cold sweat. He had fought with Empress Dowager Zhuang for a lifetime. Today was the most difficult time. It could be said that he had no power to fight back. Empress Dowager Zhuang casually said, "When you were young, you abandoned me. Now that you are old, you want my grandnephew to raise you. There is no way. Get lost." The old man was relieved. For the first time, he felt that the word, "get lost," was so pleasant to hear. The old man left the courtyard. He still had a feeling that everything was not real. He wanted to understand what was going on. He didn't leave and just waited by the door. Xiao Lulang didn't disappoint him. Not long after he came out. The two were not surprised to see each other. It was as if they had already calculated that one would not leave and the other would not come out. Xiao Lulang was no longer as panicked as he was last time at the alley. The old man had mixed feelings. The one inside is the Empress Dowager, right? Why are you with the Empress Dowager? You don't have to admit that you are Aheng, but you can't deny that she is the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is not dead. Xiao Lulang was silent. The old man sadly asked, "Why is it like this? What happened to you and the Empress Dowager?" "The Empress Dowager lost her memories but you didn't. Tell me." Xiao Lulang remained silent. The old man painfully closed his eyes. "Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. I will come see you another day. Today's matter. I will keep it a secret for you." Xiao Lulang bowed and turned around to enter the courtyard. Your leg. The old man's worried gaze fell on his right leg. Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks. It's not a problem. This was the only thing he said to himself. The old man felt that he had chased him out just to say these 3 words. He didn't want him to worry about him. The old man's heart was filled with sorrow. Xiao Lulang entered the courtyard, and the old man returned to the carriage. In truth, today's gain was not just seeing the Empress Dowager. He also saw his little benefactor. How could he have not expected that she and Aheng? No, it should be Lulang now. She and Lulang were actually husband and wife. What sort of fate was this? In the courtyard, the whole family uniformly looked at the old lady. Great-aunt, granduncle really passed away. Aren't you sad? Little Jing Kong asked. In this family, there were not many people who knew that the old lady was not Xiao Yolang's great-aunt, but Gu Xiaoshen was one of them. When the old lady fainted in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Yolang's house, Gu Xiaoshen was also present. After that, Gu Yen, Little Jing Kong, Yao Shi, and the others all thought that the old lady was really Xiao Yolang's great-aunt and traveled thousands of miles to seek refuge with him. Therefore, when the young master appeared, Little Jing Kong and the others believed him without any doubt. Gu Xiaoshen also believed him. Because they had been together for so long, he had forgotten that his great-aunt was picked up from the streets. The old lady cracked a melon seed. Why would I be sad? I'm only at peace when he's not here. Who wants to spend the rest of their lives with an old man? Isn't it better to play cards every day? Little Jing Kong said, Oh. When Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen, Little Jing Kong sneaked in and tugged at Gu Jiao's clothes, saying, Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at her. Brother-in-law has a nickname, Ahang. It means hang as in tyrannical. Although brother-in-law did not admit it, he had already decided in his heart that it was hang as in tyrannical. Gu Jiao looked at him in amusement. Really? How did you know? Little Jing Kong said, I heard it from granduncle. I saw him that day. Gu Jiao said, Oh? Little Jing Kong sighed. Brother-in-law and I came back from school. We were at the entrance of the alley. Granduncle called brother-in-law Ahang, but brother-in-law ignored him and ran away with me. After that, I asked brother-in-law, but brother-in-law insisted that granduncle mistook him for someone else. Brother-in-law is really unfilial. Even if he doesn't want to acknowledge brother-in-law, he shouldn't treat him like that. Teacher Jiang taught us to respect the old and love the young. Little Jing Kong felt that something was wrong that day. Today, when granduncle came to visit, he was even more certain of his conjecture. Bad brother-in-law was really up to something that day. Bad brother-in-law was an unfilial grandson. He could not do that in the future. After complaining, Little Jing Kong deeply felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He went to the study and picked up the foreign language book that he despised. Bad brother-in-law was unreliable and tiring. From today onwards, he had to work harder so that he could raise his family well in the future. In the kitchen, Gu Jiao recalled Little Jing Kong's words. Met him. He even called him by his nickname? That meant that the person knew Xiao Lulang. Judging from Xiao Yolang's reaction, it was very likely that Xiao Lulang knew him too. According to Gu Jiao's observation of that person, he obviously knew old madam as well. As for whether they were a real couple, it was hard to say. Old madam's memory was messed up, so it was possible that she mistook him for someone else. That was not the main point. The main point was that the person knew Xiao Lulang and old madam. Xiao Lulang also knew him. Then did Xiao Lulang also know old madam? When he saved old madam and took her in without any complaints, it was not because of his sudden kindness. Was it because they were old acquaintances? Prince and also knew old madam. Gu Jiao used the firewood to write a few names on the ashes. Old madam, Prince and Xiao Lulang, Marquis Shuangping's mansion, Ahang. After the old man returned to the carriage, he could not calm down for a long time. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not get along with Marquis Shuangping's mansion and he did not get along with her. Xiao Lulang was both a member of Marquis Shuangping's mansion and his student. The old man did not feel at ease leaving Xiao Lulang by the side of the country-wrecking demon empress. No, I have to keep an eye on her. The old man returned to the capital this time because a close friend of many years was critically ill and did not have long to live. He came to see him one last time. When he saw him, he planned to continue living in seclusion. But now he changed his mind. He secretly used the connections that he had not used for many years and rented a small house in Jade Water Alley. Coincidentally, it was right next to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. The old man quickly moved into the room. He did not have many servants, only Lu Quan and a temporarily hired coachman. The first day he moved in, he built a ladder and stood on the wall to secretly observe the actions of the country-wrecking demon empress. Old Madam had already discovered him. This annoying old man. He didn't want her when she was young, but now that he was old, he wanted her back? Dream on. Old Madam resisted the urge to hack him to death and returned to her room to sleep. But she lay on the bed and could not fall asleep. The more she thought about it, the more she could not swallow this anger. She went to the kitchen, took a kitchen knife and angrily went next door. The old man stared for a while and felt sleepy, so he also returned to his room to sleep. The difference was that he fell asleep. But halfway through his sleep, he felt a chill on his neck and instantly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Madam pointing a kitchen knife at him. He was shocked. "What are you doing?" Old Madam put the kitchen knife on his neck and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Hand over your secret stash." Old Chancellor who was robbed for no reason. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.